overall. He is 17th, about 4 minutes off Pogacar. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to NRL.com, Channel 9 and Sky Sports for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Round 18 of the AFL Premiership season, perhaps round greateen, as we head into the ultimate September shaper. Out of the top 9 teams in the competition this weekend, 8 of them play one another. The outlier is the Brisbane Lions, the reigning premiers, who are on our air tonight. They take on Carlton, who have had their own week under the blowtorch again. So a bit of spice in Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport. My name's Corby Middlemass in the ABC broadcast box alongside Matt Clinch to call the footy. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Good evening to you. Good evening to everyone. I'm looking forward to seeing the reigning premiers back in Victoria for the 5th time this season as they continue their charge up the AFL ladder, eyeing a top 2 finish. That was the 7 goals in 17 minutes against Port Adelaide, that blistering run of form which put everyone on notice. So can they do it tonight against the Blues? They have shown complacency a bit at times, especially against the sides towards the bottom of the ladder. They had that draw against the Kangaroos, and yet so much of the focus has been on Carlton this week. What can they deliver tonight? Does the remaining 7 games decide the fate of Michael Voss? You'd like to think not, but if they continue to lose by 50-point margins, the question will certainly be asked. 36,000 is their lowest attendance so far this season. That was against the Giants. That might be in jeopardy. We know Thursday nights aren't the biggest. TV audience is obviously prime time, but the attendance is not quite as strong as what you would like. Cooper Lord and Darcy Gardner, the subs for tonight, so looking forward to the Lions and the Blues.
No late change for the Thursday night fixture here, the Blues and the Lions on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy is actually downstairs with Ben Cameron. We'll tell you more about that in just a moment, but our other number 1 pick, man who's a multiple-time All-Australian Richmond champion, Brett Delidio, is up here. Hello, Leds.
Corby, Clinchy, great to be here again. And one that I would have thought at the start of the year, this would be a game that you're like, I cannot wait for this. And we see 2 teams that hope for vying for top 4 positions, which is what I think's been was announced earlier in the year. But, geez, they couldn't be any further apart at the moment, could they? I mean, they played off in, a final last year. And then since then, we've seen the Lions being able to go on, win the flag, and then continue on their merry way this year. But the Blues haven't been able to get going at all. And, a number of their players haven't been playing well. There are a lot of question marks in and around the place, but we just need to see effort tonight, I think, and that's where I think they've been questioned the most, and that was something that they'd be most disappointed in last week. And Michael Voss said that straight off the game, didn't he? That we let everyone down here tonight. So bring effort, bring intensity, and we'll judge you on that.
It's a team they haven't got a good record against. So they've lost 6 of their last 7 against the Brisbane Lions, and in fact have only won 3 of their last 15.
Yep.
So it's a long period of time, and you think about their last 3 meetings, they've got some pretty memorable ones in that patch. Last year's elimination final, first time they've met since then, would you believe? We're this deep into the season, and yet that's a final of last year being replayed for the first time since. The meeting before that was the opening round game, that bonkers fixture, of course, where Carlton actually were down by as many as 46 points, came back and won by a single point on the opening night of the year. And then the preliminary final was the meeting before that, in which, of course, Carlton led, kicked the first 5 goals, and then obviously Brisbane ultimately took their place in the grand final of 2023. So a couple of memorable meetings in recent times. Will today sort of be memorable for perhaps a whole lot of other reasons? We'll wait and see what we get tonight. The Lions are out there warming up at the moment, the reigning premiers. They're coming off a big win last week against Port Adelaide. They sit second on the table, and they've got to try and defend that. We talked about the weekend off the top and the fact that we got so many blockbuster games. There's a whole lot of teams right behind them that if they slip up against an opponent they shouldn't, all of a sudden their double chance and their 2 home finals is vulnerable.
Yeah, you're spot on, and I think that's the key wording, I think, from Chris Fagan tonight. Is like, yes, they're going to come out breathing fire. You would expect Carlton, but the Lions, they need to bank this. And when they haven't been as strong at the Gabba over the last few weeks, it's a real opportunity for them to come down here and try and bank a win, which they should win on paper. But yeah, they certainly wouldn't want to let this one slip against a side that's on its knees.
Oscar McInerney comes in for just his 9th game of the season. We haven't seen him for some time now. Against Geelong, I think, was the last time he featured. So round 9 against North Melbourne. So trying the 2 rucks tonight with Darcy Ford. The other part is it's the inaugural Robert Walls medal.
Yes.
So the two sides obviously played such a pivotal part with the Brisbane Bears back in the start of their existence, and the Carlton chapter as well told. But a lot for the Brisbane Lions coming here to Melbourne and trying to make a statement. Can they continue in that momentum?
I'm not 100% sure. I think, I love what the Lions have been able to do. I think that they're just starting to hit their straps. Some of their better players are really in good form. You know, we spoke about Zach Bailey a number of times in his game last week, but they just bat so deep, and I just don't think Carlton have got the leg speed nor the class right across the board to try and get that done.
Jordan Russell, the assistant coach of the Carlton Football Club, is alongside Ben Cameron at the moment. So we'll check in with what's happening with the Blues, and then we'll bring you a very special guest. A 2-time Brownlow medalist is about to join us pre-game as well from the Brisbane Lions. But firstly, inside the Blues camp, Ben.
Thank you, Corbin. I am down here with the Blues forward line coach, Jordan Russell. Jordan, it's obviously been a pretty trying week inside Princess Park. How would you articulate it?
Yeah, it's not a bad way of putting it. But the last couple of weeks have been disappointing. It's obviously pretty well publicised that we're not playing the way that we want to. We've addressed that this week. The energy around the place has actually been pretty positive. 6-day break always helps because you've got to move on pretty quickly. So we're really looking forward to another strong challenge against the Lions tonight. Obviously in great form, and we get to test how we go. So we're focusing on the first 30 minutes and come out firing and then go from there.
We've obviously heard about the comments directed towards Michael Voss, and he spoke passionately about that during the week. How do you as a coaching group rally around him and make sure that he keeps his spirits up?
Yeah, I mean, you sort of do a bit of a welfare check and see how he's going, but the one thing that Voss is very much is resilient. He came in at the start of the week. He was focused on solutions and looking forward to Brisbane, and he sort of brushed it off his shoulders like it wasn't too much. But it's obviously a big deal, and I'm glad that it panned out the way it did. And obviously we don't condone any of that sort of stuff in our game. And he's good. He's resilient, and we're looking forward to tonight.
Charlie Curnow, 3 games without a goal. What are you seeing from Charlie at the moment?
Look, he's actually played some pretty solid footy. Obviously, he's inaccurate. If he turns them around, he's had 6 shots in the last couple of weeks. So if you turn that around straight away, and he's had opportunities, he knows he's continuing to work on his accuracy part of it. But what he has done is he had 5 tackles against Port Adelaide, which you wouldn't say is in his game a lot. He's getting a little bit higher up the ground, only having sort of one key forward for a big part of the last couple of weeks, and his energy and his positivity to rally our forward group has actually been really, really important for us. So in terms of his game, he's actually playing some okay footy. It's just the crowd and the supporters want to see him kick bags of goals, and I think he would like to do that as well. So he's going okay.
The one that's been pointed out by a few experts is when he gets it 55 out and veers out to usually his right, sort of at left half forward, and sets sail for home. Do you like seeing him do that, or would you rather that he maybe look shorter inside 50 and eyes up another option?
Every situation's different. What we do is we back in his judgment, we back in his instinct, and I think that's what makes him a great player. I think if you put him in a cage and you tell him what to do, that's where he doesn't play his best footy. So the beauty with him is he plays free, and that's when he plays his best footy. So, I mean, every now and again there is a different target there that he can look and lower his eyes, and that's his first look. But if he thinks he can knock it over, we encourage him to go and get it done.
Hopefully it's a better week at the Blues. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Ben Cameron downstairs there with Jordan Russell, Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch and Brett Delidio in the box, and Mark Murphy has just got back up here as well. We'll bring you that feature chat that you've just been part of before we went to air, Murph, catching up with Lockie Neal. So we'll play that for you coming up out of the break at 7 o'clock shortly. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Cooper Lord is the sub for Carlton and Darcy Gardner for the Brisbane Lions. How are you, Murph? Nice to see you.
I'm well. Good to see you too. Corbin, Clinch and Lids. Looking forward to another Thursday night belter, hopefully. I'm looking forward to seeing a really slick operation in Brisbane go about it tonight. I'm looking through that midfield. They're just littered with stars, aren't they? And You'll catch up on that chat after 7 o'clock with Lachie Neale, but you talk about Hugh McCluggage and Zach Bailey now going through the midfield, and you got both Ashcroft boys as well. And obviously Dunkley. So they're a pretty handy midfield weaponry in there. So it's Carlton Footy Club will have their work cut out for them tonight. You can't stop them all, but you have to try and stop one of them at least, and then try and nullify a few others.
I always say when the house is hot, it's hotter at Carlton than it is in any other team in the competition. It feels like it burns pretty bright for the Blues, and obviously they're going through another patch at the moment, unfortunately for the footy club that's had a lot of them over the last 20 years or so. But is it salvageable for Michael Voss? What does he do from here with 7 games left in the home and away season to be able to get something out of it?
It's a good question. I sat in the President's dinner last week and listened to the Melbourne United basketball coach talk about when you aren't on the verge of playing finals and you've got not a lot to play for the rest of the year. Like, what's the mindset? Where's the mindset go to? And he was actually very good about saying, well, let's just get dangerous. So not throw everything out, but try and add some new weaponry to you and try and challenge opposition sides who will be playing finals football this year and really test yourselves out and go after them rather than just sit back and wait for them to come after you. So that's the one thing that Brisbane Lions will be looking to do tonight, is to really shut the door early in this game. Yep. So Carlton have got to come out and really swing hard and get their pressure game going, and then just try and get some scores on the back of that, because they just need to start really well here. Otherwise, the mindset starts shifting to, oh, no, not again. Yeah. So that's the last thing you want to go to as a footballer.
Do you feel like Michael Voss is coaching for his future? He's contracted till next season, but will the next 7 weeks shape his future?
Oh, it's a big 7 weeks for a lot of people at that footy club. So, there's I think supporters want to come here tonight and see a really gallant performance from their team and a side that is hungry. And, I'm sure he's thinking about, well, I want to be a coach long-term of this football club, so the next 7 weeks are really important. He's got a year next year, obviously, to go on his contract, but, the next 7 weeks are, I think, crucial for a lot of people at the footy club.
He's had to deal with an unusual event this week where there were personal threats directed towards him, sent bizarrely towards the supporter helpline, basically, at the MCG last week, which we now know was by a Collingwood member who today was suspended for 5 years, threatening coach Michael Voss using the stadium's text hotline number. Has also been banned from being a Magpies member for the same period of time. The ban also covers events like concerts, cricket and functions at the MCG, so a 5-year ban for that particular patron. I think we could all sit here in wild agreement and basically say, hey, we think that behaviour's terrible. I think we can all co-sign that sentiment. Michael Voss spoke about it yesterday at his midweek press conference.
No, I was dismissive at first. But, there's a flow-on effect. The first thing you always think about is the person beside you or the family member or the team. Because as a result of what I do, you appreciate there's an element of scrutiny that comes with that. But then there's a part that's completely unacceptable. And I think we can all sort of agree that part is unacceptable.
So that was Michael Voss speaking yesterday, and now we know that obviously that the patron that sent that message has been banned for 5 years. For everything that Michael Voss has got to deal with at the moment, and I think we can all clearly put that to one side, that no one should be having to deal with those kind of threats. He is, though, coaching for his future right now, and I think Rob Priestley, the president, basically stopped short of guaranteeing him his last year of his deal when he spoke about it a week or so ago. He said, look, essentially we'll lay out the next 8 weeks. We'll sit down and lay it all out at the end of the year and work out where we're at as a footy club. But the easy response as the Pres would have been to say he's contracted for next year, he's going to be our coach, and yet he decided not to say that, which obviously creates a few questions.
Performance will stack. It'll all be come down to performance. If they continue to lose by 10 plus goals and they look like they're not putting in effort, well then questions have got to be asked. So it's a results driven game, isn't it?
I do think Michael Voss was very clear in his messaging, though. He said passion can often be that sort of hatred, that sort of toxic environment. His was a call to arms of let's bring our best and try and get something out of the last 7 weeks of the season. So, that's all you can do in that scenario, is trying to take out a lot of the emotion involved.
Yeah, I've been in these positions before where you're not playing for anything, but you're trying to disrupt the opposition and where they can finish and try and learn some things, get some games into some young players and see what they can then offer you to take you forward next year. But I mean, the first 9 years of my career were all spent not playing for finals. So
I think a lot of the time too, when you get into this point in the season, you find out a lot about your teammates. So no doubt they're going to be finding out a lot about blokes in this last 2 months.
We'll talk more about the Blues, I'm sure, as the night progresses. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lockie Neal to join us next.
Every day, all around Australia, extraordinary people create moments that inspire. See them, hear them. All you have to do is nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He called the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal.
The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
A September shaping weekend starts here. Round 18 of the AFL Premiership season. The reigning premiers are on our air tonight. They're also the outlier out of the top 9. The only one that doesn't play a team around their station. They've got the lowly Blues, who sit 12th on the premiership table with just 6 wins to their name, while the Brisbane Lions are playing to defend second spot. They do it at a venue that they've got a pretty good record at as well, having dropped just 2 of their last 13 under the lid at Docklands. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch for the call. Our number 1 picks are Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy in the ABC Combox. Ben Cameron to ride the boundary throughout the night. There is no late change, so the 2 subs, Cooper Lord for Carlton and Darcy Gardner for the Brisbane Lions. The whole gang's here. It's a big night for Carlton, clearly, with pressure mounting on coach Michael Voss. Set it up for us, Lids and Murph. What are we anticipating tonight? Obviously, a huge night for the Lions. They're trying to defend second spot on the table, but it's particularly hot at Carlton.
I'm anticipating a bloodbath, but I don't want that to be the case, because I don't like seeing coaches or players having to go through that. I know what it's like to go through those sort of situations, but I think the Lions they looked red hot last week, and they turned it on. Yes, it was at home. They've got to come down here to Melbourne, but they just bat so deep. And I remember watching them live at Norwood, it was in Gather Round, and I was just like, and that was a good tussle back and forth against the Bulldogs. With the Bulldogs. Their ability and some of their players that just step up when others aren't quite performing as well. They can just pull another lever and then away they go. And they've just got so many weapons right across the board. But for the Blues, I also want to see Murphy's effort. I think against Port Adelaide a couple of weeks ago, a lot of my old coach Choco would say a lot of kids tackles, tackling cactuses. Just reaching and not willing to get your chest on them and really put a body in there. No defensive pressure, a lot of walk-in goals, that sort of thing. Like, that's the last thing you want to see if you're a Carlton supporter or a Carlton player for that matter. So give me effort, give me intensity, and we'll cop maybe a 4-goal loss.
Yeah, well, you want to see that defensive intent, but I think also you want to see them have a go at trying to score and go quick too. So I know the constant talk is about lack of leg speed, but the ball moves quicker than legs. So if they've got that ability to try and back their leg in and go for those options and then get some overlap run going, I think that's what the Carlton supporters want to see as well. They want to see someone take the game on and play with a bit of dare and risk. And that's what Brisbane do, and that's where confidence comes into it because they're so good at doing it.
Have they got the skill level to do it though?
Well, they're all AFL footballers, so they should, but they just haven't demonstrated it enough, have they? Really? And then we
Is that
look
a confidence
at
thing or a skill level thing though? So it must be confidence. If you're saying they're AFL footballers, they should be able to hit it. So it must be confidence.
Yeah. Well, it takes a big. Well, I think they're both entwined, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, they go hand in hand ultimately, don't they? Like you got to have the skill level or the work ethic to want to do it, but then you've got to have, for want of a better word, the plums to pull the kick off. Don't you? And then to be able to go back inside the corridor, it's like, oh, that's on 70-30, but you know what, I'm going to be safe. I'll take the 30 down the line versus the 70 that could help us score.
That's right. There's courage to put your head over the football and win a hard ball and to lay a big tackle, but then there's also courage to back your leg in and have a go at it and back your vision in and just play on instinct. So I think that's the one thing that seems to fall away, is that when the pressure really comes, the lack of risk and want to be bold goes away, and then they fall into the opposition's hands.
There's no late change here tonight. Cooper Lauder is the sub for Carlton, and Darcy Gardner for the second week in a row is Brisbane sub. Corporate Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, your analyst tonight on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy. Great to have you with us. There's no late change. Your thoughts throughout the night on the SMS line 0437 774 774. Ben Cameron's with us on the boundary tonight. Murphy, you were downstairs with him just moments before we went on air tonight, and you had a very special guest with you as we hand it down to Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with the Brisbane Lions dual Brownlow medalist. There's a couple of dual Brownlow medalists out there tonight, but we've got Lockie Neal and his great mate Mark Murphy has made the trip downstairs. Lockie, welcome to ABC Sport. We're not far away from the bounce of this game. What are you going through in terms of your prep as of right now?
Yeah, appreciate it, Benny and Murph. Thanks for coming down, mate. You don't usually wander down here, so I must be doing something right. At the moment, we just finished our team meeting. I just slammed down a Red Bull. So if I pick up a little bit of energy through this interview, that's why. And then now we go out and do like a warm-up in our lines and just build into the game nicely. So, yeah, we just started to build now. It's been pretty relaxed before this, but now guys starting to get up and about and ready to go.
You're bang on. Murph always says he gets a little nervous when he's not behind the glass, so it's good to see him down here.
Thanks, Benny. Locke, I noticed before I got in here early, which is not usually the case, but I came down for you. But saw you laying down, looking at the heavens earlier. Is that something that you always have done, or is that something new adding to the repertoire?
Yeah, I was down on a roof tonight. No heavens tonight, but yeah, it's something that I've done for quite a few years now. I'm not really sure when I started that. Probably when I came to Brisbane, I think. Over the years, I've got more and more into the mental side of the game and meditation, and also gratitude as well. I lay there and for a few minutes and sort of meditate at the start, and then I sort of reflect on where I'm at in my career and the journey I've been on, and just the gratitude that I have that I'm able to play a game of AFL footy and captain a team, which I never thought I'd do, and just little things like that. I just sort of soak it all up and just mentally prepare for what's to come.
Now, how much do you actually see of the news? And obviously Carlton are going through their issues at the moment, but what's the focus tonight? Is it all just about what you guys are going to bring, or is there a certain part of their game that you need to try and eliminate?
Yeah, I think we clearly see a little bit of the AFL media. I think the AFL stuff's picking up a fair bit of traction in Queensland over the last sort of 24 months. So we see a little bit of it, and obviously you see the results, and Carlton probably aren't where they want to be at the moment, but they're still a very dangerous side. I think that when they're really on, their offence is really hard to stop, and they've probably been down in that area a little bit. But I think as well, one thing that we've focused on is they're a really good first quarter team. I think they might even be AFL 1 for first quarters, for scores 4. So we have to be on from the start, and that's been a big focus of ours. And also their aerial game with Charlie. I think De Koning will probably play forward, Wiedering down back, but they're really strong in the air and in the contest. So we've got to make sure that our contested game, both on the ground and in the air, is on.
So two pretty handy midfields. Do you expect someone to come to you, or will you go head-to-head with one of your good mates, or do you expect a Chin Cotter or maybe a Georgie Hewitt?
Yeah, maybe George, but he's been winning his own footy a lot this year and sort of playing his natural game a little bit. He uses a pretty good player as a starting point most weeks, but then goes and plays. So I think if Chincotta is deployed, I think he'll go to McCluggage or Zach Bailey after last week. I don't think he'll come to me. I feel like teams are sort of starting to pick up that Huey's a pretty decent player, and that transition's starting to happen, which is nice. Get a little bit of freedom sometimes, but whatever happens tonight, I'll be prepared for, and just hopefully can play my part to get a win.
I'm glad you brought up Zach Bailey. So you mentioned after the game last week that you think he's a top 10 player in the AFL, or got attributes to be that. So what's picked up in his game over the past 12, 24 months? You talked about his work ethic and his work rate, something that's gone through the roof. Was that something that you tried to instill on him, or is it more just a bit of maturity from his end?
I think a bit of both, and myself and Josh Dunkley works extremely close with him. Dunks has been huge for him, a good mentor, but it's just the consistency for him. He showed so many flashes of brilliance over his first sort of 6-7 years, but I think this year he's put it all together and played some really consistent footy. He'd be right up there in the top few, I would have thought, in our best and fairest at this point of the year, and it's awesome to see, because we know what a weapon he can be when he is playing well, and to have that more consistently has been great for us.
Did you get any feedback from him around those comments, or are those conversations that have already been had between yourself and Zach internally?
Yeah, I've told Zach that already, so he knows my stance on the sort of player I think he can become, and I truly believe he can be a top liner, like I said, a top 5, top 10 player in the competition. I think he is trending that way, and he's really settled in Queensland, and I feel like he's sort of built his life there, and that's sort of gone along with his footy. He's playing a lot more consistently this year, and it's good to see.
Any dirt on this man who, we hear is a pretty much a clean skin? We don't get much on him. Have you got any?
Nah, not really. Not really.
Stop the interview now.
No, I probably would have a bit, but I can't really think at the moment. I'm focused fully on Carlton and what I'm about to go and do, so I can't reach into that part of my brain right now.
Last one before we let you go. You do a great podcast, which I must admit, if I was a little nuffy, which I once was, and some people would argue still am, but I would have loved listening to yourself and Paddy Cripps talk about the game and how you guys prepare and go about winning midfield battles. What's it like going up against Cripper tonight, and how's the podcast tracking?
Yeah, I try and stay as far away from him as possible. He's got about 30 kilos on me probably, so he's a big boy. I let Dunks and Huey and a couple of those bigger boys get to work on Cripper, and I love playing against him though. I love being able to watch him up close and personal and see him get to work. Fantastic player, has been for a long time, and it's always a good battle in the midfield when we come up against Carlton.
Apparently he's got one of Lockie's Brownlows as well, but anyway, that's another story.
Well, I stole one off someone else the next year, so it's all good.
Could be a 3-time Brownlow medalist. Lockie, appreciate your time pre-game. Best of luck tonight.
Beautiful. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Lockie Neal, so close to the bounce of the ball. Appreciate his time in the Brisbane Lions for making their skipper available. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, who you heard there as part of that interview. That was right before we went on air less than half an hour ago. He sounded pretty relaxed. Murph, were you surprised how calm he was so close to the start of tonight's game?
Yeah, to me, he actually looked like he was on edge. But
yeah, right.
I usually see him as like pretty cool, calm, collected when he's not ready for playing football. So to me, he looked like he was on edge, which is like, it's interesting to look at a bloke that you see usually when you're just hanging out or grabbing a coffee or whatever, when you're 45 minutes out from a game, they've got a different look about him, and he certainly had that.
Yeah. Were you the same?
I imagine I would have been.
Yeah.
But that was the one thing I took out of when he was talking and looking at me. There's a different person when you're looking at them when they're opposed to having a coffee or a beer, Lids. But he's been an absolute superstar, hasn't he? And I think having some of those other midfielders around him will just give him even more years on his career when you've got some superstars around. Like McCluggage is an absolute... He'll be an All-Australian this year. He's been knocking on the door for a while. And Zach Bailey and Dunkley, we know how he goes about it. Then you've got Will Ashcroft and his younger brother Levi, who's just starting to make his way. So they're
and Jasper Fletcher.
Sorry,
he's a gun too.
Yep, he's very handy. So they've got some real top end talent, don't they? Who hopefully can still play for a lot more years. And then you've got the young guys who are pretty handy as well.
You asked about him sort of lying on the grass, looking up at the roof.
Yep.
But ordinarily the night sky and just having a little moment and a bit of meditation. Did you ever do anything like that in your playing career?
We had a little bit of that from time to time. It's certainly gathered steam over the last probably 3 or 4 years. I haven't played for 4 years, but there was on the back end there was a lot of that gratitude piece, which I think is important. And I think a lot of these players, it allows them to be thankful for what they've got and the opportunity they've got to play in front of big crowds and here at Dockland. So it's I think it's a part and parcel of their everyday program now. These guys that they're having that gratitude piece and looking more into their mental game.
There's nothing better for your mental health, is there, than gratitude? Basically, they'll tell you that. That's a lot of psychs talk about that, don't they?
The hypothalamus. Have you heard about that?
All of that. It's amazing. Yeah, the way that I guess the role that's started to play in professional athletes, and I guess as it has in society more broadly. What about you, Lids?
Yeah. I tapped into this back in 2014. Kane Johnson was a great mentor of mine.
He's ahead of his time, Lids.
Yes.
Yeah. So I hadn't gone into any sort of thing like that, but Sugar was right into meditation, a bit of qigong and all sorts of different things. And we spent... I was really battling halfway through the year, and he took me under his wing and changed a whole range of things, my diet and the way I prepped and whatever else, because I was thinking about the outside noise like a lot of these boys do. But once I started that, it really became about what I could control, and that was the next play. It wasn't... I haven't touched it for the first quarter, and I'm going to have a stinker. It was like, no, well, how do I continue to run and work into that next bit of play? So, mate, very powerful, and should still practice it today, but I don't, because I'm not performing anywhere near the level that I once was.
Who was the team that did it on field? There was a team recently.
Essendon.
I feel like it was the Bombers. And now we see Sport Sykes sitting on the bench. Of course, the famous one at Richmond. We've seen now at Collingwood, and there's a number of sides that really have the Sport Sykes involved on game day as well.
Yeah, and I think it's something that we don't probably tap into enough, in that, trying to eradicate the noise that's in your head, which can hugely affect performance. You've even seen the greats in LeBron James sitting there at a timeout or whatever, taking a few deep breaths, closing the eyes and recentering himself, so to speak. But yeah, I think it's, if young kids are struggling with that mental side of the game and staying clear and staying on task for 2 hours, it is something that I would wholly implore someone to go and have a crack at.
The countdown clock's on. We're inside the last 15 minutes before Carlton and Brisbane, which is the on-ramp to round 18 of the AFL Premiership season. Of course, what a weekend it is with 4 matchups, basically, 8 teams involved in the top 9, all playing against one another. And you do your ladder predictor, and you go through and you look at these games this weekend, and if you forecast them one way, if you flipped all your tips and basically put it on the other teams in those 4 blockbuster matchups, it's amazing the role that it plays this weekend in shaping the format of the top 8, not just the 8 sides that qualify, but then what positions they qualify in, who gets the double chance, who doesn't, who gets a home final, who doesn't. So an enormous weekend on that front, and the biggest one of the year so far. So tomorrow night, Gold Coast and Collingwood.
Looking forward to that, Corbin.
Yes. Big Jared Witts is back, as is David Swallow. Some experience in for the Suns. Moyle and Sexton go out. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Sidebottom, Schultz, Cox, the 3 inclusions. Out goes Lipinski and Myercheck, both rested. And Parker, young Will Parker, is the man who's been omitted there. So
important player, Pat Lipinski. He really connects that midfield and forward line with his ability to get up and down the ground. Myercheck, obviously, you want him cherry right for the back end, the business end. So you can understand that one.
Suns, do they win?
I haven't tipped them, but Dimmer will have them absolutely wound up, ready to go. So they need to win this one to...
They can really announce themselves.
They get a lot of Friday nights. It would be a big statement if they can do it.
Yes, and that's not really a big statement for me. If you knock over the the team who's sitting on pole position a few games clear, but to do it against Collingwood at home, I think would really set up the rest of their season really well going into finals to give them confidence about, well, we can knock off the best. So it'll be a big game, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go about it.
First Friday night in the Suns' history at home, so a pretty big occasion up there against Collingwood, who are 14-1 since opening round, and the one loss was Jack Crisp missing after the siren. It's an incredible run they've been on. Saturday footy, I know Fox talk all year about it being Super Saturday. This is Super Duper Saturday. It's even bigger, the three games that we got back to back. So Davidson and Dolan come in. Out goes McNeil and Giray, both omitted. Meanwhile for the Crows, Cook, Jones and Malira. No Smith, no Murphy. Rochelli's out injured. Who needs to scalp more? Is it the Bulldogs or the Crows?
Oh, geez. I feel like, well, the Bulldogs, I think, need the scalp. They need to. They haven't beaten anyone other than the Giants, who are sitting 8th now. But so I think it's the Dogs for mine.
Yeah, I think the Dogs need it probably more so than Adelaide, but I really like the hopes of Adelaide this season, so I think they'll get the job done.
Bulldogs' backline is on watch, isn't it? And that's where Adelaide is so intriguing. That game was meant to be in Ballarat. It feels like the perfect outcome. It's at Docklands. Yeah,
it'll be a fun afternoon of the footy. There's no doubt about that. GWS and Geelong. So the Giants got a good record recently against Geelong. They get Whitfield and Hogan back. Lockie Whitfield plays his 250th game, and Bailey Smith, the big inclusion for Geelong. And then in the night time, we've got Oscar McDonald and Sam Switkowski coming in for the Dockers. They lose Alex Pearce with injury, so that doesn't help their cause. Their captain out. Neil Erasmus has been omitted. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, Kelsha Deer got the nod, so no Mitch Lewis. Deer comes in. Finn McGuinness also returns. Ramsden and Mitchell, one out omitted, the other injured in Seamus Mitchell's case. Quick thoughts there. Giants, Cats?
I'll tip the Cats.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, their defence is just miserly.
Yeah,
I think Sam Taylor is a huge in for when he comes back in.
Yeah,
he makes a huge difference to that team.
And Freo and the Hawks?
I've gone the Hawks, I think.
Yeah, I'm still not a believer in the Dockers as yet, so I think the Hawks.
Gee, that's a huge game Saturday night, and you'll be able to hear them all on ABC Radio this Saturday. Of course, every game always available through the ABC Listen app, so that's the place to be, and you can toggle between two games when they're on at the same time as they will be on Sunday and on Saturday night. The Carlton Footy Club make their way out onto the ground, led by their skipper Patrick Cripps. Just 6 wins for the season for the 12th ranked Blues up against the second team on the table and the reigning premiers, the Brisbane Lions, on our air tonight. Just repeating, there's no late change. The start of round 18 of the AFL Premiership season. Earlier today, the Collingwood member that sent that text message into the hotline at the MCG was banned for 5 years, not just from being a club member, but also from the AFL and from the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Cheryl of the SMS says, what a disgrace that the Collingwood supporter is bringing shame to our club. I believe that they should have been banned for life, not just from 5 years from the...
Wow.
That's a harsh penalty. I think sort of reading the text, which I know the Herald Sun have published, and I'm not sure if there's been further clarification as to exactly what was said, but it sounded like a very poor attempt at humour, basically, is where it's ended up, and I think 5 years is...
Yeah.
It's probably lesson learned, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It's a big price to pay.
Yep.
Valeter Brian Dixon, 5-time premiership star with the Demons, was still playing when he was elected to Parliament and coached North Melbourne while he was an MP. He was involved for those Victorians in the Life Be In It campaign, so the Get Up and Get Active. So our thoughts to his family and friends of the Melbourne Football Club, a Australian Football Hall of Fame member.
It's an amazing time in public life for him. I mean, so he joined Melbourne after they just won the flag. So they won 3 in a row. He joined for the last 2 premierships and then went on to win, obviously, another 3 after that, as Clinchy mentioned. But imagine being a sitting politician in the state parliament while you're still playing. And then, as you said, he was the coach at North right before Barassi took over and the 10-year rule came in and they went on that great run in the mid-70s. So, and ended up being a parliamentarian for 27 years or something. So, yeah,
different times.
Far later, Brian Dixon. What a hell of an VFL career as it was then, Australian Football Hall of Famer, and then obviously to that second act as a Liberal MP for so many years. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The countdown's on. Both teams are already out on the ground. There's no late change. The subs, Cooper Lord and Darcy Gardner. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. What are we looking for here? Set it up for us 5 minutes out from the bounce.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think we're all probably thinking, hopefully it's not another night that we've seen the last probably 2 or 3 weeks for Carlton's sake and for Michael Voss's sake, really. But they're coming up against a really well-oiled machine who I just love the way in which they go about it, the Brisbane Lions. They've just got a really classy midfield. Their forward line stacked. I really enjoy it. Just enjoy watching them play the game. Last week, watching them play against Port Adelaide, they looked a little bit under the pump at the start, and then to their credit, they just got their game up and going. They hunt around the contest, and then they're spread hard forward. They're so dynamic through that midfield that if you try and stop one, you're still going to come up against the next 4 or 5 of them. So it's they've got a lot of weaponry everywhere. And then from Carlton's point of view, you just want to see their method going forward and actually getting some reward on the scoreboard for getting inside 50s. They seem to battle just trying to connect going inside 50. It's been an issue for a few years, Lids, but under the pump early here, it's going to be we'll know in the first 2 or 3 minutes whether or not they're up for the fight or not. And I hope for their sake and for all the Carlton fans who have come out here tonight that they're certainly up for it.
Well, I'm looking at both sides, and after watching them for most of this year, I just don't know where Carlton's weapons are where they can beat the Lions on paper.
Yeah,
and I think if for Carlton to win tonight, it has to be, the Lions have to completely turn it up and not show up at all, and not and get really lazy on defense and just play arrogant in a way, if that makes sense. But
they not just have to play well; they need the opposition to be off.
Well, and that's where, like, when you look at their team, like and I know we were talking earlier about all their AFL players, and so they should be able to. But this Brisbane side is I mean, they won the premiership last year for a reason. They're a damn good side, and it's a free hit for Carlton to come out there and say, well, you know what, you're not just going to come and walk all over us and make a mockery of our club. We're going to try and stand up and see what we can. That we respect our club, our coach, and each other, because that's what it's going to come down to.
What do you do in the midfield? I mean, you can't
go lockdown.
I'm looking at the warm up at the moment, and Chincotta's playing through there. So you'd think by looking at that, he's going to play a role on someone. So he's probably going to go to Lockie Neal. I think he's probably suited to go to him. I'd probably go to Hugh McCluggage, I would be honest with you. So we'll be interesting to see what they do there. George Hewitt's probably one that can go head-to-head with Lockie Neal. He's been their best midfielder all year for Carlton. So go head-to-head with him, and then it's seeing whether or not Paddy Cripps can get back to his best, because he's been certainly down on his lofty standards, and he's been up for such a long period of time. But
wouldn't Berry go to him, or Dunkley will just go head-to-head with him?
Well, those are the matchups, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that's where you look to your leaders to really set the scene. And George Hewitt, even though he's not a nominated leader, he's been their best player probably this year. So you need him to get the job done, probably on Lockie Neal, and then you've got Chincotta trying to just take away Hugh McCluggage's run and his dash, and
so
then you've got Paddy Cripps going head-to-head with Dunkley, who Dunkley usually goes pretty well against Patrick Cripps as well.
So then you've got Neal and Ashcroft just running around by themselves, essentially going with Chera and whoever else is in the midfield. So good luck. Oh, I mean, it's what you need is Tom De Koning to have an absolute blinder, and then you need Charlie Curnow to kick 5.
So Tom De Koning's a fascinating conversation. So last week spent more time forward than he did in the ruck. He's obviously alongside Pitternatt. If you look at the numbers that they've had this year, Pitternatt, this is just his 4th game. He's played 2 of them previously with Tom De Koning. They've lost them both. What do they do with him, and what do we read into the way that Michael Voss is using him?
If you, for all our listeners out there, so Pitternatt is in the midfield group, so doing the ruck work, and Tom De Koning's forward, so we know where he's starting.
Yep. Is this Carlton saying, we're planning for next year? If you haven't told us what you're doing, we need to have a look at what it looks like with
well, whether it is that or not, I don't think Mark Pitternatt can play forward. So if he's in the side, he's playing as your first ruck, and they believe that Pitternatt can play that role that Harry Mackay essentially plays alongside Charlie Curnow, and try and stretch him down there. But we probably haven't seen him kick goals as a genuine forward. He mainly kicks goals when he's in the ruck.
Yeah. Do you care as a Carlton person, by the way? Like, if he goes at the end of the year, like, isn't it the best thing for Carlton tonight that he plays in the ruck? Like, don't you just want the best of him while he's here? And if he decides at the end of the year he's going somewhere else, so be it.
Yeah, I'd be playing him in the ruck. But it's the team balance is always the way in which it falls. But I think, I'd have him starting on the ground in the middle.
Are they not thinking that they can get like a greater advantage, him v Fort, when they do the swap over?
Yeah, possibly.
That's what I'd be thinking. It's like McInerney, you go against Pitternatt. Well, then we'll go head to head, see how that goes. But then when De Koning comes in, arguably, was it's probably the second best ruck in it.
I just play Tom DeConning as your main ruck, and Pitnet can come off the bench and
then he can dominate for it. Then maybe,
and then and he can dominate that area of the game. And then barring no one gets injured at 3/4 time, you take off Pitnet and get your runner on.
Fox Footy ran a series of stats last night about Tom DeConning. He was ranked in the top 5 in player rankings in the first 7 rounds of the competition. Outside of that, he's dropped to 150 and above. He's only taken 1 contested mark inside the forward 50, so that's been the argument as to whether he can actually play that role, and does his value diminish a little bit by Carlton using him in this position as opposed to his traditional ruck role lids.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Only he would know, but I would assume that 90% of his training is done in the ruck. So when you're a key forward, 90% of your work is done ahead of the football, and being a tall forward, your craft is so important and your running patterns are so important. So that's the area that's a little bit concerning for me, is that you've got a makeshift key target playing forward of the contest, and does he get in Charlie's way, or does he know exactly where he needs to go? And people might go, well, he's down the footy club every day, he should know exactly where he's going, but I assume he's doing majority of his work being the key ruck.
They are going to stretch him down forward, though. I mean, they're not very tall, Brisbane defence. So does Harris Andrew then play on Tom DeConning, which then is going to nullify him as a forward?
Yeah.
And you allow someone else to play on Charlie Curnow because you can, because he's only 193.
Probably Ryan Lester, someone like that.
And that's what I think will happen.
Yeah. And when you think about it, since Payne got hurt, Gardner with them was a laid out in Geelong. He's been the sub the last 2 weeks. So the guy who's meant to be the like for like isn't even in the starting 22. He's down there with you, Ben Cameron, on the boundary this evening. At least he will be for the start of the game. Good evening to you.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. Yeah, not quite here just yet. 9 degrees Celsius inside Dockland, so it is a little chilly. As you've mentioned a couple of times, no late changes for either of these two sides. So Cooper Lord is the sub for Carlton, Darcy Gardner for Brisbane. The Wrexham players, who a lot of people would know from the series on their subscription services, Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney's team, they've been everywhere this week, and they're here again tonight. You'll be pleased to know Chris Fagan is down here with me. Harris Andrews has won the toss and pointed to the right-hand side, Corbin, which I think is the Lockett end. But I need you to reaffirm me, because the signs aren't back behind those big sexy screens, as Gillon McLaughlin called them.
You had a 50-50 chance, Ben, but I'm going to have to grade you down. So the Lockett end is the northern end, and the Coventry end is the southern end. So that's the Coventry end. That is where the Brisbane Lions will be going in this opening term. Carlton and the Brisbane Lions, the start of an enormous weekend on the AFL calendar. Round grey teen begins here on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
All in readiness, as Carlton fans are hoping to see some response tonight against the reigning premiers. McInerney in his return wins down the opening tap against Pitnet, but it's Chera who gets the hand pass for the Blues to Cowan. Out on the wing to Fantasia. He's corralled by Dunkley, sends it up towards half forward. In from the side, Fletcher takes the intercepting mark, and they look to attack once more up to Bailey. Just couldn't take a clean mark with Fantasia getting back. Hand pass to Lockie Neal, works it up to left half forward. One way from Dunkley, then the other gets around Fantasia. Hand pass back to Lockie Neal. Drives the Brisbane Lions inside 50. Big Pat forms. It's spoiled down in the end. Bounces off Logan Morris. And Pitnet gets a hand pass back, links it with Haynes, and Wiedering almost dragged down by Charlie Curnow. Just got the hand pass away. 1-2 with Haynes to Doherty, hemmed into the back pocket. Berry lays the tackle, he just kicks a high ball up and under. Chera can't take the mark. Chance here for Carrolls, whose hand pass is out in front of O'Farrell, and a chance no, they can't clear it. It's still locked inside the Brisbane forward 50.
Because the Lions are on early. Their pressure already has been right up in the face of Carlton. A couple of rush little kicks and handballs there, which I mean they just need to settle Carlton.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Deletio, Mark Murphy, your analyst tonight, as always in Melbourne throughout the season. From the boundary throw-in, Fantasia from the back pocket, kicks down the wing, but a turnover. And Answorth with the intercept mark. One of their 20 premiership players out there tonight, just the 3 absent. More on that in a moment as Answorth into the forward pocket. McInerney down there, no mark, spills to Bailey. Oh, jams it on the boot, but misses out to the right. The dangerous lids, right where he needs to be, the Brisbane small forward.
Yeah, let him go at your peril. His ability to put yards on people in a short space of time is as good as any.
Mitch McGovern looks to bring the Blues back into play. That's not a great start. His kick is chopped off by Fletcher. Hand pass inboard to Alchi. Here's Bailey to make them pay again. He misses to the left-hand side. So booted 5 goals, 1 last week. Has 2 behinds to start proceedings here. The Lions on the board through the opening 2 minutes. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Probably remiss of me not to mention in my opening gambit about the stadium here. It is probably half empty, I would say. I guess it depends whether your stadium half full or half empty, but there's not a lot of Blues fans in attendance tonight.
Thanks, Ben. And Clinchy said earlier, 36,000, the lowest home crowd of the year so far, as Young down to Moyer, turns and kicks inside 50, but a turnover. And Zorko with the intercept mark, centre half back for Brisbane. Long kick out to the wing, wants Cameron, hugs it to his chest, just in front of the pressure from Carroll. Low trajectory drop punt, finds Archie, outer edge of the centre square. Brisbane with 2 behinds, both off the boot. Zach Bailey to start, looks inside to Neal, marks, hand pass away to Dunkley, handball to Fletcher, he gives it to Starcevic, who loads up with the home run drop punt, won't quite get there, and punched away by Wiedering. Out of play, boundary throw in forward pocket for Brisbane, and they've kicked the first 2 behinds of the game.
Just that transition then from Carlton was a bit ordinary, wasn't it? Brisbane just was stacked up through the midfield, so Lockie Neal and Dunkley just sitting there in the corridor by themselves.
3 inside 50s to 1 the way of the Brisbane Lions. Tap down to the front. McCluggage can't get a disposal away. Doherty with the ball stuck at his bootlaces. Can't take it cleanly. Sliding in Cowan, trying to spin out of a tackle from Rayner. Close to the boundary line. Chera hugged in. Has to just bang a kick up the wing. Answorth used his body well. Can't control the mark though, as Fogarty comes over the top and the ball is locked up 75 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal. The Lions by 2 points. They've scored the opening 2 behind so far through Zach Bailey. As Chincotta is looking to come in to do his defensive role. He's alongside McCluggage as this stoppage spills out the way of Patrick Cripps. Can't take it. Cowan taps it towards the boundary line and it rolls across 45 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal.
Yeah, Chincotta started in a half-forward flank and Zach Williams started in the centre square bounce, and just a straight swap there, straight to McCluggage for Chincotta.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. McInerney palms it down. Rayner passing through. Hand pass picked off. Doherty floats a kick down the wing for the Blues. In front of the benches. Leicester hit hard in the tackle from De Koning. Ball comes out. Answorth to Andrews. And now to Neal. Goes all the way back by hand to Starcevic, and the switch is on. Long kick to Fletcher. He pokes the pass out to the wing, wants Hipwood, can't mark, now he knocks it away, in trouble. Young collects for the Blues, runs straight into the tackle, and he's held up by Fletcher. And we'll have a ball up on that City wing. Brisbane with the opening 2 scores, both behinds to Zach Bailey, 4.5 minutes in.
5 inside 50s to 1 the way of the Brisbane Lions early, their 5th trip to Victoria so far this season. Pitnet wins down the tap against McInerney. Chera can't take it cleanly. Spills out the way of Lohman. Hand pass too slick for Hipwood. Neal tries to knock it forward for the Brisbane Lions, and Chincotta gets over the footy. Hand pass forward, but only as far as McInerney. He's stripped of it. The Brisbane Lions get it back to Zorko. Spins out of traffic, lost his footing. Hand pass to Rayner. Has to try and break the Williams tackle. He does so. Hand pass to Berry. He lost the footy in the process. And Fogarty gathers for Carlton. Hand pass to Haynes, to Doherty, to Williams. Chopped off at the end. Down low, Dunkley gets a hand pass forward to McCluggage. They're streaming through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Berry. Steadies from 45. There's your opening goal. The Brisbane Lions streaming through the middle of the ground. And in the end, it was left up to Jared Berry to do the finishing touches and kicks the Brisbane Lions their first goal. 1-2-8 to Carlton yet to score. 6 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, originally it was good pressure from Carlton, but they probably went for one too many handballs, and Brisbane are just so good with their pressure around the contest. And we just saw the polish from Brisbane. Once they did get it to the outside, it was just 2 handballs, bang, goal. So that's where the dangerous part is for Carlton at the moment, is that once you get shoulders out, you've actually just got to kick it and try and find a target. You can't have too many handballs around the contest because Brisbane will cut you up.
Josh Dunkley, well done. He's the one who got the hand in there to stop that Carlton 4A forward.
Looking a little ominous.
It is.
6-1, the forward 50 count. Well, the inside 50 count to start the game. As Pitternet doing the ruck work, palms it down. Cripps bowled over by Bailey. All okay, said the ump, and then Will Ashcroft and Doherty wrestle for it. Sam Doherty, of course, off contract for next season. Much loved Carlton veteran. As Hewitt got a hand pass out towards Chincotta, squeezes a kick away for the Blues. It'll sit for Answorth though. Brisbane win it back on halfway. They've done this so well already tonight in the limited sample size. Gives it to Will Ashcroft. Kicks down to half forward. Morris leaps for it. No mark. And Haynes hangs it inside the boundary line. Keeps it alive for the Blues. Cowan ran into the umpire. Horrid turnover. Rayner wins it. Handball away to Cameron. Makes him pay with a goal. And that is a calamity straight out of the gates for Carlton. Haynes didn't let it go out. Kept it alive. Cowan bangs bodies with the umpire. And it leads to a Brisbane goal. And is that a forerunner for what's to come? 7.5 minutes in. Brisbane, 2-2-14, Carlton, scoreless. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, Murph and Lids.
Well, when it's not going your way, it's certainly not going your way. And then Haynes keeps the ball in, goes for a 45 kick on the inside.
It was a right kick.
Perfect kick to Cowan. But unfortunately for his sake, there was an umpire standing right there. Cowan's run straight into the umpire, and the ball lands in a Brisbane's lap, really. And just a goal as a result. But the options certainly there, just got in the way of an umpire.
What's your take on that one, Lids? There's been a lot of talk about umpire contact. There was the Nate Caddy one last week.
I heard Adam Simpson talking about it today on the radio, that with the 4 umpires, they're going to be in spots where they're going to get in the way. Unfortunately, that's what happened there.
Fought into the ruck against Pitnet, does the roving and the ruck work. Gets a kick up towards half forward, but Cowan takes intercepting mark for the Blues. The kick is over the head of Cripps' head. Dunkley takes the intercepting mark, drives it long. Hipwood's at the top of the goal square. McGovern can't get back. Trying to defend 2 players, Charlie Cameron and Eric Hipwood. And unfortunately, it was just a poor error from Cowan, and Brisbane straight down the pipe.
Yeah, that's just you just can't.
You can't defend that. You cannot defend that, Murph. I could see your head going to your hands there because it was a slow decision, but then he overcooked it. It was a bad kick from Cowan. You're wanting to be going for those kicks, but you just got to hit a 15-metre pass, don't you?
Yep. 22 goals of the season for Eric Hipwood. As he starts his approach, slightly right of centre, only about 15 metres out. Hipwood comes in for the 3rd goal in the match for the Brisbane Lions, and he puts it through. So that's 3 goals in about 4 minutes, and the signs are concerning for Carlton fans. Brisbane by 20 points, 3-2-20. Carlton yet to score. They've been inside 50 on just one occasion. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, that's right, Clinchy. 8-1 on the inside 50 count, and 2 just critical turnovers that have led straight to Brisbane goals. One, the umpire getting in the way, and then that one from Cowan. That's just a 15-metre kick straight up the pipe to the wrong bloke. So you can't stop playing that way, but it's eventually it just keeps on breaking you down if you keep on missing these targets and getting goals as a result.
Only the West Coast Eagles are a worse kicking efficiency side than the Blues, and they're looking like that at the moment.
20 points in 10 minutes for Brisbane, and Carlton scoreless. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. They're getting a free out of the middle here. It's meant to be going to Cripps. Fantasia wants to take the advantage. And the ump saying no, it needs to come back. Charlie Curnow, basically in one drop punt, returns it. And a goal square at one end. And Cripps gives a handball away to Nick Haynes, peeling around the back, kicks to the hot spot. Andrews is there, no mark. Fogarty got a hand pass away. Fantasia throws it on the boot and goals. And Carlton are in business. And dare I say it, after just 11 minutes, but much needed, the Blues on the board. So 1 straight, Brisbane 3-2. And a 14-point advantage for the Lions. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I've been watching that little duel out there on the wing in Bailey v Fantasia, because they've both been giving each other a little bit of a leg rope. And on that occasion, when it's going inside your defensive 50, Zach, I reckon, as good as you are offensively, you've got... Oh, now he's just made the change. Smart. As soon as you get a goal kicked on, you go to the other wing.
Go to the other wing.
Yeah, it wasn't you. But you've got to be closer to your man as he's going in. He's like, he realised as it's going through the goals, it's like, that was me, boys. Got to put your hand up and own that one, and probably come up in the review.
Yeah, good contest in the air, and then a really good ground ball get from Fogarty, who was where every small forward should be, right at the drop of the ball. Dished out to Fantasia, good kick.
Gives them something to build on. Koenig into the ruck up against McInerney. Tapped down to the front with McCluggage. In fact, it's trying to break through the Chera tackle. Can't do so. And the umpire will ball it up. Koenig bounces into McInerney. Wins down the tap. Levi Ashcroft couldn't take it cleanly. Chincotta knocks it out for the Blues, but straight to Dunkley. Out past to McCluggage. Away to Berry. He jags it around his body. It's over the head of Archie, though. McGovern back with the flight. Hasn't dealt with it yet. Out pass into the back pocket for Haynes. He runs away. from Archie. Chips a ball to Chera. And takes the mark just 15 metres out from his defensive goal. So it's a little jittery. The Blues trying to find an avenue out of defence. As Chera looks out towards half-back. Sets the ball in the direction of O'Farrell. It's bowled away from him. He follows up with a tackle on Eric Hipwood, and the ball goes out of play for a throw-in. Brisbane by 14 points, 3-2-20 to Carlton 1 straight 6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Subs are Gardner and Lord. The Lions and the Blues, no late change. And boundary throwing. McInerney palms it down. Hewitt's tackled straight away. We'll have a ball up, same spot. 12 and a half minutes in, 14-point lead for the Lions. Coney now rucking. And I thought wins a free kick, might have given one away. In fact, it's against Chincotta for a hold at the stoppage.
Yeah, just didn't allow him access to the contest.
McCluggage will get it. Pokes it inside a crowded forward 50. There's another free kick.
Arms around, was it?
It's going Brisbane's way. Out of zone umpire all over it.
Yeah, as soon as your arms go around, Corb, it's a dead giveaway for the umpires. Young Harry O'Farrell just got caught out of position there on a much bigger, far more experienced player in Hipwood. As soon as those arms go around the waist, there goes the whistle.
There wasn't really much in that.
There wasn't. Not a thing.
Yeah, that's right.
He's called that 50 metres away, Lee Fisher, but he doesn't like it.
We had two umpires right near it who didn't call it. So
the umpire, by the way, who collided with Lockie Cowan was Andrew Heffernan. Robert O'Gorman is out there, who was the one who collided with Nate Caddy last week, but not the same umpire. It's not as if he's
a magnet.
He's found contact 2 weeks in a row. Barely any noise in the stadium at all as Hipwood skips in looking for his second, then on somewhat of a goalless run as he misses out to the right and behind. Hipwood coming into the game has kicked only 3 goals in his last 7 matches. He's got 1 already, so make it 4 in 8. Ben Cameron's on the boundary, the Lions by 15.
Sam Doherty has come to the bench. He's getting treated for a cut just beneath his left eye. Looks like he's been partaking in the sweet science.
McGovern straight down the middle. Thanks, Ben. Spoiled down, though, by Harris Andrews. Will Ashcroft gets involved. Hand pass to Ainsworth. Back to Ashcroft. Combines with younger brother Levi. Off the outside of the boot. Kicks over the head of Hipwood. And O'Farrell comes charging out and takes the mark for the Blues. Pick 40 in 2024. Veers out to the right and sends it up the wing. In the direction of Charlie Curnow, who rises to take the mark. So just the second time in his career has been held goalless in the last 3 weeks. He was involved in 10 score assists, though, last week. Kicks up towards Jesse Motlop. That's a great pass. Finds him hard against the boundary line at right half forward. He can turn and come inboard to Hewitt. Still 60 out, not called 15, so tackled immediately. Somehow had to get rid of it, and he couldn't, holding the ball. Ainsworth wins the free kick for the Brisbane Lions across half-back. The Lions by 15 points.
Loose kick, but got it to his intended target in Dunkley. Away to Will Ashcroft. Handball to Fort. He dishes it off to Rayner. Kicks up over halfway. Bailey clever. Little toe poke inside the forward 50. Oh, O'Farrell copped an unkind bounce. Hipwood wins it. Stands up in the tackle. Hipwood miscues it. Out of bounds. Miskicks it even. Out of bounds on the full. 15 and a half minutes in. No change to that score. Brisbane 3-3. Carlton 1 straight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change coming in. Lord and Gardner, the 2 subs.
He's got the set, Errol. Eric, one out on the 1 goal, 1 out in the full, and 1 behind as the long clearing kick chopped off, and Fort just bangs it back inside 50. Archie close against the boundary line, and O'Farrell is tackled across, and the Carlton players weren't all that thrilled by that treatment, including Ollie Hollands, and the umpire will throw it in. Left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. They lead by 15 points, 13-2. The inside 50 is the way of the Brisbane Lions here. Umpire in readiness to throw it back in. Dunkley on the move, trying to put a block on for Lohman. As McInerney got it down, Hollands' hand pass to De Koning. Carlton out of defence with a hand pass to Cripps. Drives the ball up towards the wing. Moyer tried to shove Harris Andrews out of the way, but he juggles the mark. The co-captain for the Brisbane Lions turns and comes inboard to Darcy Wilmot.
Wilmot across the ground to Fletcher. Both those 2 gentlemen have played every game since debuting, both Wilmot and Fletcher. Fletcher now inside the forward 50. Into a pack. Lohman at the back of it. The ball spills down. Scooped up by the Blues. Hand pass from Cowan. Away towards Carroll, who kicks along the boundary line, and a mark just.
Full, wasn't it?
Oh.
think it was touched by Fletcher on the way through. But just the worrying thing for mine...
Could have been a mark, could have been touched, could have been out on the full, and in the end it's a boundary throw.
Just from contest to contest, Brisbane outnumbering, working harder, I think getting from one contest to the next.
15 points is Brisbane's lead in the inside 50 count, 14-2. And the boundary throw-in, first meaningful touch, Will Ashcroft tumbles a kick inside 50, Hipwood trying to evade, O'Farrell lays a good tackle, spun him around, holding the ball.
Good call.
And O'Farrell wins possession, Cripps takes the advantage.
Up towards Curnow and Williams, Curnow juggles the mark. They all stream past him, he looks up inside 50. Moyer one-on-one, Harris Andrews makes early body contact, makes the spoil. Moyer onto it, bumped in the end by Answorth as he kicks towards the pocket. Answorth races back after and he's tapped it over the boundary line by Jesse Motlop, and a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Blues. Just their third inside 50. Ben Cameron down on the boundary.
Oh, it was just my angle of that out of bounds on the full. I was about to say that I thought it was clearly out of bounds on the full. Then I got a replay, and I do think there was a touch from Fletcher. So my apologies to the boundary umpire.
Shallow throw in, Ford in front, wins down the tap against De Koning. They all set upon Harris Andrews, Moyer and Tom De Koning to lock the ball in the forward 50 for the Blues.
We got pretty good boundary umpires tonight, don't we, Ben?
Our very own, the ABC's Ian Burrows. So Buzzy's out there straddling the boundary line right in front of me at the moment.
Never question him again as the ball heads down the wing for the Lions. Picked off though, Hewitt. Hand pass away to Carroll. Gives a handball over back to Hewitt. High half forward. Kicks a high bomb inside the forward 50. Durden went for a ride. Very unrealistic and a free kick for Brisbane.
Yeah, it's just silly going for that mark. He's just got to try and engage his opponent or just get front and centre. That's you're not going to take them.
Lions wearing their jumper paint homage to old Fitzroy, all in red with the yellow line and the blue chest, the white shorts. And Carlton all in the navy blue with the white monogram. And that was a errant kick out of defence there from Noah Answorth. Forces a neutral ball scenario. We'll have a ball up 60 metres out from the Carlton goal at left half forward. Lions by 15.
Fort wins down the tap against De Koning, but it's Hewitt for the Blues. Hand pass to Carroll, draws an opponent. Gets a hand pass away to Chera, drives it inside 50. No one home for Carlton. Fletcher dropped the mark though. Hand pass as he regathers it to Zorko. Away to Levi Ashcroft. Across half back to Bailey and back to Fletcher, one way then the other. Little clever dribble pick from Zorko. It'll work at half back. Links up with Bailey. He chips a kick up the wing as Archie takes the mark. Now the interesting next kick as he kicks it up to Morris. The Carlton defence, Jacob Wiedering happy to lead him up the ground. So Morris plays on, veers out to the right. It's a wheat bag as he kicks it inside 50, brought down by Berry. Here's Bailey who kicks off the outside of the boot and he misses to the right. 3 behinds for Zach Bailey after booting 5 goals won last week.
Was a free kick too. Yeah, they had a free kick for interference in the marking contest too against Ollie Hollins, but I don't think Bailey heard the whistle and he's kicked his 3rd behind of the quarter.
Jeez. Highest rated game of his career last week. Zach Bailey was everywhere in that win against Port. Long kick out wide from the Blues, but picked off Berry. Strong intercept mark on the Cowan kick out. Here's Jared Berry back in his home state. Kicks down to half forward. They all fly for it. Rayner in the pack. Ball spills down towards Hewitt. He's tackled and held up by Morris. Says I'll have it 45 metres out from the Brisbane goal. Mark in Adelaide off the SMS. What is the estimate of the crowd figure? You got a nearest to the pin for us?
26. 27.
6. Oh, jeez. And the ball up. Rayner trying to fight through it. Got a handball away to Berry, to Will Ashcroft. Goes back by hand to Lester. And now to Neal. Takes a bit of ground. Low trajectory kick back in ball to turnover. And Chera gives it away to Krebs. Oh, hand pass picked off. Bailey bangs it back inside 50. It'll pitch and roll and stay alive as Carroll keeps it in for the Blues.
Only momentarily. McGovern very close to the boundary line as Hewitt takes it. The umpire right there on point and says it was inside the field of play. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Do you reckon it's over 30,000?
Just under at the moment. I've got about 28 and a half.
Up towards Charlie Curnow, who controls it with his right arm and takes a one-handed mark. He kicks a absolute bullet in the middle of the ground, which finds Jesse Motlop. He can switch to the other side of the ground where Haynes is on his own. He looks further lateral and kicks out towards Fantasia. Spoiled at the last moment, but he had enough of it to be paid the mark. Between wing and half forward, Orazio tries to dash away and gain a few metres into the pocket looking for Williams. Getting there late was Durden. He gathers, but Starcevic gathers him. And takes him over the boundary line for a throw-in. Just the 6th inside 50 for the Blues for the match. Brisbane have had 18 at the other end. The Lions lead by 16 points. 22 minutes gone opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Geez, a good field kick for Charlie Curnow. So we know what he can do in front of the sticks as Pitternet palms it down. Wilmot has it wrestled from him. Dunkley, hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Tumbles a kick out of defence. Hewitt got it back for the Blues. Hand pass to Flynn Young. He's met a heavy tackle from Rayner. Caught high.
That was aggressive.
Yeah, welcome to the AFL. That tackle from Cam Rayner, that is just aggressive. They ragdolled him.
Lohman missed the first one on Hewitt, and I don't think Rayner was missing the next one.
Flynn Young, the lefty, kicks it to full forward through the hands of Hollands. Mopped up by Williams, gets his leg free, hooks it through for a goal. And Carlton have kicked a couple on the bounce. They've been almost a dozen minutes apart, but they count all the same. Brisbane 3-4 to 2 straight, and Carlton draw within 10 points after being 20 down early. We are now 23 minutes into the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's their class. You saw it last week. Kicked a 3, I think last week, wasn't it? Leeds against Collingwood, Zachy Williams. But then just great take and then good little step just through some traffic. There was probably 3 opponents that were all within 2 or 3 metres of himself, but it just understood where the space was, stepped through, and great snap. Just knows where the goals are. So the more he can get the ball in his hands, the better off they're going to be inside that forward 50.
Up to 18 goals for the season. He kicked 3 goals against the Magpies as their leading goal scorer last week and was subbed out of the match.
With a knee or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't feel like a 10-point margin, and yet Carlton fans are thinking 2 consecutive goals, and all of a sudden we're right back in this. Back in the middle of the ground. Pitnet wins down the tap against Fort. Gets it to Captain Cripps, who kicks a high ball up towards the top of the 50. Trying to get a hand free was Young. He'll get back onto it here. 1-2. Run down in the end. Lockie Neal got him. Holding the ball, and Brisbane take the advantage. McCluggage through the middle of the ground. Kicks for LG. Doherty got back. Got a fist in there. Racing back is Carroll. At the top of the defensive 50s. Hand pass missed the target. The Brisbane Lions just knock it forward. Zorko gets it away. Rayner on the run. He fires on goal and puts it through for the Brisbane Lions. Carlton just a hand pass in traffic, couldn't find a way through, and Brisbane immediately answer back to restore a 16-point lead. 4-4-28. It's a Carlton 2 straight 12. Cam Rayner with his first of the match.
Well, who was that player that was trying to pick up that ground ball there?
Carroll.
He went via the cape to try and get that, didn't he? Like, he just couldn't turn.
It was one of those balls spinning on itself, and it looked a bit awkward to try and take, but he certainly ran around it.
Yeah, it was a great spoil by Doherty to get back and cut that one off, but he just... and then as soon as that happened, all the pressure just came, didn't it?
Yeah, he reached for it, but you'd like to have that one again, but they make you pay. Good sides make you pay. And
they had 5 or 6 of them, didn't they? All putting on that pressure, coming in a wave. Great work from Lockie Neal off the centre bounce.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy. Our number 1 picks, and the Lions by 16 points. So we close in on quarter time, and Cripps tackles the man charging through in McCluggage, and somehow Hugh's been pinged for holding the ball.
Is it because he had one arm free? I don't know.
I think so, but still, he's going to have some opportunity to get rid of it.
Cripps, with a no kicking hat on today, lays off another handball, this time to Cowan, who kicks inside the forward pocket. Oh, there's a mark in all of that. And Curnow comes down with it. There was about 4 in the pack, stuck up the jukes, and he's got it.
Yeah, he started very well tonight, Charlie Curnow. His ground kicking around the ground's been terrific. He's taken some good grabs. He looks sharp. Well, I'm nervous him going on his left foot though here, Lids.
This is the main bit. So for all his good kicking around the ground, can he finish? No. Misses on the near side. Left foot snap across the body. Brisbane by 15 points, 26 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Kicked 3 behinds last week. Charlie Curnow, here's a chance again for the Blues. A turnover. Patrick Cripps fires on goal, and he misses to the right-hand side. Could he have potentially have given that off?
Yeah.
It's a 14-point lead the Brisbane Lions way.
I mentioned he had the no kicking hat on.
Yeah, he should have just popped that to the top of the square. There was 2v1.
Zane Zorko gets away with a kick in there.
To Bailey, who's a long way from home, swings it across the goal face to Fletcher. Back pocket for Brisbane, short kick to Starcevic. 14-point lead, Lions on top, 4-4 to 2-2. 27 minutes in, start of round 18. What a weekend it is. With 3 battles on Saturday with top 9 teams all against one another, and of course the blockbuster game on the Glitter Strip tomorrow night, Gold Coast and Collingwood. You'll hear it all on ABC Sport across the weekend as Brisbane switch once and twice, and then Rayner with the go forward kick puts it out on the full. So Haynes invited back in, and Carlton will get it. Short to Hollands, and Hollands shifts across the half-back line to Doherty.
Possession number 10 for Nick Haynes alongside Josh Dunkley as well. The Blues trying to switch it out to the far side. Fantasia bumped off it by Berry. Zach Williams gathers, turns a circle, drives it long to the goal square. Moyer sets himself and juggles the mark. Fletcher trying to get back there, couldn't get a fist in. And it's a good mark from Ashton Moyer. Now he just has to finish in the right forward pocket, only about 10 metres out from goal.
No issues for this kid finishing here. He's equally as good on his left as he is his right. So I'd imagine he
build up.
Ashton Moyer opens up the angle, snaps it through on his left and misses.
You're kidding me.
The Brett Delidio kick, a kiss of death has brought him undone.
Can you believe that build up from Leeds before he
come in a lot closer, young Ashton, and just pop that through. Easy as you like.
13-point lead Brisbane's way. We can't script this stuff, Colby.
He was in a rush.
The old commentator's curse.
What it was great ball movement to get it from there. That was the inside 50 kick and then go through the corridor, had numbers, get it inside 50 quick.
Brisbane by 13. Bailey long down the wing.
Did Pitternet mark it?
Carlton marking all of that from Pitternet, not paid. Fort wrestles it from him, bangs it forward. Carlton win it back though. Cripps to McGovern. Hand pass missed the intended target. Starcevic for Brisbane. Handball away to Rayner. He gives it to Zorko. Now Brisbane in transition. They are tearing forward. And Morris will mark uncontested. 15 out dead in front.
Well, it was a flick over the head from McGovern, who just got a little bit too happy with the handball, the no-look handball through the corridor. You just got to be a bit more diligent with your hands when you're
That's a mark.
trying to handball the ball through the corridor, but they were trying to chain through and get one out the back, but unfortunately they turned the ball over in a really bad position, and then Brisbane just had all the outside numbers who just went off to the races ahead of the football.
They kicked 8 goals in the opening term last Saturday night off the short week. Brisbane, this for a 5-goal opening quarter. Morris got it. And Brisbane are feeding under the roof at Docklands. And a hot start for the Lions, and they prey on teams off turnover. And we saw that on display there. 5-4 to 2-3. Brisbane by 19 points. 29.5 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Murph and Leeds.
It was they're probably dwelling on the fact that mark should have been paid to Big Brad Pitney.
Yep.
But that was Darcy Ford just wrestled it out of his hand.
Big Brad.
Yeah, Big Brad. Did you not know his nickname was Brad? Yeah.
For all our listeners, his name's Mark, but
The story behind Brad?
I don't know.
Brad Pitt.
Well,
Okay.
Sorry, I'll get a picture out and draw it next time.
Thanks for explaining that to me.
I had no idea I played with him.
I'm out of form with nicknames, so after last week's.
Anyway, they got him on
Keep going.
turnover, and away they went.
Yeah. That's it.
Logan Morris, great finish.
Say less.
The Blues to rue the 3 behinds in which they couldn't quite manage, and it's back to a 19-point margin. Back in the middle of the ground, Cripps gets it off the pit net tackle. Brad Pritt himself as Neil can't gather. Got it away to Berry. Hand pass away to Will Ashcroft through the middle of the ground. Haynes trying to deal with it. Got it down to Cripps. He turns and gets a hand pass away to Ollie Hollands. Out on the wing, he chips it out to Motlop. Has it between wing and half forward. Trying to get 50 against Zorko. He thought moved on the mark. Hand pass away to Hollands over the top to Doherty. Back inboard to Motlop though. Had to come to a halt though. Chips it into the pocket. Not quite on the same page. And Leicester takes an intercepting mark against Charlie Curto in the right back pocket for Brisbane. Brisbane by 19 points as he chips it out. And the mark is taken by Dane Zorko.
19 points, the lead for the reigning premiers as Zorko goes back with the kick to Archie. In September he had last year, Kel Archie. Contest kick to the wing. Rayner leaps up for it, no mark. Motlop knocks it away to Doherty. Doherty trying to give it back to him. Motlop under pressure. Neil got it out, and then his opposing number, Cripps, skids out with the footy.
That last foray forward, you wonder if that's how the coaches are drawing it up. Let's try and make it up by hands and see how we can go. I know they want to try and play fast, but sometimes you've got to play footy and understand the game as well, Murph.
Umpire Burrows swings it back into play. The ball spills front and centre for Neil. Got a hand pass out, ball bobbles up. Hewitt got it, tackled. Got a handball away. Wilmot, a few fumbles. Now lays an egg. The umpire says, I'll have it. So ball up here, half forward for the Blues.
I think what we're seeing too is just a little bit of the detail with their hands aren't quite there compared to Brisbane. They're a lot more polished, aren't they? Whereas Carlton are still missing those handballs from probably 5 to 10 metres away where they should be hitting them.
Fought down to Dunkley, holding the ball as Mark Pitnet got him. Free kick going Carlton's way, left half forward as the siren sounds. For quarter time.
Has to.
Brad.
And Mark Pitnet with the man on the mark standing about 52 metres out. Surely has no option but to go for a barrel.
Has Brad got it in him?
I think he's just been told to go for it. He had a smile.
Mark Pitnet with a torpedo. He's got flight to it. He's got the journey. I think it does. There's something to try and lift your Blue Baggers. The Carlton ruckman with the most unlikely barrel, channeling his best Malcolm Blight. Brisbane lead by just 13 points at quarter time. Something out of nothing to lift Carlton, and he is high-fiving every Blues player at the moment. A moment to savour for Brad Pitnet as he sent it sailing through. Quick reaction from Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Brisbane by 13 points, 5-4-34 to the Blues, 3-3-21.
That's why he come to the footy.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
That's why he come to the footy.
I remember Toby Green did it a couple of years ago, and it just lifts the crowd when you see a big... Because how often...
They're up early too, the crowd.
What percentage do we say
they're usually mungs. They're usually Black Hawk Downs.
Even going straight, I didn't think it would have the journey.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that big.
Just carried, didn't it?
It's probably, 1 in 20?
Yeah.
1 in 25?
I reckon you've been generous there to Brad.
Jeez. I meant even just for there's a competition.
Oh, it's competition. No, I thought you meant for likelihood of Brad hitting
He's 1-1 the time I've seen.
He's 1 from 1.
Yeah,
he's
there's
1
no
from
worry
1.
about that. He's all over it, Mr. Mark Brad Pitnet. Quarter time. Brisbane by 13 points, 5-4-34. Carlton 3-3-21. All of a sudden, a little game is broken out after Brisbane kicked the first 3. We were worried about Carlton, it must be said at that stage, and even when they fell 5-2 down. But the big torp after the quarter-time siren gets Carlton back in the ball game. Brisbane by 13. The goal kickers, Berry, Morris, Rayner, Cameron, Hipwood, all with 1 each for the Lions. And for Carlton, Williams, Fantasia, and Brad Pitnet all have 1 each. Thoughts of Murph and Leeds coming up in just a moment. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Where else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz, boiled by kids, and of course...
Do not watch this show!
Find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Down low, Dunkley gets a hand pass forward to McCluggage. They're streaming through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Berry, steadies from 45. There's your opening goal. The Brisbane Lions streaming through the middle of the ground.
And Haynes hangs it inside the boundary line. Keeps it alive for the Blues. Cowan ran into the umpire. Horrid turnover. Rayner wins it. Handball away to Cameron. Makes him pay with a goal. And that is a calamity straight out of the gates for Carlton. Glenn Young, the lefty, kicks it to full forward through the hands of Hollands. Mopped up by Williams, gets his leg free, hooks it through for a goal. And Carlton have kicked a couple on the bounce.
The Brisbane Lions just knock it forward. Zorko gets it away. Rayner on the run. He fires on goal and puts it through for the Brisbane Lions. Carlton just a hand pass in traffic, couldn't find a way through. And Brisbane immediately answer back to restore a 16-point lead.
Brisbane is for a 5-goal opening quarter. Morris got it. And Brisbane are feeding under the roof at Docklands.
And Mark Pitnet with the man on the mark standing about 52 metres out. Surely has no option but to go for a barrel. Mark Pitnet with a torpedo. He's got flight to it. He's got the journey. I think it does. There's something to try and lift your Blue Baggers. The Carlton ruckman with the most unlikely barrel, channeling his best Malcolm Blight.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Brisbane by 13 points at quarter time off the SMS Rob in Greensborough. What was that umpire thinking? Going straight into the play. The bloke in yellow deserves the suspension for that. That was after Andrew Heffernan collided with Lockie Cowan in that opening term. You might have heard it there in the highlights, and it obviously led to that goal by Charlie Cameron. Just ahead of Murph and Leeds, Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben?
Zach Bailey came off just before, or just as it went to quarter time there, and straight down into the rooms to get his hamstring assessed. So he's felt some tightness there, and we wait to get an official word out of Brisbane.
Red hot at the moment. Zach Bailey coming off his the best game of his career last week against Port Adelaide with 5 goals. He's kicked 3 behinds in the opening term, and some concern in the Brisbane rooms. Lions by 13 points. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
I think Leeds after the first probably 8 or 9 minutes, they got their game up and going, Carl.
Yeah,
so, I think early days it was, this doesn't look great. They were getting beaten around the contest, and then I thought from contest to contest, Brisbane were just outnumbering Carlton, and then kind of started to work their way back into the game. I think it was 8-1 inside 50s earlier in that quarter, so they finished at 20-12 in favour of Brisbane. So they started to even up the contest, but just those poor skill errors still really hurting Carlton Footy Club, and Brisbane really capitalised on the back of that. But I'll tell you what that last goal does, it shows to the Carlton players football's fun sometimes. So I think play with more risk and more dare, and you never know what's going to come your way. I think that's a good little spark for them going into that quarter-time break, is a really much-loved player, teammate that Mark Pitney is to his teammates, that hopefully that's a spark they can get themselves going in this second quarter.
Best torpedoes since when?
Since Toby's.
Well, we haven't seen a ruckman do one like that in how long?
Mate, it's a long way from the hand of foot for the ruckman. But I mean, the odds of it actually spinning right is one thing, but then 2 to be accurate between 2 big posts, that's another. I think you hit the nail on the head, Murphy, is that they've got to continue to try and play with dare. They're winning the clearances, which is a start against the star-studded Brisbane midfield. So give your forwards an opportunity. Charlie Curnow's hands look right on. He looks right on. Really Zachy Williams has got his hands on the footy a couple of times. But in saying all that, if Zach Bailey kicks straight, this game's probably blown out early in quarter time, and we're probably talking a little bit differently. But bad kicking is bad footy.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben, the umpire incident in that opening term?
Yeah, so Andrew Heffernan was the umpire, clattered into there by Cowan. So comes obviously after last week with the incident we saw with Nate Caddy. I mean, this game's got an incredible ability, doesn't it? After the AFL comes out and says they want to crack down on umpire contact. Largely, I think they're speaking about around stoppages, and yet we see different instances of player contact with umpires around the ground.
After the repeat ball up, Brisbane work it out of congestion. Dunkley to Levi Ashcroft, hits up Cameron. That leading lane at left half forward, and he marks about 45 out.
And that's how you draw it up. We're talking about Carlton and their ability to make up the play that the coaches want executed. Well, that's exactly what you're asking for if you're Chris Fagan. Win the ball at the stoppage, draw in your opponents, get them on the outside, quick hands. Look at that, sharp hands inside. Ashcroft, Rayner involved, Dunkley to Ashcroft on the outside. Missed that one going the other way. This one nails it.
Charlie Cameron coming off 3 last week. His right-footed drop punt from right on 50. He celebrates before it's even sailed through. Multiple goals again tonight for Charlie. He's got his second. And Brisbane move to 6-4. They lead Carlton, who are 3-3, 70 seconds into the second term. They get that Pitternet torp right back. Lions by 19, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, they certainly do. They squash any form of momentum and energy, don't they, out of that quarter-time break from that Mark Pitternet goal into a stoppage, straight-away goal to Charlie Cameron. But would have been interested to hear what Chris Fagan said at quarter-time, because every player then got around Charlie Cameron. Do you notice that, Lids? So I wasn't sure if it's a milestone goal game for the Corbs. No, he's not. So
game
maybe
number 244, goal number 423.
Yeah, so they're not marking any milestone there. So it might have been just an energy sort of, maybe something that Chris Fagan brought up at quarter time he wanted to see from his team.
First multiple goal scorer of the game so far. Charlie Cameron back in the middle of the ground. Umpire calls a free kick for a holder. It's going the way of Lockie Neal. Gets the hand pass away to the run of Dane Zorko. Through the middle of the ground. Kicks looking for Darcy Ford. McGovern brought it down. Didn't hang on to the mark. Has to try and redeem himself. Hand pass to Hewitt. Hand pass to Chera. 2 slip for Holland. Not sure it was intended for him. Cowan bumps into Berry. Ball spills out. The 2 compete for it. Chincotta in down low. Rayner just wrestles it clear. Hand pass to Lohman, who kicks to the top of the goal square. And sliding in, Wiedering takes the mark for the Blues. Hand pass around the back as O'Farrell takes 2 bounces, looks up the wing, kicks to DeConey in a 1-on-1 against Harris Andrews. It clears a path for Cripps. Clean pickup, got it away to TDK, looks up to half forward. Durden the target, can't take the mark. Answorth chopped the arms in the eyes of the umpire. Free kick Carlton's way at half forward.
Boy from Golden Grove in South Australia out of Centrals. Corey Durden kicks to the hot spot. Punched away by Andrews, close to the boundary line. Fletcher's pretty happy to let it roll out, and a boundary throw-in.
Just had to try and get back as quick as possible there. Charlie Curnow, was only really him and one other pair ahead of the football, and just took too long to get the ball in there, and Berry ended up getting back as that offside winger, and Harris Andrews ended up getting back and filling the hole.
Boundary throw-in, forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Rucks miss it. Motlop hits it up speed in that famous number 3, and he's wrapped up and taken to ground. And a ball up 45 metres out from the Carlton goal. Lions by 19 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Early doors, second term.
Dunkley alongside Cripps as McInerney clears it for Brisbane only momentarily. And Cowan takes the mark at right half forward. Gathers a few metres, sends it long towards DeConing. He can't get past Ryan Lester, who takes the intercepting mark in front for the Brisbane Lions. Switches it to Zorko. He marks in the right back pocket. He has Fort long down the wing. Sends in that direction. Haynes trying to get back to make a contest. He did well in the end. Hollands hand pass forward to Young. Got it back to Haynes. He turns it over. Intercepting mark taken by Berry for the Brisbane Lions. Across half back. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Zach Bailey has got through the tests. He's going to go back on with that tight hamstring and see how he goes.
Thanks, Ben. Kick finds Rayner. Hand pass to Zorko. Kicks to high half forward for Lohman. Good ball movement there. Looks for Cameron in the pocket, and Wiedering whacks it away from him. It's been an interesting watch this year, Charlie Cameron, hasn't he? I thought he was in for a massive year given Danaher's absence, and they might go a little smaller, playing one out like they did at times, and yet... Gee, it's taken him a while to get rolling. Kicked 3 last week. He's got a couple tonight. So he's only got 19 goals in 15 games. I wonder if that's sort of part of it, Murph, as you sort of mentioned the extra celebration and trying to get around him and feed him a little bit leading into September.
Oh, no doubt. He's such an important player. And, yeah, it's a pretty low return, isn't it, for such an important player. 19 goals from the 15 games. So certainly need him up and about if they're going to contend again.
I don't know, they got Sam Day, but they didn't really go and get another sort of big marquee forward, did they? No. I'm sure they would have planned it. He would have played deep on occasions, as he did it at times last year when Danaher rucked. We've got repeat stoppages here inside Brisbane's forward 50. Chincotta under pressure. Handball away to Hollands, gives it to Cowan. Hurried kick out of defence. Competing for it, Leicester with Curnow on the pair tangle. The ball spills out of play. And a boundary throwing 60 out from the Brisbane goal at the Lockett end. 19 points is Brisbane's lead, 5.5 minutes into the second term.
We've got high expectations, don't we? Like, he's been pretty damn good for a number of years. Yeah. He's kicked 423 goals, did you say before?
He did miss till round 3 with a calf injury as well, which just trickled in the off-season from the stoppage. It spills the way of Jesse Motlop. He can't get after it, and Hewitt is on the bottom of the pack, and the umpire will ball it up. Joe Danaher with 58 goals last season, so that's the missing piece.
Ainsworth no good here.
Sorry. The doctor is gesturing to the umpire to stop play. Hasn't quite spotted it yet.
Yeah.
And now he is aware that we won't proceed. So trainer and doctor coming out. Not exactly sure what took place there. We might get a replay.
He put his hand up.
He's on all fours at the moment.
Come over.
Oh. He is.
It's his ankle.
Yeah, jiggling on that left ankle.
Haven't seen a replay yet. Here we go.
Unable to put any weight on his left ankle.
Achilles.
Achilles, yeah. He's going to take off and just buckled on him. So
that's that press off from the back heel. So left heel,
he looks behind,
explode, and
like everyone does. Poor kid. Hate that.
You could see it almost go up too.
So these are always the concerning ones because there's no contact that takes place. It's a change of direction and a shift of weight, and he has a trainer on either side and being escorted from the Docklands middle. So Brisbane leading by 19 points, but Darcy Gardner is their sub tonight. Looks like he'll be called upon early.
That is almost your stock standard. We don't want to run ahead here, but that is how we say a lot of Achilles go. They're trying to press off with the left foot and try to explode away, and then the immediate action drops to his knees and head shoots back behind him to see if he got any contact. Ben Cameron, he's coming your way.
Yeah, he looks a despondent figure as he makes his way from the ground at the moment. helped off by a couple of stretches. They knew immediately down here on the bench. The Docs are looking at the replays, and Chris Fagan immediately turned around and started giving some instructions away to Darcy Gardner, the sub, who is readying himself to come off, and the players are pretty flat down here on the bench for Noel Ransworth as well.
Absolutely. Premiership player, of course. He was one of the few that didn't play in 2023, played in 2024 in the winning one, played a big role for the Lions there, and in his 88th game, unfortunately, helped off with 2 trainers and a suspected Achilles injury for Ainsworth in the second quarter. Carlton get it going forward. Durden clever, whacks it upfield. Curnow collects, turnover by Hand though. Wilmot rather, back the other way. Hand pass away towards his teammate there in Rayner. The ball went underneath Starcevic and he was tackled. Umstead holding the ball, and free kick going Cherra's way on the wing for the Blues.
He tries to look for the right option. Long to TDK is the option, but Harris Andrews keeping him out, and Ryan Lester floats in front to take the mark. Immediate way away to Zorko. Bumped by Durden as he works it back. Fletcher takes the mark, chips it over the top. Links up with Dunkley. Hand pass away to Berry at right half back. He can chip it over the top, looking for Lockie Neal. Wiedering comes out and takes the mark for the Blues between wing and half forward. Brisbane by 19 points. Their fullback looks up inside 50. De Koning's the target against 2. It spills to the back. Durden tries to get a hand pass forward for Williams. He was bumped off it in the end, and Will Ashcroft gathers for the Brisbane Lions. Hand pass to Fletcher in the right back pocket. Kicks up towards the wing. Awkward bouncing ball from Morris. They race back after it. O'Farrell tries to use his body and then toe pokes it back towards Wiedering. Gathers it himself. Hand pass to Wiedering. Chips out towards the wing. Young can't take the mark. Has O'Farrell for support. Back to Young, one way then the other. Morris put enough pressure on him, forced the turnover. His kick pinched by Lockie Neal. Kicks up towards Cameron on the bounce. Can't take it. Right there with him was Haynes. Cameron tries to knock it away from Wiedering. He might have got him over the shoulder, and the Blues will take the advantage.
Oh, Hollands kicks straight into Fort. Still a live footy deep forward for Brisbane. Haynes cleans it up for the Blues. Handball away to Hollands. Handball to McGovern. Straight down the pipe to Pitternet. Oh, spills the mark. Follows up. Gets a handball away, but caught holding the ball. Dropped it in the tackle from Will Ashcroft. And that is a pretty straightforward one for the umpire. There was no legal disposal, and the tackler will be rewarded.
Yeah, whether it's a handball or a kick or even a mark at the moment, Carlton starting getting the detail right. Again, great kick from McGovern, but Pitternet just dropped a genuine sitter.
Will Ashcroft arcs out to his right. The drop punt sails all the way to the goal line. It's there.
Oh, no.
It didn't carry, but it wasn't touched. And the Blues defenders are left looking at each other on the line as Wiedering and Pitternet watch it pass through at chest height. And Will Ashcroft's kick floats through for a major, but it's a goal line howler from the Carlton defence. Brisbane by 25 points, 11 minutes into the second term. The Lions 7-4-46, Carlton at 3-3-21. Margin balloons out to 25. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just on Noel Ransworth, in the first quarter he got a lot of work done on his right calf. Now I say right calf because he's done his left Achilles. We saw that earlier in the year with Sam Draper. Had an issue on one leg, did the opposite Achilles. So the boys might speak to the fact that often you overcompensate when you've got an issue on one side and it leads to an injury on the other. So maybe we've seen that again tonight.
Maybe. Sometimes that can be the case. I thought he just had momentum going back and he's going to go
he's
forward.
Going to push off really hard. Exploded through that left leg.
Should that have been touched?
Yes. Definitely. That's a coach killer. Yeah. Van Marriott should be going bananas as a former ruck.
Mark Pitternet would like a couple of those moments back. He was the one pinned holding the footy and failed to get a touch on the goal line. As the kick from Fantasia up inside 50 for the Blues. No mark is claimed. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from Carlton's goal. The Brisbane Lions by 25 points, 7-4-46 to the Blues 3-3-21. The Lions have kicked the only 2 goals so far of this second quarter. Chincotta can't break clear and Lockie Neal lays the tackle. I think you're onto something, Lids, as well in terms of Charlie Cameron. First time this season he's kicked multiple goals in consecutive weeks, and that's why the Brisbane Lions were celebrating. Doherty around his body, kicks inside 50. Curnow into shove streak, can't get rid of Fletcher. Ball spills clear. Motlop's tackled immediately. Lester wrapped him up with the support of Wilmot. A ball up in the left forward pocket for the Blues.
I like how he's been aggressive tonight though, Charlie Curnow. Then just fighting through the tackle. Certainly on.
Fort palms it down to Wilmot. Hand pass over his shoulder away to Berry. His handball for the Lions. Reaches Morris, still under pressure at half-back. Gave it back to Berry. Now they've coughed it up. O'Farrell intercepts, immediately tackled the ground. Half-forward for the Blues.
They found one there, Logan Morris, haven't they, Lids? Even then, just the blind turn, spin, handball off, and then the follow-up. Pretty handy, young, tall.
Youngest player in history to kick back-to-back bags of 5. And just 19, which he did the 2 weeks preceding last week. As Will Ashcroft on the end of a handball chain from that stoppage and puts it out on the full. Free kick for Carroll. And the Blues will get it. Carroll's trying to claim it. He will be paid the free. So Carlton with the footy. 25-point deficit for the Blues. Brisbane on top, 13 minutes into the second term.
Carroll with a high kick inside 50 in the direction of Charlie Kerner. Got a hand up, can't take the mark. Will Ashcroft just fends off a couple of tacklers though. Spills out the way of Fantasia with his hand pass. Gets it away to Hewitt. Drives it long towards the goal mouth. Back with a fly, Pitnett, and finishes from the goal line. Didn't think, just kept moving forward and dropped it onto his boot. And Mark Pitnett redeems himself after conceding on the goal line at the other end. Carlton have their first goal of the second quarter. He kicked their last goal at quarter time after the siren with a barrel. Brisbane by 19 points, 7-4-46 to the Blues, 4-3-27. 13 minutes gone, second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Pitnett, a multiple goal kicker.
Yeah, it was. It was good work around the contest too. It was a good tackle on Will Ashcroft, a good stripping tackle. And then Orazio Fantasia just followed up with a secondary effort, dished out, and then good response by Mark Pitnett. It was a bit of a howl of the last passage of play that he was involved in, so that one certainly means a lot, but well done.
You've got to take the good with the bad there, Murph, don't you? With his ability to kick a torp and then bugger up a couple down there on the defensive end, but then go forward and catch it and pop it through.
He's one up at the moment, I reckon, Lids.
Yep, 100%.
Just the second time in his career he's kicked multiple goals. As the Blues again out of the middle. This is Motlop with the centre break. Kicks for Curnow. The Colossus takes a towering mark left half forward. Contested grab. And Curnow will shoot from about 40 out.
Well, great work in the ruck by Mark Pitnett. Just put it in an absolute platter for Jesse Motlop, who ran a really good pattern. Ran from a 3 on the clock dial to a 9 and then laced out Charlie Curnow, who, again, as we said on many occasions tonight, he looks on. And it was good craft, good headed ball, 2v1, to a really strong pair of hands to take that.
Hasn't kicked a goal in the last 3 games, Charlie Curnow. He still hasn't. A couple of behinds, he misses to the near side.
You said laced out. That was actually just great strength and power from Charlie Curnow. I thought
it just looked nice kick, didn't it? But,
well, it spun right. Yeah, which is important. Which is important.
Take what we can get at the moment.
Brisbane by 3 goals, 15 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
All of a sudden now, Charlie Curnow's kicked 9 behinds in his last 4 matches as Wilmot sends the Brisbane Lions out of defence. Up towards Archie. Can't take the mark. Close to the boundary line. Fantasia runs out of room and a boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Blues. Brisbane by 18 points. 15 minutes gone. Second quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I mentioned Pitnett too. Last time, second time he's kicked back-to-back goals. The previous occurrence was the last time they met in last year's elimination final. So back-to-back meetings against the Lions. He's got multiple goals.
Turning into the ruck as he goes onto the bench. They've got it forward though. Cripps with a hand pass to Fantasia. Away to Chera. Drives it inside 50. Motlop caught behind. And Wilmot takes the mark for the Brisbane Lions. 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Turns and chips it out to right half back where the mark is taken by Berry. Can work it to Archie, who's at right half back. Concerning signs with Noah Answorth hobbling from the ground with what is believed an Achilles injury. Cooper Lord the sub for the Blues tonight. Archie long around the wing in the direction of big Eric Hipwood, who just got rid of Koning, pushed him underneath the footy and takes the mark. He swings onto his left. Eric sends it long inside 50. Rayner in the pack. Oh, Morris had a lot of it, not paid the mark. Umpire waves play on. He turns to the umpire and said, "What more did you want me to do?"
Oh, it bounced off someone's back.
It did indeed.
Yep.
Ball up in the right forward pocket.
It looked good.
I was with you, Clinchy. I thought he had a fair bit of that. Up it goes. McInerney wins the hit out. Back in the team today, and the ball rolls out of play. So boundary throw in forward pocket for the Lions.
He's had a fair.
Did that bounce off someone's back? I'm not sure.
Nah, I reckon that's a mark.
I would have paid it. Just on Oscar McInerney too. We had Chris Fagan with us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport a few weeks ago, and basically acknowledged that Darcy Fort's the number 1 ruck at the moment, and Oscar's got to try and win back that position. First game here since round 10. McCluggage, all class, through traffic, hooks it through for a goal. Superb stoppage craft from Hugh McCluggage. And surely he's about to be fitted up for his first All-Australian blazer. Brisbane by 24. 18 minutes into the second term. 8-4 to 4-4. And Hugh McCluggage, what he does best. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
That's as good a stoppage goal as you'll see. It sort of looked almost like a Chris Judd just through the pack there. But Juddy probably would have straightened up and kicked it on his right.
Yeah, he would have, yeah.
Definitely. That was off the shoelaces, but I'm not sure who was anywhere near him at that point. But he's gone through two blokes, but that's just class. Can't stop that.
And Cameron on the boundary.
Brisbane at the moment, and I'm not sure whether this is just semantics, are saying ankle for Noah Ransworth. So, like I said, I'm not sure whether that's just high performance giving a rough area or whether it is an ankle rather than Achilles. It looked like your absolute standard Achilles. We'll wait to see.
Brisbane fans would take an ankle, that's for sure. McInerney wins down the tap in the direction of Zach Bailey. Tries to get a hand pass back towards Big O. Can't gather. Wilmot tackle, jags it onto his boot, only as far as Tom de Koning. Not 15, so he's ragdolled down. Cam Rayner's laid a couple of big tackles and once more follows up.
He doesn't miss. Does he, Cam Rayner? Well, I would not like to play against him.
No, he's playing with a intent to try and get involved. Umpire throws it aloft. De Koning taps it down and pinballs back to him. Kicks up towards half forward on the bounce. Starcevic comes racing out. Fogarty clever. Taps it into the path of Charlie Curnow. Turns and cuts inboard to Cripps, not 15. Hang on, it is. Don't think that was 15, but Patrick Cripps will be very happy the umpire has paid it.
That was AFL 9s, like that one, Clinchy, wasn't it? Didn't have to go too far.
Steps, yeah.
It wasn't very far, but it's not bad from your key forward being able to gather in full flight and then turn and just hit one onto the chest of your mid.
He's looked a bit average off the line this year, Charlie Curnow, but tonight he's looked sharp, hasn't he? And there he just turns on a dime and delivers to his skipper. So good signs from him, but it's been a really important one for the skipper to put through.
11 goals for the season for Patrick Cripps, with just one since round 11. Boy, do they need one from their captain here as he comes in, and Cripps' shot on goal is going to not matter as he missed to the left because he is going to be taken to the goal line.
Is that because Josh Dunkley just stepped off or didn't stand still? Is that what that's for?
You can only assume that's what's taken place. Cripps, point-blank range. Carlton fans will take it. Doesn't matter how it comes. They bounce out of their chairs in celebration as the captain strikes one back. Their second goal for the quarter. Brisbane have booted 3, and the lead is 18 points Brisbane's way. 8-4-52 to Carlton 5-4-32. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I didn't see what that was for, Murph.
It's the one where you need the NFL referee to come out and announce to the crowd what it was for almost,
100%.
wasn't it? But maybe he got a little bit lucky there. I'm not too sure if it was the man on the mark or something ahead of the contest. But anyway, it's a goal and a much-needed one on Carlton's end. But I've just been impressed, as I said, with the movement of their key forward in Charlie Curnow and just his ball use around the ground. I know everyone talks about it being pretty dynamic, but he's hit some really important targets so far tonight. But he just loved for one to go through the big sticks from his end and sort of get that monkey off the back.
So Champion Data have put it down next to Zach Bailey, who wasn't on the mark. He was back in the corridor amongst all the players and the bodies waiting for that. So more on that to come. Carlton out of the middle again. Cripps, the goal kicker, gives it to Fantasia. Kicks to full forward and Durden, the little man, with a contested grab.
Yeah, well, I was thinking why you're playing the bloke who's 168 out of the goal square, and that's probably why.
He turns around and snaps it straight through, wasting no time. And the Blues, for just the second time tonight, had back-to-back goals. And that is the deficit. Brisbane by 12, so 8-4 to 6-4. 22 minutes into the second term, and all of a sudden, Murph, the Blues have kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game.
They have, and their clearances they're well on top of the moment, Carlton, and they're getting some really good looks out of there. So they're up by 5, 19 to 14, but they're starting to chain out, and going out the front door. So they're getting some yardage initially from the clearance and actually getting a good look going forward. So then Corey Durden, just good forward craft. He hit it at the right time, didn't he? So Starcevic came back looking for body, but Durden, to his credit, just hit him at the right time and came back to the football.
So those centre bounce clearances 7-3, the way of the Blues, that was their strength.
I've got the 50 for you.
Yep.
Zach Bailey just put his arm over young Flynn Young's shoulder, and therefore the umpire said.
So did it deserve a 50?
Debatable.
McInerney followed up his right work. Hand pass to Neil. Hand pass through the middle of the ground to Zorko. Now to Zach Bailey down low. This is a pass and finds Logan Morris just slightly left of centre. He'll shoot from 45 metres out.
Is there, and this is an open question for all three of you, is there a better kick at high speed than Zach Bailey?
Not in front of goal tonight, but
no,
pass,
I'm talking
yep.
that one there. But even his touch at times, when you watch him and he changes direction, his ability to go left and go right.
He's well balanced,
Nick Dacos is maybe one that you could throw in.
Yep. Although Craig McCraig would argue Pat Lipinski is their best kick inside 50.
Yeah, not really high speed though.
No. Logan Morris has one so far tonight, looking for his second from 48 metres out. It's a beautiful kick. Showing every bit a man ready to step up on the big stage. His second for tonight. And Brisbane immediately answers straight back. It's an 18-point margin. 9-4-58 to the Blues. 6-4-40. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
The three I would probably have in there. Zach Butters is probably the other one, I reckon, at pace. And around the body, he's probably one of the better exponents going around. And
kicking it. I
feel embarrassed I didn't say it, Lids. He's my guy.
He's your boy. You're like a Cheshire cat, and you spun around there.
Oh, is that why you got to be excited when I said
I'm
that?
big Zach Butters fan.
Yeah.
Ben Cameron's got one for us on the boundary. What have you got, Ben?
Retired now, but the guy I always thought of and saw in WA a lot, Luke Shuey at full pace bursting out of the middle, was a beautiful kick at top speed.
And good on the left foot too, Luke Shuey.
I'll take Andrew McLeod over that if we're going back to the past.
Okay, the Superman. Maybe one on the SMS. Best kicks at speed. Out of the middle go Brisbane here. Neil kicks out to half forward and Archie hitting up and marking. It's been a little bit of the theme of the game that as plucky as Carlton have been, and whenever they get close, it's just
foot goes down.
Storage wins at key moments, and they almost they fall a couple more goals behind before they've even touched the footy.
There we go.
Archie told to move it, so does. Kicks to full forward. They're all in the pack, and O'Farrell, the young man, takes a contested intercept mark for the Blues. That SMS number 0437 774 774 as Hollands receives it and then kicks it out to half-back looking for Williams. No mark. The two Blues collide. The footy stays alive. Fletcher feeds it to Cameron. His kick off line and misses. Out to the right. Almost another calamity. And Charlie Cameron, who was the beneficiary of the last, and the umpire collision almost benefited there as the Blues somehow kept that alive.
Just a brain fade, just trying to keep the ball inside your D50. Just take it out.
Sam Doherty plays onto the right, sends long towards Pitnet and to Koning. For Gardner it is who makes the spoil. Gets it down to the front. Will Ashcroft cleverly hacks it inside 50. Awkward bouncing ball for Cowan. Ashcroft races back after it. Will can't keep it alive, and a boundary thrown in the left forward pocket.
That SMS number, which I was giving while I was getting muddled up and trying to call the footy and do a million things at once, 0437 774 774. So 0437 774 774.
There's a couple coming through already for Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, so we'd love to hear from you throughout the night. McInerney doing the ruck work against Pitnet, spills down to the front. Neil, tackled by Hewitt, holding the ball. And George Hewitt, one of the best tacklers in the game, gets rewarded there in the back pocket. He led the way for Carlton last week with a game-high 7 tackles against the Magpies. He was down on disposals by his standards, just 18, which was an equal season low for him. Kicks the Blues up towards Tom de Koning. It was held in the marking contest, and will get a free kick at right half-back for Carlton.
Yeah, they just tried to lock him down, then you can't allow him, or not allow him access to compete at the footy.
What's his numbers tonight, de Koning?
He's
4.
Yep. This is number 5 as he swings a kick along the half-back line or across the half-back line. Haynes marks for Carlton. Hand pass away to Doherty. Big sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass. Away to Wiedering. He does 1-2. Swings it out wide to Fantasia. Off his right peg. Kicks to the hot spot and a good contested grab. Surely paid. Ump says no. Ball spills behind and Hewitt, who had a fair piece of that. But you've had to hold your marks tonight.
Yep.
Holy smokes, there's been a few that you would have thought would be paid and yet not to be. Stoppage behind him. Up it goes. Pitternet palms it down to Cripps. Floats his kick goalward and misses. Out to the left to behind. Makes the margin on that behind 18 points. So 3 goals neat.
Tell you what, Mark Pitnet's tap work's been spot on tonight, hasn't it?
Zorko straight down the middle to Rayner. Here go the Lions. Neil with a hand pass forward. Archie. Fumble, has enough time to gather. Tackle by Fogarty to Rayner, who tried to run the gauntlet, loses it. And the Blues, through Young, take it back. His hand pass sets a fair challenge for Hewitt, who's penalised holding the ball. Tackle by Archie and Lockie Neal. He had nothing to do but take possession and know he was going to be crunched. And Archie takes the free kick in the middle of the Docklands. Kicks it out to Starcevic. He takes the mark and looks up for Zorko, who leads towards him. Dane Zorko inside 50. Cameron on the lead. He takes the mark. At full speed, he is a hard man to stop, Charlie Cameron. Carroll was in tow, but there was really not much he could do with the kick superbly to him.
There was some good forward lanes for a few of those forwards to work into, and there was another lane there, and that's where I think the importance of pressing up to the mark. You just got to do it at some times. You can't just sit off at Dane Zorko and let him just pierce you through like that.
Multiple goals in consecutive matches for the first time this season. He has 2 already, Charlie Cameron, looking to make it 3. His shot from 50 is out to the right and off hands. It goes through for a minor score. Brisbane by 19 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Question for Murph off the SMS. If he was a junior today, would he still choose to turn down Brisbane as father-son? That's a low blow. The Carlton Graders, a long kick in the middle of the ground.
The kick.
Fogarty got a hand pass out and the kick from Hewitt inside 50. Finds Williams, wants to dab it further afield and gets it to Motlop. He stepped off his line, surely. And umpire Robert O'Gorman is right on the spot. We could see it clearly from where we were. And yet, for whatever reason, that wasn't play on.
That's the umpire's giving him the benefit of the doubt there, because he stopped when momentum was taking him that way and then went again 2 steps. But yeah, he's got to just go back and kick this now, take that out of his mind.
Could be a score from the kick out, which we don't see too many of those in the modern game. The least likely score source. Motlop to finish it off. He misses wildly. Out to the left or behind. And that's a let-off in a game that Carlton have hung about in. They conceded the first 3 goals. They haven't been within single digits since. And every time they get close, their own errors bring about their undoing. 3 goals. Brisbane's lead on the stroke of half-time.
Zorko brought it in quickly to Harris Andrews, who chips it out to Fletcher. Around the boundary line, a kick to Berry and now to Will Ashcroft. He waits for Berry to run into space. Kicks out in front of he or McCluggage, and it's Berry who takes the mark. Just directing traffic as he comes inboard to Neal. Out past the McCluggage. They open up gaps. Drives it inside 50. Archie flies from behind. Carroll crunching a tackle by Rayner. Spills out to Levi Ashcroft, who finishes from 15 metres out. And they all get around Cam Rayner with his pressure inside the forward 50. And Levi Ashcroft with the finishing touches. The Brisbane Lions all of a sudden extend that gap to 24 points. 10-6-66 to Carlton 6-6-42. Equal game-high lead in the match.
Yeah, just a bit of lack of awareness there from Carroll. Just had the blinkers on. It was great ball movement, though, from Brisbane, just to hit the inside kick and then go handball straight off that, which just gets you straight out the back straight away. So you bypass about 10 numbers, and then you get your opportunities closer to goal. But yeah, Carroll just didn't see or didn't have a look, and you just got to know it's flashing lights down there. You've got to move the ball on quick and inside your back 30.
Can I just specify off the for the SMS?
Yes.
The player had to actually be quick. I know John from Walkerville, Stewie Jew. Mate, they've got to be quick to be in this, to be able to kick at speed. So don't send those ones through. I know he's a beautiful kick.
Tommy Kemp thrown forward. Of course, the West Coast Eagles great Dean Kemp. Norm Smith medalist. Elite kicks on the run. Got to be quick. As Brisbane get a ball inside 50. No mark for Archie. Spills to Carroll. And his night of horrors continues as he's mowed down by Charlie Cameron. Caught with the blinkers on. And Cameron came and got him.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he's still wearing those blinkers. But he's just lack of awareness of numbers around him. And against good sides, you just don't have that much time. So he's just got to get the ball in and out of his hands quicker. And yeah, that's good forward pressure from Charlie Cameron.
Charlie from straight in front. Rewarded, low trajectory, drop punt, goal. And it's a 6-goal turn for Brisbane. And just like that, the Lions have a game-high advantage. 30 points. Brisbane's way, 11-6-72. Carlton a 6-6-42. 32 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, there's nothing more demoralising, I don't think, in terms of a a side who's trying to get back into the game than a ball that should be clearing your area and then being run down. If this game is in the balance, that's a real team lifter from Charlie Cameron now. The game's not.
Yeah.
And you still want to encourage that, and that's what he's in the team for, to be buzzing around and laying those big tackles, not unlike Cam Rayner just a minute ago. But, geez, that flattens you as a side.
Yeah.
You can almost feel the air get, as it probably did Carroll, sucked out of the stadium almost.
Charlie Cameron, who's kicked 3 goals on 4 occasions so far this season, could be looming for a big night here at Docklands. Pitnet tries to take it out of the ruck, tackle by Fort, lost possession, spills out the way of McCluggage, gets it forward. Doherty couldn't gather the loose footy. Chance for Cowan to do so. Dunkley pins the arms, throws him to the turf, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Josh Dunkley. Just to the left of the centre circle, still in the middle of the ground. Chips it out to Wilmot. No one stands the mark initially. Jesse Motlop now comes racing in.
That's the perfect tackle now, isn't it? You get one arm pinned, and even if you don't have prior opportunity, you just get done.
Brisbane by 30 points. Wilmot long inside 50. Hipwood worked his way to the front, couldn't take the mark. He's first back onto it, dribbles it towards the goalmouth. Ashcroft clean, hand pass to Cameron, one way then the other, fires a hand pass 20 metres away to Lockie Neal on the right boot, screws it towards goal. It's offline, and in the end fails to score. Out of bounds on the full. Lockie Neal just a few metres outside his distance. Brisbane by 30.
We watch lots of games as neutrals, basically, so we're not emotionally invested often in the outcome. Tonight, though, and the umpiring doesn't usually, I don't get too bent out of shape about it, but tonight, they're holding the ball, and the marking in particular have been 2 tonight, where you've sort of scratched your head a few times that a couple weren't paid. As Carlton try to clear, comes to the wing, and Wilmot, high up and under inside 50, punched out of bounds by the Blues, so throw in half forward for Brisbane.
I think the holding the ball one is probably the more important one. You want to reward the guy going and try and win the ball first. So I get it's a perfect tackle with the arm pin, but he hasn't had prior opportunity, and it's a brilliant tackle. It's just got to be a ball up.
Well, that becomes opinion, doesn't it? It's grey. It's not black and white. Makes it very hard.
DeConing rucking for now. Spent time forward again tonight. Grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass ends up out of bounds, looking for Hewitt. Michael Voss, by the way, is back in the coach's box. He's also got a chair tonight. We saw him on the step last week.
Yeah, not enough chairs at the MCG.
I don't know what
surprising
was going on there. It wasn't a great look. And Cam Rayner, who's staying on the ground, has blood trickling just a little cut above his left ear. So he's been able to stay out there at the moment, but that is quite visible on his neck. And I'm sure the moment that the umpire catches him or one of the Carlton boys dobs him in,
you've got to dob him in.
He'll be off
Good
the
player,
ground.
dob him
surely. In. Blood flowing. Play continues. So from the boundary throw into a ball up. Still inside the forward 50 for Brisbane. Cowan took on the tackler, lost, and yet the umpire said all good. Chera kicks out of defence. Up to the wing for Carlton. Wilmot trying to keep it in front of him. Motlop traps it, and his opposing number Fletcher just hangs on to him. Ball up on the wing. Brisbane by 30 points. 35 minutes gone now in this second quarter. We've had, 6 goals to 3 for the term Brisbane's way, and the Lions lead it by 5 goals.
And the Lions have kicked the last 3 goals of the match. Umpire goes down again as Fort one down the tackle. Ricochets out to Wilmot, who volleys it inside 50, and only as far as Wiedering. The Carlton fullback takes the mark and looks out towards the broadcast side. Kicks to Cowan, who marks it right half back and chip it up to Hewitt. He has it centre wing. Can they beat the clock as he gets the hand pass away to Doherty? Kicks up towards Moyer, takes the mark at right half forward. He's got Kalachi as the loose inside the defensive 50 for Brisbane. Sends it towards he and Fogarty. Motlop tries to fly as well. It spills out towards Holland. Hard against the boundary line. And eventually that's where the siren will sound for half-time. Brisbane with a 6 goal to 3 second quarter as the reigning premiers look to make their move, having led by 13 points after Mark Pitnet finished with a barrel after the quarter time siren. The Brisbane Lions took control in the second quarter, 11-6-72 to the Blues 6-6-42. Charlie Cameron has 3 goals, 2 goals to Logan Morris, while individual goals to McCluggage, Jared Berry, Will Ashcroft and Levi Ashcroft, Rayner and Hipwood, while for the Blues, 2 goals to Mark Pitnet, individuals to Williams, Cripps, Fantasia and Durden.
It's been a game full of incidents so far. There was the second goal of the game was kicked by Charlie Cameron after Lockie Cowan collided with umpire Andrew Heffernan in general play. Haynes tried to kick the ball back inboard, miskicked it, and as the umpire tried to jump out of the way, ran straight into the path of Cowan, who was pursuing the footy. So There was a big collision there, but what would be considered an unavoidable collision, the same way that Caddy and O'Gorman came together last weekend. There was also another incident involving Will Ashcroft, which was at the stoppage in which Pitternet kicked his second goal. He collided with an umpire as well. Now we've had
tripped over his foot.
Right.
I saw it.
You did say? I was about to say I haven't seen it replay.
No, he just tripped over his foot as he's gone to plant to then push off to get it to where the footy was. The umpire, as he's backing out, tripped over Will Ashcroft's foot.
Is given what we've seen earlier, and I think Toby Green and Matt Rao,
he was in the area where he was going to be backing out, or he had a limp in the area. So I don't know. I suppose you cop a fine.
Wow. So is it avoidable? Is basically the question they'll say. If it is avoidable, and if he needs to clear that space, you can expect a fine for Will Ashcroft there. He's not in the danger zone, though, out of the, how there's so many players that have 3 and above. If you end up with 4 in the last 2 years, you could find yourself at the tribunal or at the trip to the tribunal. And
then how far back to go?
Heavy fine. Last 2 years.
It's amazing you bring in a
demerit point system
and go back and you backdate it.
Yeah.
I just find
it's like saying we now have demerit points for parking infringements, and they start today as of the last 2 years.
It's ridiculous.
But it's they've done their bit. They've tried to get the players to change their behaviour, and they haven't been able to do it with the fine. So as a result, the threat of suspension and a trip to the tribunal hangs over them. And of course, the other major incident in that first half was unfortunately Noah Answorth on that City wing when he was pushing off with his left heel. Looked like a stock standard sort of Achilles injury, unfortunately, as he took off. And Murph, you were saying you could even see it recoil up his a little bit up his calf.
Yeah, that's what I thought it looked like, unless it's just his calf straining as well. But it looked to me like a genuine Achilles. But anyway, they're going with the ankle at the moment. But hopefully it's not too bad. But
Rob on the SMS line said he thought he saw him sort of a mouth that I heard a pop, which is never a good sign whenever you hear some sort of noise associated with that.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben?
Just a couple of little bits and pieces out of tonight. So Michael Voss coming through the umpires race rather than going down through the fans tonight. Now, obviously that's part of the added security that he has alongside him this evening due to some of those threats during the week and what's happened throughout the week. Also, just another one, Chris Fagan turns around and talks a little bit to someone sitting in front of me whose name's Jess Summerdellis. Now, she is one of Fagan's key analysts. Now, she sits on the bench, has her very own tackle stat that apparently the Brisbane Lions follow rather than going with the champion data tackle stat. So, I wouldn't say frequently, but infrequently there will be discussions between her and Chris Fagan. So just one piece of the puzzle down here on the Brisbane bench, and no doubt throughout the week for the Brisbane Lions.
I like it. Thanks, Ben, for that added detail down there with the two coaches involved. Brisbane by 30 at halftime. The on-the-run SMS, we're looking for players that are sort of burst speed, running at speed, good kicks of the footy.
Yeah.
So you got to be fast.
I'm not happy with a few of them, but keep going.
David from South Freo and Darryl from Adelaide both noted Darren Jarman.
Not quick. Beautiful kick, absolutely. Left and right. Silky,
right,
but not quick.
No. Some West Coast Eagles correspondents. Daniel Kerr, Ben Cousins, Peter Matera.
I'll give you Matera. Good ones. Yeah, Matera was one I was going to bring up. Cousins was unbelievable off both feet at pace.
Brendan from Hobart, Brent Harvey, our mate Boomer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good one.
Very good. Yeah. Great touch.
That's a better one.
Brett Delidio's very quick and very good too, by the way. I'm not because he's in the
Is that why we're doing the topic? Is that what we're hoping to try?
He's just been waiting. He's sent it through.
I did not bait the hook that much, but it's a fair shout, man.
0437 774 774. Any other nominations?
One of my mates came up with David Wirapunda, which is a very good one off the half-back flank for the Eagles.
At speed?
Very quick, but just looked like he was sort of like,
Could kick it a long way.
Could. Above the torp.
That might be a topic for another day, the torp. Give us your take on that first half. Brisbane by 30 points. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy.
Yeah, we'll give it to you quickly. I think their ability to hang about Carlton, I thought they were a bit better, but then, as you mentioned then in that quarter call, as soon as they got close, Brisbane were like, too close, we'll just put the foot down a little bit, and they didn't. Then they win the centre bounce. They go forward and they have no answers for Charlie Cameron down there. Like, he looks like he's owning that forward 50. But other than that, like, Morris kicked 2, but he's only had the 4 disposal, so they're doing a reasonable job on him. And everyone else is they're just chipping in. McCluggage with a great stoppage goal. There hasn't really been Ashcroft, young Levi Ashcroft gets on the back of some good forward 50 pressure, but overall, like, I actually think the Blues are setting up the ground reasonably well defensively. The Lions haven't been able to slingshot out of their defensive 50 at all. They've been forced to go slow, but because of their skill and their ability to hit targets, they're cutting open Carlton, and therefore making it really hard for Carlton to get back and defend, and they're ultimately just kicking goals off the back of it.
That's right. So they've kicked the 11-goal-6, so 17 scoring shots, but there would have been 5 or 6 purely of Carlton's just errors and lack of awareness. So we saw 2 late for Carlton, where unfortunately it was Carroll on both occasions who just got caught holding the ball and just didn't have any vision. There's been probably 3 or 4 other incidents where it's just been pure mistakes which have led to straight Brisbane goals. So against the really good sides, if you make those poor decisions or those poor skill errors by hand or foot, you just get punished, and we've seen that on numerous occasions tonight.
Thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio to halftime there. Will Ashcroft's the other one too. He covers a lot of the ground, doesn't he? If you looked at his heat map, there wouldn't be too many areas of the ground that he doesn't touch. But
if you watch him closely, he doesn't look like there's when the ball's in his area, he hits the allow button and he goes, but he doesn't hit. Like you watch Dacos, he's covering ground at high speed.
Dacos is like a Ben Cousins sort of run from contest to contest at pace, whereas Ashcroft just covers good distance, smarts, then just sees the ball, gets it, flick handball, then just gets on to the next contest.
He's often like a touch in the chain, isn't he? Where he'll all of a sudden bob up on the wing and he gives someone an outlet and then he links up with someone else.
Sort of similar to like a Simon Black, where they just sort of just go at the one pace, and then when it's around the contest, they go and get it, flick it out, then move on to the next one.
The thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. It's halftime here at Docklands, the start of round 18. A monster weekend of footy, of course, with 4 matchups this weekend involving the top 9 playing at one another. The outlier is the Brisbane Lions. They play Carlton, and it's halftime here at Docklands, and it's a 30-point advantage for the reigning premiers. More of your thoughts on the SMS now that hopefully a few of you have got your head around the assignment. 0437 774 774. Guys, at speed. Had a really good kicks of the footy is what we're looking for. Thinking the Brent Harvey type mould is what we're going for tonight. And as Lid said, Zach Bailey is as good as any in the game at present. The second half isn't too far away. We'll bring you up to date with the teams across the weekend. Of course, it's Thursday night, so the teams are out for a bumper round 18. But in the interim, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies says it's looking forward to working with the state government on implementing new recommendations to tackle anti-Semitism. The review, led by Australia's anti-Semitism envoy Gillian Siegel, recommends changes to education, universities, the media and policing in order to help combat Jewish hate. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he will carefully consider the actions suggested in the report. CEO of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, Michelle Goldman, says the plan should prioritise bolstering education regarding anti-Semitism in schools and workplaces.
It's our oldest form of hatred and it's not always well understood. So really it's a fundamental building block to ensure that people are able to identify it in order to be able to respond to it appropriately.
Officials involved in the mediation process between Israel and Hamas say the two sides have only made slight progress. Sarah Amir has more.
The current negotiations are primarily stalled on 3 major issues. Hamas is demanding aid distribution be handed back to the United Nations instead of the controversial US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The militant group also wants Israeli forces to withdraw from the Gaza Strip, but Israel wants to retain troops in some areas, including the Morag corridor. And Hamas's primary objective is for the proposed 60-day truce to lead to a permanent end to the war. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar says it will be willing to negotiate a permanent ceasefire if a temporary truce is agreed upon.
Foreign Minister Penny Wong has reaffirmed Australia's commitment to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations amid what she's called a period of heightened geostrategic uncertainty. The comments follow US President Donald Trump's announcement of levies between 25% and 40% on 6 ASEAN members. Speaking in Malaysia, Senator Wong says Australia sees ASEAN's centrality as vital for the future of the region.
I want to make this clear. Australia continues to stand by our trade agreements, and we will make them even stronger. Our recent upgrade to ANZFTA demonstrate our shared commitment to a rules-based trading system with the WTO at its core and Australia's enduring economic commitment to ASEAN.
Police are investigating how an elderly driver lost control of her car before crashing into 3 pedestrians in Melbourne this afternoon, leaving 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. Joshua Allen reports.
Police say the 91-year-old woman lost control of her car mounting the footpath and driving along it for about 50 metres before hitting the pedestrians on Coleman Road in Wantirna South. Police say the car continued for another 200 metres before crashing through a fence and into a playground. A woman has died at the scene while a man has been rushed to hospital in a critical condition and a 3 or 4-year-old boy is in hospital with serious injuries. Police say it's unclear how the driver lost control, but they believe the incident wasn't intentional.
Northern Territory Police have charged a 22-year-old man with murder after the death of a man allegedly stabbed in the centre of Alice Springs in May. Victoria Ellis has more.
The 28-year-old died in hospital last week after being stabbed multiple times in an altercation involving up to 20 people on Gregory Terrace on May 15. Northern Territory Police allege the 22-year-old knew the victim and ran from the crime scene after stabbing him. The 22-year-old was arrested the next day and initially charged with acts intended to cause serious harm, but after the victim's death and on the advice of prosecutors, the charges were upgraded to murder. The 22-year-old will reappear in Alice Springs local court on July 24.
A new report from the United Nations Program on HIV and AIDS has warned that cuts to global funding from the US and other donors could result in millions of new cases and AIDS-related deaths. The report will be presented in South Africa, the country with the highest number of people living with HIV. The Executive Director of UN AIDS is Winnie Banyama. She says the world needs to work together to find a solution.
A disease that's allowed to fester in one part of the world because that part just happens to face huge challenges in the economies will come back to haunt the rest of the world. That this is not a solution, it's a postponement of a crisis.
And shares in the company behind Kellogg's cornflakes have soared after reports that chocolate giant Ferrero is close to buying the firm for around $4.5 billion. ABC News.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. Step into the wild with Dr. Anne.
He's huge.
As she gets up close to the world's most elusive animals. Dr. Anne's Secret Lives starts Tuesday, July 15 on ABC TV and ABC iView. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Charlie Cameron coming off 3 last week. His right-footed drop punt from right on 50. He celebrates before it's even sailed through. Multiple goals again tonight for Charlie. He's got his second. Will Ashcroft arcs out to his right. The drop punt sails all the way to the goal line. It's there. It didn't carry, but it wasn't touched. And the Blues defenders are left looking at each other on the line as Wiedering and Pitternet watch it pass through at chest height. McCluggage, all class, through traffic, hooks it through for a goal. Superb stoppage craft from Hugh McCluggage. Brisbane by 24. Carlton out of the middle again. Cripps the goal kicker. Gives it to Fantasia. Kicks to full forward and Durden. The little man with a contested grab. He turns around and snaps it straight through, wasting no time. And the Blues, for just the second time tonight, have back-to-back goals.
Logan Morris has one so far tonight, looking for his second from 48 metres out. It's a beautiful kick. Showing every bit a man ready to step up on the big stage. His second for tonight. And Brisbane immediately answers straight back. Handpass to McCluggage. They open up gaps. Drives it inside 50-yard. She flies from behind. Carroll crushed in a tackle by Rayner. Spills out to Levi Ashcroft, who finishes from 15 metres out.
Charlie from straight in front. Rewarded, low trajectory drop punt, goal. And it's a 6-goal turn for Brisbane. And just like that, the Lions have a game high advantage.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
That's where it sits at the half. A 30-point lead for the Brisbane Lions, kicking the last 3 in the game. A big night for Michael Voss against the team, of course, that he captained to 3 premierships and 4 grand finals. And yet his Blues are up against it. He's got a year to run on his contract, and yet he's coaching for his job right now. And the Brisbane Lions are just tuning up, getting ready for another assault on September. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the action. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Our number 1 picks are Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. And your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. I think Lyd scared them away with his...
did I get a bit aggressive?
His analysis.
That's not like me.
Just trying to outline to everybody, these are the rules, these are the parameters. Hopefully a few people will...
easy to call that the good kicks, but go a bit deeper than that.
I like it.
Need a certain speed.
We've got to get above 25 k's per hour.
There's plenty of sport available through the ABC Listen app, including the 3rd test from the Caribbean. It's in Jamaica, starting on Sunday morning, 4:30am, Sunday morning start. You'll be able to follow along through the ABC Listen app. The West Indies and Australia, the Aussies have already won the Frank Worrell Trophy, or retained it, as they have done every year since 1995. But they've got one more test before the Ashes begins in Perth. That begins in the end of November. So this is the last hit out. Let's see if there can be some runs for maybe Sam Constas up the top. Can Cam Green continue his upward trajectory? We'll find out 4:30 Sunday morning, the 3rd test from Jamaica. Also on the ABC Listen app, look out for the NRL every weekend. There's NRLW being broadcast there tonight. Look out for the ABC Sport button. There's an ABC Sport Extra button. It's got extra written underneath it, and that's how you can differentiate it from the usual Sport button. You'll find coverage there of the British and Irish Lions tour. Of course, the Wallabies fixtures against the British and Irish Lions don't start until July 19, but there's warm-up games. There's all sorts of things that are attached to this tour, so can't wait for that 3-game stretch against the Wallabies starting Saturday, July 19, and then every Saturday after that, Melbourne and Sydney. Across 3 different weekends, we'll have it all covered as the British and Irish Lions are in town. Plus, Wimbledon finals this weekend. We're down to 4 in both the men's and the women's singles, or as they say at Wimbledon, the gentlemen and the ladies singles. Pick a winner for us here, Murph. Sabalenka and Anna Samova is 1 semi-final.
I've been staying up for most of them. I reckon Sabalenka gets the job done.
And Belinda Bencic up against Iga Swiatek.
Swiatek, is it?
Yep. Well, that'll be a juicy final if we get Iga up against Sabalenka. And then in the men's semi-final on centre court, Yannick Sinner, the number 1 seed up against Novak Djokovic.
Ooh, we want Novak.
Juicy.
Do we?
Why?
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm a Sinner guy.
Yeah, I'm a Sinner.
Yep.
Hopefully Djokovic hasn't pulled up worse for wear.
Yeah.
Concerns around injury for him, but he's still there.
And then Taylor Fritz up against Carlos Alcaraz.
Give me Alcaraz.
Ooh, imagine that. If we get either 1v2 or Djokovic and Alcaraz, there's a lot of juicy matchups on offer there. And poor old Taylor Fritz, the American, has been thereabouts in a number of slams, and can he finally break through and make it to a slam final? Just off the SMS, by the way, we've had lots of them coming through. We got this one earlier. How do the French pronounce words, names that end with ET? For example, Pittanet. I think that the...
Pittanet?
Yeah, the SMS is meant to refer to the fact that it should be Pittanet, is how you should say it. I haven't heard one ABC commentator pronounce it correctly. And I know a lot of people generally think, we just roll up to the games and start talking in there, and that's how it comes out. We have checked this with the clubs. He's been around multiple years. He wants to be Mark.
You're wrong.
He wants to be Mark Pittanet.
Ah, you're wrong, Corb. Nah.
That's how he wants to say it, and so we say it in the way that the individual wants it to be said.
Who's off our text? Was that? Who asked the question?
No name, pack drill. But we do get this a lot.
They'd be right.
He's definitely Mark Pittanet. He wants to be Pittanet. His name may be of French origins. It maybe once upon a time it was originally Pittanet in the family, but according to Mark, his surname is Pittanet, and so that is what we are rolling with.
We go to the extent of sort of a Marnus Labuschagne. If you score a century, how would you like us to call your name?
Yep.
Marnus Labuschagne, please.
I had a text from Dad quickly, and he just said, from a bloke who has done an Achilles, he looked around straight away, so I reckon he's done an Achilles in terms of Noah Answorth.
Appreciate
Dr. Deledio.
Thanks, Block.
Papa Block with the mail there. But the second half's underway here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, Brisbane by 30.
Where Lachie Neale gets the first clearing kick up towards half forward, but the mark is taken by O'Farrell. It's looked okay in stages of the first half. He comes inboard to Chera. We're going to switch back inside the defensive 50 and McGovern takes the mark. Brisbane 11, 672 to the Blues 6-6-42. Brisbane booted 6 goals to 3 in the second quarter. As Cowan looks out towards the wing, sends in the direction of Jesse Motlop, who takes the mark, turns and comes inboard, and Carroll takes the mark. Swings onto his left-hand side, waits for the leads to come. Down low for Curnow. Can't take the mark. Spills out in front of Cripps. Was he dragged down by Neal? No free kick. Fantasia tries to keep it alive. Can't get around Neal. As now he has another go at it. Gets the hand pass out to Cripps. High kick towards Pitney, who's gone forward. Can't take the mark. Spills off hands. Doherty. Hand pass to DeConing. Kick is smothered. Great work by Harris Andrews. Durden keeps it alive. Hand pass to Chera. All of a sudden now he's outside the attacking 50. Hand pass back to Cowan. Switches it out to Cripps. Has to wait underneath it and juggles the mark. Despite the late challenge from Gardner. The sub into the action for Noah Answorth, and the Carlton captain has it out to the right, 45 metres out from goal.
Clinchy, you've confused me.
Yes.
Pitnet or Pitney?
I just had it on the mind. It's Pitnet.
It's definitely net.
It's definitely Pitnet, but having said it 15 times.
Yes. I was going to ask you.
I loved it.
What's your family surname? The Italian roots?
Deladio.
Yeah.
Deladio.
The second E said like an A. I asked an Italian when I was over there.
Brett Ratton used to call you Deludio.
Yeah, Ronnie's son. Ronnie DeLulio's son.
We're going to go in all sorts of territory here if this blows out. The Carlton captain has ball in hand. He's got the twinkle toes as he comes from outside 50 inside, fires on goal. It's across the face, kept in, and then eventually slapped through by Oscar McInerney for a minor score. Brisbane leading by 29 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Brisbane Lions did confirm during halftime that it has been clarified as an Achilles injury, so Block all over it as per usual.
Yes.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Block. As Hipwood handball away towards McCluggage. Hand pass in the middle of the ground meant for Levi Ashcroft. For Fletcher, rather. He becomes tackler. Brisbane work it out anyway. As Morris, hand pass out to Berry. Quick handball to Hipwood. He's 70 metres from home. Kicks it deep to the goal square. Lohman wrestling for it. McGovern knocks it away from him and out of bounds.
I'd also like to be called Deladio from now on.
Deladio.
Deladio. Well, you've got to really roll it. Deladio.
Yes.
If you can, Murph.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport 0437 774 774. Boundary throw in deep forward for the Lions. McInerney wins it down, but Haynes clears it. Durden bounces off his chest at centre half back. Motlop passing through, knocks it forward straight to Fletcher. Tried to break the tackle of Cowan. The ball comes out. Ump says, nope, ball up. We'll have a stoppage on the wing. 29-point lead for Brisbane. 3 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Thrown up, McInerney tries to win down the tap against Pitnet into the direction of Dunkley. His kick ricochets off the back of Patrick Cripps. He races after it against Neal. Kept alive by Chura and then tackled over the boundary line by Hugh McCluggage. And the umpire says throw it in.
Looking Neal just goes about his business, doesn't he? Like, I haven't noticed him a heap tonight, but still had the 17. Not kicking it at his best so far. But
I was going to ask you, Lids, 32 years of age, joined Brisbane in 2019. How things have changed for him and the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah.
Now a two-time Brownlow medalist. Tapped down by Pitnet in the direction of Cowan. Can't take it. Bumped off it. Dunkley gathers. Sends Brisbane high and long inside 50. Wiedering get back. Provide a good support from McGovern, who was dragged down by Charlie Cameron. It would have been a free kick, and it is. Cameron trying to take to the air. Free kick going the way of Mitch McGovern up against the left goal post. It's the Lions by 29 points.
Yeah, that Lockie Neal move's been a pretty successful one for both him and club. It sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yep.
From memory.
McGovern, long to a contest at half-back, punched away by Andrews. Back to the 50 for the Lions at half-forward. Rayner gives it to Neal. Short kick to Bailey, who marks it centre half-forward. Oh, he steps off his line, plays on. Now has to shake a tackle from Williams. Still got it, Bailey. And pass away to Rayner. He gives a handball over to Neal. Oh, they're not sure where he's going. Oh, two Blues collide. Carroll runs into Cripps. Ball bobbles behind him, and now a Lions player's pushed in the back.
Bailey.
And Bailey's going to get it, and Carroll, after colliding with his skipper looking to spoil, then falls in the back of Bailey. And Matt Carroll, unfortunately, everything he's gone near tonight.
He's had a mare.
Yeah, has resulted in sort of opposition possession.
Strange little 15 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think Zach Bailey wanted to square it up to Fort. But then it was like, oh, maybe I'll just go back. But then he got called play on because he took the step. And I thought Motlop might have taken about 10 more steps earlier in the game. But now he got his chance again to knock this one through.
coming off the highest rated game of his career. Zach Bailey. Well, kicks way out to the left. With 3 behinds already tonight. Still a chance, Brisbane on the goal line. Archie lays a heavy tackle, spits out to Motlop. He surrenders in the tackle and caught by Lohman. A ball up, left forward pocket for Brisbane. They are kicking to the Coventry end, the southern end of Dockland Stadium in his third term, which is 6 minutes old. Lions by 29.
McInerney over the back, trying to link up with the Brisbane forwards. Cowan gets the hand pass to Chera, and the umpire will ball it up. Kyle Lohman with just the 3 disposals as well.
Yeah, needs to get going a bit.
He's had a lot of involvement in this match. McInerney wins down the tap against Pitnet. Trying to find Logan Morris. He tries to wrestle with Wiedering for the ball. Dunkley comes across as well. And the umpire will ball it up once more. Brisbane by 29 points. 6 minutes gone, third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. McInerney trying to drop it down. Here's Lohman on cue. Ran into a dead end. Tackled by Haynes, holding the ball. And Carlton will win it back in the right back pocket. Courtesy of former Giant Nick Haynes.
Oh, Haynes sloppily got it out to Doherty. Has to try and trap it. Awkward bouncing footy. Close to the boundary line. Cameron backs out with the footy and a boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Lions.
Just getting even the obvious things wrong at the moment, aren't they? Just finding ways of just having errors.
They've had some bloopers coming out of defence. Carlton today coughed up some easy goals and yet have been competitive in other periods. 29 points the Lions lead from the stoppage. Ball hits the deck. Cameron bursts through. Tackled, lost it. Cripps the other way for Carlton. Hand pass to Chera. Kicks out of the back 50. Andrews in the box seat. No mark. Then he's tackled as the ball hits the deck. Williams wins it for Carlton. Hand pass out in front of Fogarty. Got it to Durden. Look away handball to Doherty. Doherty trying to come back inside. Neil touches it on the way through. Trying to trap the greasy footy. Picked up by Wilmot. Hand pass out to Gardner, the sub who's on for Brisbane.
Hand punch to McCluggage. Hard against the boundary. Kicks along the turf up towards Morris. Bumped off it by O'Farrell. Spills out to Archie. Almost leaked by Pitnet, but he kept his footing. Archie turns on his right. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Haynes makes the spoil. Down to Chincotta down low. Trying to get a hand pass out to Chera. And he's locked up by Archie, 45 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal.
Just noticeable Brisbane's Lions' ability to get through tackles. They stand up really well and fight through.
Chincotta alongside McCluggage at this stoppage in which Cripps gets the hand pass away. Chera off a step, kicks out towards... Well, in the end, Corey Durden was caught behind and too small for Darcy Gardner, who takes the mark for Brisbane. Turns and comes inboard to Wilmot.
It's the second time that's happened where they've looked up and had no representation down the line. Tom DeConning goes forward to bench.
Starcevic to Fletcher, runs through the centre square, kicks to full forward. McInerney over the top, not quite. Cleaned up by O'Farrell, hand pass to Haynes, who's hit by Bailey. And he tries to collect the footy. Ends up on his back in front of the advertising hoardings and a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Lions.
Explain that to me.
Yeah, it's a strange one because the quarter's gone for 8 minutes, so ball's hardly even been down the forward line for Carlton, so it hasn't really needed to work. So he should just come up the ground, play ruck, Pitnet get off.
Clash of heads there as Bailey laid that bump on Haynes. Appears to be okay from the boundary throw in. Brisbane first clean touch. Hipwood bounces a kick to full forward. No mark. Dunkley had a play on it. Couldn't get boot to ball. Doherty grabs it. Cameron's got him and a ball up. Full forward here for Brisbane.
Geez, they're under the pump, aren't they? Carlton in their D50. They just cannot get it out.
It's been locked in there for most of this third quarter. McInerney tries to drop it down on the run. McCluggage, he misses to the left-hand side. Almost the perfect set piece, trying to run through traffic. 5 inside 50s to 1 so far in this third quarter, with Brisbane leading by 30 points, but it's the time in which it's been locked in Brisbane's forward half.
16 of the last 16 premiers ranked top 6 time in forward half. Very much the modern game. Get the ball in your front half and keep it there. There's Cowan with a long kick up to the wing. Spills down towards Chera. Hand pass to Doherty. Got it out. He's Young. Hand pass to Curnow. Kicks down the wing. Big leap. McCluggage hit the ground hard. And there's a free kick from the outer zone umpire.
For what?
I have no idea, but it's
paid the mark.
Okay, mark to McCluggage. Had to earn him tonight. Pokes the kick forward to Berry. Between wing and half forward. Look for Lohman. What an oxymoron. He's the high man as he gets up and takes the mark right forward pocket for Brisbane.
Yeah, it was a perfect kick, wasn't it? It was O'Farrell trying to come back in and had good technique himself coming back, but just jumped at the right time and took a really important grab and classy
didn't mind it too, did he? Bit of his own work, a bit Kappa-like.
Hooks it across the body, and the finish is superb too. Lohmann caps it off with a goal and celebrates to the crowd. And Brisbane, with a tone setter to start the second half, they pick up where they left off. And all of a sudden, Brisbane by 36 points. New game high, 11 gone third term, 12-7 to 6-7. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
He's an entertainer, Kai Lohmann. We spoke about it, that he has had a bit of a quiet night and hasn't been able to cash in on their amount of inside 50s, but he's the type of kid who can then flick the switch and become, a 3 or 4 goal kicker within a short space of time.
Well, that's the position, isn't it? Those small forwards, you all can't get a lick of the ice cream, so to speak, and you've got to make the most of your opportunities when they do come down there, and that's something that he does do. He makes the most of his opportunities.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jared Berry just getting a HIA test down here. He was the one that the doctors were trying to get out to earlier on and then had a look at some of the vision of, but seems to be okay at the moment. They've left him alone.
Blues get the clearance. Cowan kicks up towards half forward. Curnow worked underneath it, got hands to it, can't complete the mark, and Fogarty locks it just inside 50 with Starcevic over the top. Brisbane by 36 points. The only goal so far of this third quarter going the way of Kai Lohmann, becomes the 8th individual goal kicker from the stoppage. Zach Williams tries to get a kick going forward, doesn't get much purchase on it. Starcevic knocks it out to Levi Ashcroft, who cleared a path for Fletcher. Outbust back to Starcevic, kicks Brisbane out of defence up towards Lohmann. McGovern in from the side. Cameron stayed down, he races onto it, bounces in to Fantasia, who kept his footing. Fantasia kicks up to Young, he marks it right half forward for the Blues. He veers out onto his left, drives it inside 50. No one there. Charlie Curnow caught behind, and Harris Andrews takes the mark. Cameron, Curnow and Moyer both caught behind, and Brisbane switch, and Lockie Neal is away.
The two-time Brownlow medalist off and running. Motlop closes him down, kicks to Archie. Outnumbered, forced to spoil. It'll turn out for Brisbane. Morris at the drop. Hand pass for Bailey. Can't trap it. Now outnumbered, and Hollands trying to get it away. Stolen by Bailey. Takes on Cowan. Caught.
Free kick back there.
So all that means nothing.
Yeah.
Scratch all that out. It's a throw against Hollands. Free kick for Brisbane. He didn't take the advantage.
Mustn't have heard it, I think.
He already run past one Blue before he tried to fend off Cowan, and yet the umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. Kicks to full forward. Spills down to Lohmann. Tackled. Ball up.
Been lenient, haven't they?
Did a good job then.
Yeah.
Not actually getting that high then. Kyle Lohmann certainly lent into it against George Hewitt.
De Koning rucking, palms it down. Will Ashcroft trying to steal it from McGovern. McGovern got it now. Tackled, taken to ground. And a ball up, 25 metres out from the Brisbane goal at the Coventry end. 36 points Brisbane's lead, 13 minutes into the third.
7 inside 50 to 3 the way of Brisbane in this third quarter. Fort wins down the tap, but straight to Hewitt of Carlton. Kicks towards Curnow at half back. Gardner makes the spoil. Knocked inside 50 by Starcevic. Only as far as Sam Doherty, who clears out towards the wing. On the dock side, it's Lester who gathers. Half pass to Darcy Gardner. Sends a high ball inside 50. Flying from the side, Morris can't take the mark. Staying down was Ford. Half pass to Bailey. Can he finish this one? On his left, he can. After having kicked 3 behinds and a couple of shots that failed to score, Zach Bailey, after 5 goals last week, makes it count. Brisbane lead by 42 points, 2 goals to start this third quarter through 14 minutes, 13-7-85 to the Blues, 6-7-43. Zach Bailey becomes the 10th individual goal kicker. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's probably part of the reason why Darcy Fort's the number 1 picked ruck at the moment for the Brisbane Lions. He was a great contest in the air from the pack, and then it was just the awareness and the handball out to Zach Bailey. You just can't stop that. That's just great awareness from a tall who is at the height of his game at the moment, but Zach Bailey's just been threatening all night, hasn't he? So finally gets that one to go through for him, but a lot of danger signs at the moment for Carlton. The lead's out to 42 points, and they need to really wrestle this one back quickly, Carlton.
That is the last 5 goals of the game going Brisbane's way either side of half-time as Motlop at the centre bounce wins it, just evades Lohmann, kicks to half forward, and Moyer takes the mark right on the 50. He immediately rolls, gives it a whack with that left boot and misses to the near side of behind.
Umpire had the whistle to his mouth about to ping Motlop there for running too far. He took a bounce right in the nick of time.
41 points Brisbane's lead. 15 gone, third term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Zorko plays on, gives the hand pass to Leicester, hand pass to Rayner, who fans off Chincotta, left a hand mark in the middle of the jumper, kicks up towards Hipwood, can't take the mark, O'Farrell makes the spoil, races after it, Fantasia will get there first, runs away from Fletcher, hand pass to O'Farrell, has to try and knock it on to Fantasia, it did work cleverly, hand pass inboard to Young, not clean, but does gather, one way then the other against Wilmot, Jags a high kick inside 50, Bailey comes flying out, and Berry in fact it is who takes the mark for the Brisbane Lions. Jarrah Berry swings it out to Dunkley, who marks it right half back, turns and comes inboard, and Bailey feeds the hand pass away. Here go the Lions through the middle of the ground. Zorko gets the hand pass from Berry, long towards Charlie Cameron, caught behind against McGovern, hits the ground, fought into the open goal. It's another poor turnover. Just the Carlton defence not quite on the same page as they all turn to each other. And Darcy Fort, the tall ruckman, streams into the open goal and make that 6 consecutive goals for the Brisbane Lions. 14-7-91 to Carlton 6-8-44. 3 goals to none so far in this third term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Orazio Fantasia has injured his hamstring, I think, on the far side of the ground. Just while that goal's been going through, he's just been trotting off. Doesn't look a happy man as he comes to the bench, shaking his head.
He wasn't even running towards the end, was he, Ben? Just walked off the ground.
I think he knows he's heading down the race, shaking his head.
Yeah, it's a shame. He's actually been pretty good tonight.
He's been clean.
Fantasia. He's taken the ball very cleanly, used his pace at various times and used the ball quite well. So that's a real shame for Fantasia.
And immediately Cooper Lord is told to get warm, so he's the sub. Unused so far for Carlton. He's about to come into the game. Chera gets a kick away that's smothered out of the middle. Wilmot off the square, softens it forward for Brisbane. Clean Lohman to Will Ashcroft by hand to Fort, and he gives it to Levi, the youngest player out there. Short kick to big brother Will, and he marks it left half forward. A bit of support for the Lions. Floods inside their front 50. It's a crowded one. He kicks to the hot spot. Ball spills front and centre. Cameron, he's not as clean as he wanted to be around his bootlaces. He's tackled as soon as he gets it. And a ball up forward pocket for the Lions. Last 6 goals of the game Brisbane's way from the restart. McGovern got it to Chincotta, squeezed the kick out, can't clear the danger zone. Picked up by McCluggage, out to McInerney. His handball taken by Cowan. He's tackled. And Lohman holds him up. So we'll have the ball up here, left forward pocket for the Lions. 47 points to the good. And worrying moments for the Blues.
So Koning slaps it towards the boundary line against McInerney. Umpire says throw it in.
Well, that was on the full.
So did I.
Yeah, it might have been. I think both players touched it, maybe. That's why they're throwing it in.
Bit of common sense.
Yeah, wow. Who would have thought, Cobb?
Carlton fans would know that third quarters haven't been their go. They've won just 3 third quarters so far this season. 3 goals to none so far. Trailing by 47 points. Thrown back in to Koning up against McInerney. Palms it down to Hewitt. Too slow.
Yeah.
Will Ashcroft wraps him up and wins a free kick for holding the ball. A flash of blonde hair as he rained him down from behind.
You cannot run out of a defensive 50 stoppage, Murph.
Well, that's,
as soon as you think they're luring you in.
That's the third. If he kicks this goal, that's the third goal from a chase down tackle in their forward 50 for the Lions. So you just got to be on high alert when you're around that area. If you're a Carlton defender, midfielder, got to get the ball in the boot or use by hands. You've got to have some urgency. You can't just roll out of a stoppage.
Do you reckon Brisbane know Carlton just want to come out the front of the stoppage as well? Will Ashcroft shooting for his second from 45 metres out. He's dragged it left and knew initially a minor score. 48 points is the Brisbane Lions lead.
Playing a bit of slow motion out of the D50 at the moment.
I remember doing it in under 12s and Dad told me you can't do that, mate. Never did it again.
Doherty short to Hollands, gives it back to Doherty. Short kick to Carroll, turnover. Brisbane win it back. Now they've lost it. Hewitt got it out off his knees to Chera. Now to Carroll, gives it to Doherty. Sweeping hand pass finds Flynn Young. Short kick down the wing to Curnow. Building up again, the Blues. That's a superb kick. Wow. An absolute dot into the forward pocket. And Moyer takes the mark, but a 60-metre drop punt from Curnow straight onto Moyer's chest.
Saying nothing. Whew. I'm not saying anything about this kid line up here. Great kick by Curnow and a nice mark by Ashton Moyer in the forward 50. That's it. I'm not talking about his goal kicking.
Leeds may or may not have
mozzed him early.
Mentioned earlier that he's pretty good in front of the sticks. He's a left footer.
Will he kick this? You have to kick this on his right though, surely.
Let's see. He skips in. He does go off the right peg and misses. He's let you down tonight. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Lord on the ground into the action. So Fantasia's subbed out with that hamstring injury.
Thanks to Ben Cameron on the boundary. Brisbane quickly transition out of defence. Wilmot with a hand pass to Levi Ashcroft. Corralled by Hewitt. Back inside the defensive 50. Kicks for Gardner. Takes the mark for the Brisbane Lions, leading by 47 points. Kicks to Lockie Neal, running hard into the defensive 50. You can switch it to Harris Andrews, who takes the mark at right half back and chips it over the top to Lohman. The Brisbane Lions just happy to play a kick mark game for the moment, find the holes in the Carlton defence. As Lohman now called to play on. How adventurous is he willing to be? Sends it long towards Logan Morris, who rises on the back of Tom DeConey, just couldn't hang on to it. As it's picked up by Chera, sends it up towards the wing. Moyer gathers and fends off Lohman. Hand pass to Hollands. Hand pass forward to Carroll. Hemmed in against the boundary. Kicks it end over end around Harris Andrews. This will most likely be insufficient intent. No, throw it in. Throw in just 55 metres out from the Blues goal.
If you could buy stocks in Logan Morris, you'd just be collecting as many as you
every
can.
day of the week.
Putting them in the bottom drawer, aren't you?
Yep.
What a player. What a leap. Would have been mark of the year had he hung on to it on the wing. A young 20-year-old. There's a secondary whistle here. It's the out of zone umpire, and he's pointing Carlton's way. So free kick for the Blues. It'll go to Cripps. Involved in a little bit of a tangle at the stoppage. He has a bit of a laugh at his friend and business partner, Lockie Neal. I'd be worried too if there was someone the size of Patrick Cripps at the stoppage. He tries to sell the dummy around Neal on the mark. Neal awake to it. Cripps hurried kick forward, turnover. And Wilmot takes the intercept mark for Brisbane. And the Lions can try and rebound here. 47 points their lead. Goes short to Levi Ashcroft, and he chips it to the back pocket for Archie. Brisbane deep in defence, but well on top.
He plays on Cal Archie. Switches it across half back. Gardner takes the mark in the right back pocket. He can work it wider still to Neal. Cripps isn't going to bother chasing him. So he takes it at right half back. Lockie Neal looking for options. Zorko wants it short. He's going to go longer than that. In the direction of Berry. Up against Flynn. Can't take the mark. O'Farrell kept it alive. Hand pass away to Curnow. Drives it long. Tom DeConey got rid of Gardner. Can't take the mark. Spills out though. McGovern's after it in the left forward pocket. He eventually gathers it. Cuts back on his right. Centering ball. Fogarty didn't hold on to it long enough. I think he did. Just for half a moment you thought it might have bobbled out.
Yeah, that was good vision in the end by McGovern. He's been swung forward, so nothing seeing him down back. Get him up forward, try a different look. Fogarty has an opportunity to kick one from about 25 out directly in front.
Surely for Carlton fans, you can put this in your record. Looking for a 10th goal of the season, their first so far of this third quarter. Through 23 minutes, Fogarty comes in.
Oh, no.
And he misses to the right side.
You can't say that.
Well, from 25 metres out.
You told everyone to put it in their record.
I did. That's 4 behind so far in this third quarter. To the Brisbane Lions 3-2. The Lions by 46 points. Ben Cameron.
Noah Ransworth has made his way up to the bench. He's got the crutches. He's got the left leg in a moon boot. So that Achilles injury just repeating from earlier on in the game.
Thanks, Ben. Wilmot to the back edge of the centre square for Starcevic. It's a big blow, Noah Answorth. Unlucky to miss in 2023. Didn't play in the grand final. Got a spot last year. Obviously, they won the flag and now hurt a key cog in their defence. And a team that only has 2 on the injury list heading into the night, Brisbane. And unfortunately, Answorth suspected Achilles. The slow ball movement from Brisbane. Short kicking game. And then Zorko long inside 50 and Hipwood. Infringed upon, or at least he thought so. The kick's going the other way. And O'Farrell's going to get it in the back pocket. Son of Peter, the club's barrister, of course, represents all their key clients like Patrick Cripps and Mark Murphy in the past at the tribunal as the Blues go long down the wing, finds Fogarty, kicks to half forward, turnover, and Darcy Gardner takes the intercept mark. Half back for the Lions, waning moments of the third term, Lions by 46.
12 inside 50s to 8 the way of the Brisbane Lions in this third quarter. They lead by 46 points. Through the middle of the ground, Fletcher takes the mark, will give it back to Berry. They gave him the kick across half back, out wide to Lohman. He can just lead up, take an easy mark on his chest. He's 50 from home. He veers out to the left. Rayner in the pocket wants it. He'll find him hard against the boundary line. Just for half a moment you thought he might have had a go at the big sticks, but did the discipline thing and found Cam Rayner in the right forward pocket.
It was a nice little kick in the end. Wasn't sure what he was trying to manufacture there, Kyle Holmes. He wheeled and played on. And then just a nice little weighted ball over the top to Cam Rayner. And the boys practice these ones a hell of a lot. I'm not putting it in the book. I'm just saying he's going to kick it. He's going to kick the footy.
Cam Rayner opens up the angle, curls it around with his left boot superbly. As the Blues waste their opportunities at one end, Brisbane shoot them from the hip at the other. And Cam Rayner with his second stretches it beyond 50 points. 52 points as the Brisbane Lions lead. 4 goals so far in this third quarter. They've booted the last 7 goals of the match. 15-8-98 to Carlton 6-10-46. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough watch at the moment, isn't it, Lids? I mean, Murphy's Law, and anything that can go wrong will go wrong for Carlton at this stage, and they're just missing easy goals when they get their opportunities, and Brisbane just capitalising on everything at the moment. They're a good outfit, aren't they? I mean, you're just seeing it a team who's at the height of their powers, really beating up on a team that is just really lacking in confidence and missing some key personnel as well.
Big final quarter coming up as well, even though the margin's wide on the scoreboard as to almost the macabre interest in this. As we've seen plenty of times in the past, if it gets bad enough as to what that does to a footy club, and this is a team that's been in the under the heat in the last couple of weeks, and of course that feels like the wall's somewhat closing in on their senior coach Michael Voss. Margin at 52 at the moment. They've lost their last 2 games by 50-plus margins. Of course, heavy loss to Collingwood last week, a pair of losses to teams out of contention before that. A crooked bounce in the middle here for umpire McGuinness. He throws it up the second time, and now there's a secondary whistle. Lee Fisher, a long way out of zone, has called a hold at the stoppage. It's on Lockie Neal. A 2-time Brownlow medalist, Neal. Inside the forward 50, Carroll knocks it away from Morris. Nice spoil, but at the drop is Rayner. Runs straight past him, kicks to full forward. Cameron moves his opponent out of the way, and the battle of strength was illegal, said the umpire. Free kick, Cowan. What do you reckon, Lids?
I didn't like it. That's what you do bench press for. He used that left arm, just got him out of the way.
Test of strength, didn't it?
It was.
Now he's calling a sequence of not 15, so Carlton hemmed in and under pressure despite winning that free kick. Cowan, long kick in the Williams direction. Dunkley originally spoils and then completes the mark.
Has Neal on, took a long time to get it to him. Cowan comes over, makes the spoil. Gathered by Sam Doherty, turns and comes inboard to Carroll. Feeds the hand pass to Chera. Kicks up towards Tom de Koning. Arms out in front. Takes the mark in front of Starcevic. He's got Haynes running the boundary line towards you, Ben Cameron.
What about that? A few Bronx cheers there for Tom de Koning as he took that mark on the logo from the Carlton faithful around me. Whew. Looking at potentially leaving. I'm not sure that's going to keep him in navy blue.
Possession number 8 for Tom de Koning in the match. Doherty works it forward to Motlop. Turns and comes inboard to Hollins. In the last minute of the quarter, Ollie Hollins tries to switch it out to the fat side of the ground, looking for Lord. Can't take the mark. Spoiled by Levi Ashcroft. Getting back is Berry. Hand pass over his shoulder, looking for Archie. He just kept it alive. Got it forward to Zorko. He's going to feed a hand pass back to Berry, who cuts back on his right and kicks it long up towards the wing in the direction of McCluggage. Off the hands of Chin Cotter. Morris shovels a hand pass forward.
Bad luck.
And they were out too as Cameron was on the end of that, and Hitwood was streaming inside a vacant forward 50, and yet time expires on them. But not before Brisbane kicked 4 unanswered goals in the term. They've kicked the last 7 in the match, and the margin is past 50 again. Still with a quarter to play. Patrick Cripps walks over to McGovern and O'Farrell on the bench and just daps it up with each of them. 52 points is the lead for Brisbane. 15-8-98, they lead Carlton 6-10-46. Still another quarter to come here at Docklands. All right, they're goal kickers. I've got 3 for Charlie Cameron, 2 for Morris, 2 for Rayner. And then singles. Again, they just great spread once more. Lohman, McCluggage, Berry, Will Ashcroft, Levi Ashcroft, Hitwood, Fort, Bailey. So that is, how's my maths? 11 goal kickers?
Yep, 11 individual.
Incredible. So that's
12 last week against Port Adelaide.
They just get it done by committee, and they've done it again tonight. So 11 already for the Lions. Meanwhile, for Carlton, no change, obviously, in the second half. 2 for Pitternet and then 1 each for Williams, Cripps, Fantasia and Durden. Other incidents tonight in this match, unfortunately, Noah Answorth looks like he's done his left Achilles, trying to press off stock standard Achilles injury in the second quarter and was subbed out of the game. And then Orazio Fantasia hurt his hamstring in that third quarter, and his day is also done. So Answorth with the Achilles, and now Fantasia for the Blues with the hamstring. And then a couple of collisions with umpires. First of all, one between Cowan and umpire Andrew Heffernan, not expected to attract a fine. That was unavoidable, as there was a turnover and Cowan went to try and zig to go and get the footy, and the umpire Andrew Heffernan zagged at that exact moment, and they banged bodies, similar to the one between O'Gorman and Caddy from last week. And then there was your classic stoppage incident where Will Ashcroft ended up tripping an umpire who was trying to back out. Ashcroft's foot was planted, and as a result, the umpire ended up on his backside, and that's the kind of thing that they're trying to avoid at the stoppages. So a possible fine and a sanction could be coming the way of Will Ashcroft after the recent crackdown. Now, the on-the-run SMS, for people that have been with us all night, Brett Delidio set people a task basically saying, hey, guys that run at elite speed and can use it.
Yes.
Got to be able to be a good kick at speed.
I've seen a few come through. They look good.
Gilby says thinking Daniel Kerr was a pretty handy kick at pace amongst a few of his teammates.
He was quick. Yep. Not a bad kick.
Riley says Daniel Wells.
Not a bad kick.
Yeah.
Very good one.
The next one's better. Travis from Perth.
Travis from Perth says Jason Ackermanis.
Yep.
I already said that earlier, didn't I?
No, I didn't hear you.
I said it from the get-go. I said Ackermanis is easily the best.
Wayne Blackwell.
We'll have to check the tape.
We'll have to go back on that one, I think.
If we missed that one.
Just give me some win for tonight.
Andy from Wodonga. Peter Matera kicked a goal against the Cats in Grand Final day. Full pelt from the wing. Iconic. No name, no pack drill, but Wayne Blackwell from a Carlton.
Lukestad.
Carlton champion.
Yeah.
Lukestad, of course. I actually saw Luke win a Sandover one night, of course, the best player in the WAFL. Went out a fine career there. Matthew Knights and Andrew McLeod.
Nah, I don't remember Matty Knights bursting away from anyone. Andrew McLeod, yeah.
Andrew McLeod's probably the best looking one, I reckon. Like him at full pace. Like he's just glided across the grass.
And Clarko of Clarkson in WA. Leon Cameron or Robbie Flower.
Okay, let's go on back a bit. But one that I did see come through as well, and the little master, Gary Ablett Jr., he was a kisser of the footy.
He could go, couldn't he?
He could make it talk.
His last step, he'd just guide and just have a half a step and just go bang.
Three-quarter time here at Docklands. More from Murph and Lids coming up next. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Lions by 52.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Keeping bored parents busy is easy with the ABC Listen app. Then we can listen to our stuff, like Bluey Listen Along and all new Dino Dome. Hear it all now on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Pokes the kick forward to Berry. Between wing and half forward. Look for Loman! What an oxymoron. He's the high man as he gets up and takes the mark right forward pocket for Brisbane. Hooks it across the body and the finish is superb too. Loman caps it off with a goal and celebrates to the crowd. And Brisbane with its own centre to start the second half. They pick up where they left off. And all of a sudden, Brisbane by 36 points. New game high.
Half pass to Darcy Gardner. Sends a high ball inside 50. Flying from the side. Morris can't take the mark. Staying down was Ford. Half pass to Bailey. Can he finish this one? On his left, he can. Zorko gets the hand pass from Berry. Long towards Charlie. Cameron caught behind against McGovern. Hits the ground. Ford into the open goal. It's another poor turnover. Just the Carlton defence not quite on the same page as they all turn to each other and make that 6 consecutive goals for the Brisbane Lions. Cam Rayner opens up the angle, curls it around with his left boot superbly. Because the Blues waste their opportunities at one end, Brisbane shoot them from the hip at the other.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Lions pulling away. They led by 13 at quarter time, 30 at the half, and now 52 at three-quarter time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit ugly Well, it has been for most of that quarter. They went on a bit of a roll and looked comfortable, didn't they, for the whole quarter? But Carlton they left goals on the table, and gettable goals. You work so hard to get set shots inside your forward 30, and some of them directly in front, and then to spray them. It just, I talk about Matt Carroll being run down a couple of times.
Well, you go back to that point because they had a few energy zapping mistakes, didn't they, where they shouldn't have just got scored against, and that back end of that second quarter really started from then, didn't it? And then when you go forward in that third term and they leave goals out there, as you said, just from 20, 30 out in front, you've just got to capitalise.
52 points, Brisbane's lead. They're playing to shore up second spot on the table. Percentage at the moment isn't important to them, but another draw will make it a little interesting as a slick hands through the middle ends up with McCluggage, kicks inside forward 50. Cameron got a shove in the back.
Too quick.
It's against Carroll, and Cameron will get it. And a look here from right half forward. He'll kick from about 45 out.
You just wonder if that was a set play. The big hit out of the ruck.
Half forwards up.
Cam Rayner just bursted on that, and he knew exactly where that was going. So you wouldn't have thought they're going to get a set of clearance from the half forward coming up as a direct contest hit out, but anyway, they've proved me wrong there, but what a kick to Cameron on the lead.
They've looked to get him involved tonight on the back of his 3 last week. Charlie Cameron, the drop punt is hitting the post. It's got 3-2 tonight, Cameron. 3-3, in fact. So 3-3 for Charlie tonight on the back of his 3 last week. Brisbane by 53 points. I'm saying 3 a lot as we're early into quarter number 4.
Hollands brings the Blues back into play to Haynes in the back pocket up towards Ciccone, who worked his way from the back to the front. Hand pass to Cripps, he's tackled, just got it forward to Pitnet. Hand pass to Motlop, it's a real little scrappy for the Blues as Motlop hand pass down low for Pitnet. He's tackled by Harris Andrews and the umpire will ball it up. If you weren't with us earlier, Lockie Fogarty missed a shot from 25 metres out. Ashton Moyers kicked 3 behinds for the Blues tonight. Hewitt from the stoppage, back to Cowan. Tackle was a little over the shoulder, and Cowan will take the free kick on the wing. Off the back of 20 disposals last week, career high 8 marks and 8 rebound 50s as he sends this ball wide and Haynes takes the mark. Ben Cameron.
Adam Shearer is down in the rooms. I'm not 100% sure why at the moment, but I'll come back to you on it.
All right, thanks, Ben. Hopefully just a little pit stop. As Hollands just runs past Loman, who was meant to be on the mark but crept around. Kick goes down to half forward. McGovern competes, spills to Williams. Hand pass out to Cripps, trying to knock it forward. In the end, it's punched the other way. Brisbane sweating on it. Wilmot collects, does a full 360. Hand pass to Berry, loops a handball. McCluggage with the flight. In the end, Carroll intercepts for the Blues. He gives it to Williams. Hands it out wide to Doherty against his old team. Kicks to half forward, flying for it, Curnow. No mark, good follow-up, Gardner. Curnow got his hands free. Hands it out to Williams. Kicks inside forward 50 and DeConing takes the mark. A sprawling mark at right half forward. He'll kick from 40 out.
Well, scrappy, and they still almost missed an easy handball to run inside 50 there rather than just throwing it on the boot. But anyway, it's landed in Tom DeConing's lap. But
I pray this goes through for him.
So do I. Not sure about the Bronx cheers.
I did mention that earlier. Last week, the Collingwood cheer squad sung the Saints theme at him when he went down to the goal square. As Tom DeConing pops it through. And there's some support from the Blues faithful as they cheer that one through. And DeConing, who knows, perhaps in his last stretch of games in the navy blue, adds another goal to his career tally. His first of the night. Brisbane's lead cut to 47. 15-9-99 to 7-10-52. 3.5 gone final term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's an inside 50 mark for Tom DeConning, but it's not a contested mark and what you would have been hoping to get out of him, I don't think, Murph, in terms of output or being able to be a forward presence. We've seen him start on the ground for the first 5 minutes and then go to the bench.
Yeah, haven't seen so many balls go inside 50 where he's been competing in the air, have we? So whether that's not getting into the right direction, the kicks haven't been where they need to be, or him not being in the right spot. But yeah, unfortunately, haven't made the most of his ability up forward tonight.
Carlton with their first goal since the second quarter. is back in the middle of the ground. Pitnet tries to follow up his ruck work, but it's nearly gets a hand pass to Wilmot. Hand pass forward. McInerney cleverly tapped it on to Dunkley's. Hand pass miss Rayner though. Haynes gathers for the Blues across half-back. Gets the hand pass away to Lord. Drives a kick up towards the wing. Running back with a flight. Durden takes the mark. Hand pass to Curnow. Just inside 50. Cuts past one. Can't get round Fletcher. Hand pass back to Durden. Into the pocket for Chincotta. He just keeps it alive. No, he can't as he tries to hold the ball out in front of his body. Kick was just wide of him. A boundary throw in the left forward pocket for Carlton.
Other opportunity.
Just the kicks, you just got to hit.
Brisbane 15-9-99 to the Blues 7-10-52. 4 unanswered goals Brisbane's way in that third quarter. As it's thrown back in, McInerney palms it down. De Koning tries to do the roving. Rides the tackle of Levi Ashcroft, and his hand pass out towards Zach Williams. Can't gather cleanly. Ricochets off his boot. Out of play, 55 metres out from the Carlton goal.
Ben, you got a better view than us given where you're sitting, and we can't see obviously the tier that's behind or above us and where we're situated on the wing here at Docklands, but I'm keen to get a take from you as to how many were here at its highest point this afternoon and how many are still here, as it feels like it's thinned out a little bit after three-quarter time from the boundary throw-in. We got now a ball up. What do you got for us, Ben?
I reckon the crowd will be marked at about 28,500 or just a tick under 30,000, given they include everyone who comes through the door. But I would say at the moment it's thinned out to about 25,000.
A few more empty seats, particularly on the outer as Carlton win it at the stoppage. Cowan just pokes the kick inside 50 and Hewitt takes the mark.
Yep, good vision by Cowan then. Like most of his probably other teammates tonight, just banged it in, hope for the best. Just take an extra half a second, weigh up your options, and then back in your leg to hit it. So
pulled the kick well, didn't he?
Yeah, just saw him at the corner of his eye. Good to see him get a couple of years contract as well during the week. So he's one who he competes and
can kick it.
Yeah, it's handy.
One of 3 to sign one extension with the club. And the other's been Matt Carroll and young Harry O'Farrell. It's Hewitt. Dobs the goal. So Carlton show a little bit of heart here late in the piece after it looked like it was headed all downhill. Just to firstly stop the rot. Now they've strung consecutive goals together. 8-10-58 to 15-9-99. Still Brisbane by 41. 6.5 gone final term. The Blues with the only 2 goals in the final quarter so far.
Tell you what, you have to admire the way George Hewitt goes about it. Yeah. All year you could hold his head really high. I thought his ability to compete, play on a player but then get off a player and then win contested footy, win clearance, tackle, get involved in scores. He's been kicking goals as well. So he's one player that you could hang your hat on, and if he doesn't win the best and fairest this year, there's something wrong.
Yeah. No, he's been terrific.
6 goals this season for George Hewitt. Is back in the middle of the ground. Chera's made his way back into the middle as well. Hewitt on cue, trying to get a hand pass forward. He can't break clear as Cripps is brought down by Dunkley. Brisbane by 41 points. Carlton with the last 2 goals of the match. Pitnet wins down the tap. Zach Williams, hand pass forward to Hewitt. Kicks looking for McGovern, who comes leading out. Charlie Curnow got absolutely flattened as the pack was crashed by Mitch McGovern, charging out.
It's great hands by Zach Williams in around the contest, coming up as that high half forward, just to see Hewitt on his outside, and just rather than making him break stride, he just kicked it out in front. Good to see McGovern coming up with the football and taking a mark on the lead.
He's one of a number of Blues. Mitch McGovern, who's out of contract at season's end, directly in front, 45 metres out. He comes in, easy as shelling peas. 3 goals on the bounce of the Blues. So they try and restore a bit of pride to this scoreboard, as it's now 35 points the Brisbane Lions way. 15-9-99 to Carlton 9-10-64. Mitch McGovern with his first goal of the match.
Yeah, it was a great little bit of play there for the Blues in terms of, we've spoken about the dominance and the ease of which the Lions have gone out of the centre. But that was really nice hands from Williams, as you said, Murph, and then Hewitt out in front. I mean, that's a nice, easy kick, that one, isn't it? Just being able to have 2 of your forwards coming up at the footy and just pop it up in the space, let them run onto it, do the work.
6 goals in 3 quarters, 3 goals in 9 minutes with a bit of the sting out of the game.
I did the North game a couple of weeks ago, and it sort of reminds me a little bit of that, where the margin was very lopsided at three-quarter time, and Carlton got on a little bit of a roll, and in the end gave the Roos a bit of a fright when it felt like it was all done and dusted as Hewitt tumbles a kick out to half forward. Zorko picks it off. And Brisbane going to make sure they don't give up the final term here. McInerney marks. The big ruckman in for his first game since round 9. Goes long to centre half forward. Sips through the legs in the end of Bailey. Still Brisbane control it. Hipwood, hand pass to Lohman. Shakes the Haynes tackle. And then casually off a step. Kicks a high bomb inside. 50 at the drop. Hipwood takes the mark. And they had plenty of time to work that out. And in the end, Hipwood will have a look. 45-degree angle left half forward.
Well, it went about 20 metres, that one. In the end, it went pretty high. I mean, you said big bomb. It looked like it was going to the top of the goal square core, but it really just went nowhere. I love that Lohman, his ability to shake them off. And you spoke about this earlier, Murph. Their ability to break tackles and stand up in tackles is what a seasoned team can do. Their ability to get in the gym and do the work there to then be able to do this is what separates them from what Carlton has been today.
All night they've halted any kind of Carlton momentum. Hipwood on the drop punt will miss to the left or behind. Here's another one now. 17 games this year, just 23 goals. He's only kicked 4 goals in his last 8 games. He's only got a maximum of 1 in any of those 4. 36 points Brisbane's lead. 10.5 gone final term.
How did they miss that?
Brings the Blues back into play. A shove or too high in the end. A free kick going the way of Josh Dunkley. Umpires eventually got word of it as he chips it forward to Zorko. Another one who is shining in his 30s as he kicks up towards a adventurous Zach Bailey who tried to fly early. He gave away the free kick and it'll go the way of Cowan. Zach Williams just 25 metres out from his defensive goal. Gets to the stage where you might have to entertain yourself here.
Cowan comes wide with the kick. Spills down Carlton's way. Chera. Hand pass to Hewitt. In the middle of the ground, he gives it to Williams. Kicks a torp off a step. Floats inside the forward 50. Not the best one we've seen tonight. Out the back, taken by Starcevic. Peeling off half-back in characteristic fashion. Heads to Berry, who marks on the wing. And he looks back inboard. Will Ashcroft marks on the logo. Continues the shift across the ground. Short to Wilmot. 73rd game tonight. All of them consecutive since his debut. In that elimination final against the Tigs a couple of years back. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Big leap up from O'Farrell. Couldn't quite complete the intercept mark. McCluggage steals it. Coughs it up though. And Motlop can kick out of defence for Carlton out in the Curnow direction.
He was caught behind against Dunkley. Wrestles, gathers the footy. Dunkley lays a great tackle holding the ball.
One-arm free. Yeah, he's done that a few times tonight. Dunkley's a good exponent of the one-armed pin tackle, isn't he?
He wanted to initially poke it to Archie. Instead, he'll head it to the pocket where Morris is hiding up against the left behind post. What a bullet it was to find him. There's about 3 or 4 Brisbane shirts in that left forward pocket, and he knew exactly who he wanted the footy in the hands of.
So for people screaming, how's he meant to get rid of it? He's just meant to make an attempt, isn't he? Even if he throws it out, drops it on his boot, whatever it is, that's all okay.
Well, the only option he's got is to try and throw it in his boot, because obviously you've got one arm pinned.
Yeah.
The prior opportunity seems to have evaporated. Logan Morris has 2 goals so far tonight. He opens up the angle, curls it back on his right, and it's near side all the way, a minor score. 37 points, the Brisbane Lions lead. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just a reminder that at the conclusion of this match, we will have the inaugural Robert Walls medal presented on field for the best player afield tonight, recognising his contribution for both of these great clubs.
Thanks, Ben. Either of you voting on that?
I didn't get a memo.
I didn't get a memo. Surprising.
Yes, I agree. I would have thought our guys...
A bit too biased, probably, Murph, given you are connected to both clubs.
As Brisbane win it back on halfway. Dunkley short and wide out to McCluggage. He tries to measure his drop pump, looking for Berry. Couldn't quite connect. But a free kick for a push. And Berry will get it.
Whistle's gone a lot tonight, hasn't it?
Very much so. A hand pass away to Rayner. He drives the kick long to the goal square. Lohman throws himself at the pack. Couldn't complete the mark and threw from behind. So a minor score. 38 points, Brisbane's lead. 14 gone, final term. Also on the postgame, we'll bring you Michael Voss's press conference as it happens. So stick around for that. 14 minutes into the last. Lions by 38.
I was just having a look at that. Leeds 9 holding the balls have been paid, in which Brisbane have won the free kick. I guess it's a hard one because we've criticised the interpretation from time to time, but is that the right balance as what we've seen tonight?
They've been largely consistent with. I mean, they've been hot with their interpretation, but at least it's been
both ways, hasn't it?
Consistent, I think.
It's been pretty consistent in that area. Yeah. They're obviously just wanting less stoppage, aren't they?
Yeah.
Game and ball to move on.
That's 9-6 the way of the Brisbane Lions, with their tackles rewarded for holding the ball from the throw-in. Camerona tries to knock it out on the bottom of the pack, out towards Charlie Cameron, but it's picked up by Motlop off the outside of the boot, up towards half forward. Leicester leads up at it, gathers at half past Rayner, dumped in a tackle by Cripps. It's kept alive momentarily by Will Ashcroft. His hand pass is knocked out of play by Chera. Boundary throw-in. Brisbane by 38 points.
Adam Chera, we just heard in the commentary there, disappeared down the rooms earlier in the quarter, but he's back out there and continuing. As DeConey palms it down and then gets the footy back, trickles a kick down the wing, picked up here by Chera, sends it to half forward. Andrews leaves his man, goes to Spoil, bounces off his chest as it skims off his knuckles into the lap of Leicester, and Motlop holds him up. 38 points, the Lions lead, 15 gone final term. It was 52 points the margin at three-quarter time, and we're fearing what this final term might have become. As Neil at the stoppage kicks it straight into his mate's boot and Cripps, and the ball balloons off his shoe and out of play. So free kick for Brisbane, out of bounds on the full. Neil heads back inboard, finds Bailey. Lions by 38 points.
Looks to switch it out towards right half back, where Harris Andrews takes the mark. Hand pass to Zorko, kicks out towards Starcevic. Takes the mark at right half back, inboard to Charlie Cameron. He looks at options inboard, nothing really obvious, so chips it out towards the boundary side. Levi Ashcroft takes the mark. Brisbane by 38 points. As Levi comes inboard, Wilmot takes the mark, shovels a hand pass forward to Fletcher, can link it over the top to Archie. At right half forwards, 55 from home, sends it long towards the goal mouth and misses everything. Out of bounds on the full. Is it important Brisbane finish this final quarter with a little more gusto than they're showing, or not really?
Not really. I don't think it really
just
matters, does it?
Get through unscathed.
Yep.
Get out of here.
Sort of struggled to play 4 full quarters so far this season, though.
Hollands coming out of defence, turns it over. Zorko whacks it looking for Neil, and Carroll does well to bob up and intercept. Carlton win it back on the wing. Hand pass to Hollands. Feeds it forward to the sub in Cooper Lord. He's dumped as he gets the kick away. Up inside 50, and Wilmot leaves his man to intercept. Another interesting thing to note about Brisbane, as we touched on, is the draw. So it sort of takes their percentage out of it a little bit, at least until another one of the top contenders has a draw, as Fort takes a mark from the kick in the middle of the ground, and Carlton plays a little sloppy entry in the protected zone. And the ump says you can't do that. That's 50. Fort sends it up front, looking for Hipwood. No mark. Spills front and centre to Lohman. Hand pass away to Morris. Centering kick. Will Ashcroft backing into traffic. Cripps in the other direction. Ball hits the deck. Carlton win it. Williams hand pass away to Chera at centre half back.
Hand pass away to Young, down low for Motlop. He gathers, has to just chip it up towards the wing. Moyer leads up, good clean pick up on the bounce. Hand pass to Chera, looks up, has Chincotta in the corridor. The kick is over his head, and Lockie Neal runs back onto it. Ben Cameron on the boundary, some concerning signs for Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, so in that kick that went over his head after a searching lead towards the back flank, Froggy Lester just sort of got in his back and poked him in the eye. So he was down for quite a while, sort of feeling around his face. It looked very much accidental. No issues there for Ryan Lester. But Charlie Curnow's really struggling with it and still struggling on the bench all of this time later, about 2.5, 3 minutes later.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Fletcher switches across half forward to Wilmot, who chips it up to Lohman. 53 metres out from goal. He looks towards the goal mouth, sends it in the direction of Archie, and Logan Morris flying from behind. Motlop at the back, passes it through from behind.
Yep,
that's going to be insufficient intent to keep the ball alive.
It was outside the 9 metres, that's why.
He was almost
can't do that.
10 metres, 12 metres out from his defensive goal, and just in a moment of panic, hand passed it through from behind. Umpire said you can't do that, and the footy ends up in the hands of Zach Bailey. He's had one of those sort of nights tonight. He steps out, opens it up on his left, and slams it into the post. So he's kicked 1 goal, 4 so far tonight, after the highs of 5 goals won last week. And Lockie Neal dubbed him as the potential to be one of the top 5 players in the competition Footy can be a great humbling experience, can't it?
Yeah, well, 3 probably out of those 4 have probably been ones that just certainly dropped down for him almost.
Almost always those free kicks are controversial. That was not one of them, was it?
That's way down there, that one.
I don't think anyone was arguing that was fair enough as the force behind from Motlop. Free kick for De Koning on the wing in the marking contest. What have you made of his night, gentlemen? TDK. As he goes long to his opposing ruckman in Pitternet, no mark, spills down to Cripps, scoops it out. Hewitt links up with Williams, kicks inside 50. Durden racing back downhill. Andrews trying to force it out. Durden does well, keeps his feet, and then handballs into the path of Leicester. And a goal-saving move, swats it down and prevents the easy goal for Motlop in the goal square. And his captain's awake to it. Harris Andrews congratulates Leicester, and a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues.
How do I see his game?
TDK, yep.
I don't think they've utilised him and allowed him to play his best footy, if I'm being honest.
Yep. So he's played more forward again?
Yep.
It'd be interesting if he hasn't made his decision to depart Princes Park at the end of the season, giving booed and jeered by his fans tonight. Will Ashcroft with a clearing kick for the Brisbane Lions, only as far as O'Farrell, who takes the mark. Has kicked a goal in his 2 games so far. A chance to join that club here.
Go back and
have a shot. Yeah, absolutely.
Pick 40, 2024. He was a boyhood blue bagger.
He's a light frame, isn't he? So he'll only get better, but good getting exposure.
From 52 metres out, he's given it a ride, but it's out to the right. Clears Tom De Koning and through for a minor score. Brisbane's lead is 38 points at the 21-minute mark of the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He's come across his dad when you're at the club, Murph?
Don't know.
Oh, Zorko turns it straight over. Kicks it to Chincotta, who marks the kick out. And now he wants to straighten up across the 50 to Hewitt, who's further out, but directly in line.
Murphy's a clean skin.
7 metres out from goal.
Never needed the barrister.
Oh, Hewitt trying to go short. Got it to Williams, and the ump's going to pay that. I thought for a moment it might have not been 15. So
never needed a barrister.
Yep. He was, of course, famously the man that helped Paddy Cripps get off in the year that he won.
That's right.
The Brownlow for the first time.
That big kind of spoil.
It was on Kalachi.
It was.
Up at the Gabba. Yeah,
claimed to spoil
one of these games.
Well, it was kind of a spoil, wasn't it? Because it was a handball forward and he read it and jumped. And
yeah, it was right around the time that all the crackdown on that was starting to come in, that if you leave the ground and in a reckless way, you're culpable for the damage. So after all these short kicks, Williams is shooting at goal, but it's the same result. It's out to the left and behind. 9-12 to 15-13. Brisbane by 37 is the shorthand of that. 22 minutes into the final term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
It's the same Mark Murphy who told us he didn't notice the fines too much back in those days. But on a serious note, Charlie Curnow's left eye is incredibly bloodshot. It is blood red all around the pupil. Looks very, very bad.
It's not much fun for Charlie Curnow. Zorko brings the Brisbane Lions back into play. Logan Morris working down the ground, marks at half back. Looks up towards Darcy Fort, wrestles his way to the front, can't hang on to the mark. Pitnet gathers for Carlton. Hand pass to Hewitt, hand pass to Carroll, gets it forward to Lord, drives it inside 50. Moyer can't get a run in the end. He's blocked out of it by Leicester, and Harris Andrews takes the intercepting mark for Brisbane. Kicks through the middle of the ground. Wilmot with a fresh set of heels as he runs away from halfback. Kicks it out to Dunkley. They're on the break here. Down low to Archie, who takes the mark in the right forward pocket.
Yeah, it's just automatic. Their ball movement just very slick tonight, the Brisbane Lions, and really just pulled apart Carlton at various opportunities, almost various times when they actually want to put the foot down. They've just thought, oh, we might take the foot off here for a little bit. Now we'll go. But they've got so many good ball users through their team, and their system is very strong.
They have kicked 5 behind so far in this final term. Cal Archie looking to become their 12th individual goal kicker. It's across the face. From the back of the pack rising was Logan Morris. Can't take the mark. Cam Rayner lays another tackle. Was that high? On Cowan, it wasn't. The umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket for Brisbane.
Inside forward 50 tackling has been elite tonight.
Curnow's back out there with his bloodied eye as McInerney knocks it down to Cripps, trying to clear the defensive 50, and Fletcher had a fair piece of that. Jasper Fletcher, who leaps up and marks left half forward right on the 50.
Kick a talk. He sort of goes under the radar, doesn't he, Jasper Fletcher, with the Ashcrofts and all the other midfielders. He gets to play at half back, but geez, he's a good player, good reliable player.
Jasper Fletcher, he's going to lay it up. Kicks to the hot spot. Over the top comes Rayner. Can't complete the mark. Falls down to Matt Carroll. Sweeping hand pass. Oh, the bounce eludes Starcevic. Carlton maintain possession. Haynes gives it to Hewitt. Kicks for Curnow. Back on the ground. High Pearce, well, it doesn't look great, but at least he can clearly see out of it as he marks and then overcooks the kick. Looking for Durden and intercepted by Berry. Pokes it down the wing for Dunkley. Margin 37 points Brisbane's way. 24.5 gone final term. 3 goals to zip in this last quarter Carlton's way.
Morris comes back inboard for the Brisbane Lions. Wilmot takes the mark. Gestures for Lester to push up in to the centre square, and he takes the mark at centre half back. Switches out towards the city side. And Gardner takes the mark. The sub into the action in the second quarter for Noah Answorth, who suffered an Achilles injury. The club initially said it was an ankle and then clarified at halftime that it was an Achilles. Lockie Neal turns and comes back into the middle of the ground, and Harris Andrews takes the mark. A bit of circle work for Brisbane as they just play keepings off for the moment. Harris Andrews thought about going to Fletcher. Now we'll chip it boundary side out towards Gardner. He can chip it wider still to Will Ashcroft. He takes the mark, centre wing, city side, back inboard to Wilmot.
This is like
dribbling
out the game in the NBA. This is a gentleman's agreement almost.
Just working out whether Carlton are just going to sag one off as Lockie Neal takes the mark at right half forward. He chips his kick looking for Morris. Flying in front is Zach Bailey. Can he finally put through his second goal of the match, having booted 1 goal 4 tonight?
Well, it'd be disappointing, given how slow that build-up was, and yet he's still free.
Well, they had 2 free, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's another bloke behind him.
But just to go back on those tackling numbers that I was talking about inside the forward 50, they've had 20 tonight, which, 12 is usually a good game. It's about that league average, but to have 20.
Zach Bailey starts his approach outside 50 on a 45-degree angle. Looking to try and strike for their first goal of the final term. He throws his head back, straight off the boot. It's a shocker, out of bounds on the full. So that fails to score.
Throw them boots out.
5 behinds in the final term for Brisbane,
again.
and that doesn't count. 37 points.
Get some freshies.
Unless they're the ones who kicked 5 last week.
Well, they probably are. I think he wore light blue, but throw them out now. Start again.
Could have kicked 7 tonight. He's had that kind of night, and he's got 1. 4 behinds, 1 out in the full, a couple that didn't reach the line. And that kind of night for Zach Bailey, and yet still creating a heap of opportunities. As Carlton try to go end-to-end here. Moyer to Hewitt. Hand pass to DeConing. Handball to Chincotta. Caught, middle of the ground. Ball up. They've got as tough a run home as anyone, Brisbane, from here. This is, no disrespect to the Blues, really the last of their soft touches. The only side outside the top 9 they play on the run home is Sydney in Sydney. And we know they're rejuvenated and starting to play some of their best footy of the campaign so far. As Fletcher is held up in the middle of the ground. And that starts next Friday night for the Lions, that run back at home against the Western Bulldogs. Well, for Carlton, they fail to relieve too much pressure tonight. They win the last quarter, but that's going to be about it, as they were able to trim off what was a 52-point three-quarter time deficit to 37 nearing the finish.
McInerney and Pitnet tangle once more. Spills down the way of Doherty. He's stuck at the bottom of the pack, and the umpire will call for a ball up once more. So the final seconds tick down as the umpire throws it aloft. McInerney and Pitnet. Pitnet wins down the tap. The Brisbane Lions do what they have to do. They claim victory to start round 18 of the AFL by 37 points over the Blues, who continue to struggle.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear the roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
Brisbane led by 13 points at quarter time, by 30 points at half-time, by 52 at three-quarter time, and were held goalless in the final term, managing 5 behinds to Carlton's 3-2. The Lions 15-13, 103 to Carlton 9-12, 66. Their 12th win of the season.
Like Fitzroy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all.
The Brisbane Lions continue to eye a top 2 spot, while for the Blues they brought some effort and fight tonight. But in the end, the talent was simply overwhelming. Brisbane by 37 points. They had 11 individual goal kickers, in which Charlie Cameron led the way with 3 goals, 2 goals to Logan Morris and to Cam Rayner, while individuals to Lohman, McCluggage, Berry, Will Ashcroft, Levi Ashcroft, alongside Hipwood, Fort and Bailey. While for the Blues, they booted, well, in the end, 3 goals to none in the final term to add a little bit of polish to the scoreboard. But 2 goals to Mark Pitnet, individuals to Zach Williams, Cripps, McGovern, to Koning, Fantasia, Durden and Hewitt. The Brisbane Lions winners by 37 points, 12 wins, 4 losses and 1 draw, while Carlton, well, they're closer to the bottom 4 than they are the top 4, 6 wins and 11 losses.
You said it on the siren, Clinchy, in the way that you summed it up. They did what they had to do tonight, Brisbane. They come to Melbourne, they tick the box against a bottom 9 team that they needed to, and ultimately they defend second spot on the table. The Robert Walls medal's about to be presented. Well, for Carlton, it's going to be an interesting one to try and dissect. So they've lost 4 in a row. They did sort of little, really, to ease too much of the pressure or take any or too much of the heat out of the situation. They've lost 4 in a row, a pair of losses to 2 teams out of contention, and now back-to-back losses to the last 2 premiers in Collingwood and Collingwood and Brisbane. So where does it leave the Blues on the back of a 37-point loss here, and certainly leaves their season at 6-11. The official presentation in a few moments' time. The injuries out of tonight. So Horatio Fantasia did a hamstring late in the third quarter, was subbed out. Charlie Curnow finished with a bloodied eye after an errant poke in the eye on the way through from Ryan Lester. He also went goalless for the 4th consecutive game, so 4 straight games without a goal for the goal-kicking champion. Meanwhile, for Brisbane, the major injuries are theirs, so unfortunately Noah Answorth appeared to snap his left Achilles in the second quarter, so fearing an Achilles injury, his day is over, and for a club with so few injuries, heartbreaking to pick one up at this stage of the season in round 18. Noah Answorth on crutches and in the moon boot. Brisbane by 37 points, full-time here at Docklands to start round 18. The presentation of the Robert Walls medal.
By introducing a medal in his name. Each time these 2 teams play against each other, the Robert Walls medal will be awarded to the player that best embodies the values upheld by Robert Walls throughout his playing and coaching career at both clubs. This year, the inaugural Robert Walls medal will be presented by son Daniel. So a big welcome to Daniel for being with us here tonight. The inaugural Robert Walls medal goes to Josh Dunkley.
Always a popular member, Josh Dunkley. You can hear the reaction there. 28 disposals, half of them contested. Also laid 13 tackles.
Yeah, beast.
It's a big night for Josh Dunkley. He's the inaugural winner of the Robert Walls medal.
Yeah.
Firstly, just wanted to say thank you. An absolute honour to win the first one of these. It's unbelievable. Thanks to the Carlton boys for coming out tonight. It was a great game, and well done to our boys. Great win. I'm not used to this stuff, so thank you.
Little understated. What a ripper, as you'd expect. Josh Dunkley as he poses for a photo now with Daniel Walls, and here is the presentation of the very first Robert Walls medal. Are we happy with that outcome?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
I wonder how many holding the balls he won tonight, because it felt like every time he laid a tackle, he made it stick.
Yeah, he was fantastic. He's a guy you'd love to go to war with in your midfield.
Yeah.
He gives you everything both ways. He gives you a bit of offence, winning the footy, puts his head in the hole, but also you'll tackle and chase and scrap to get the ball back for you. So, yeah, deserving winner, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of his work goes unnoticed too when you watch him, because he just gets a little handball in and releases to the runners. So, plays his role beautifully, tackles, competes, and as you heard, then probably doesn't really like the limelight. That's probably why they love playing with him.
We had goalless quarters in the second half. So first of all, Brisbane held Carlton goalless in the third term and opened up a 52-point lead at three-quarter time that extended by 1 early in the last. And then it was Brisbane's turn to be goalless in that final term, Carlton kicking the last 3 goals to put a pretty face on it. And as a result, 37 points is the final margin. A couple of little MRO things to look out for. We're not expecting anything for Lockie Cowan, who changed direction to try and get an errant kick and ran into an umpire who was moving the other way, and Andrew Heffernan early in the game. And then there was one involving Will Ashcroft, which was much more minor contact, and yet they're told at the stoppages in particular, keep that lane clear for the umpire to back out, and Will Ashcroft had his foot planted and ultimately tripped the umpire, so there might be a little fine there given the crackdown that has occurred, but that is the injury and MRO front. I'm fascinated to hear from both of you, Lids and Murph, as to how you sum this game up. So it was 53 points early in the final quarter, and you think, oh no, what's this going to end up like? And in the end, it finishes at 37 points. So from Brisbane and Carlton's perspective, how should they feel about all this?
I think Murph hit the nail on the head. Get the job done. Get out of here. Go back home. Recover. Enjoy the long weekend, I suppose, in terms of what's to come, because they've got some big games to come up, as we were talking about, sort of in that last little quarter there. It's a challenging run home, the Lions, but for the Blues, I think it's flattering. I mean, ultimately they kicked a couple late, and then the Lions, they hit 5 points in the last quarter, did you say?
Yep.
Yeah. So the game could have been easily 80 points. No worries at all. But Aaron kicking, they didn't really cash in the last little quarter, but on the last little bit of the game. So, yeah, I don't think it tells the full story. We're sort of just treading water there for the last bit, weren't we? Like I said, it was a bit like a gentleman's agreement. Let's just sag off and we'll get a few more touches and dribble the game out.
And that's all Brisbane have to do. So they've got the half a game advantage on the rest of the comp, so they sit in second at the moment. For Carlton, is it a step forward, Murph, from where it was the last couple of weeks?
No, I think it's just, unfortunately, it's reached the point where it's all looks a bit too hard to watch, really. As a bit of a Carlton supporter, really just sitting here watching them go about it from where the season was, where they were hoping it to go, for where it is at the moment. It's almost the last 4 weeks they've sort of saved themselves in terms of those huge big blowouts. They've found a way to keep competing, and you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You can just let it go and lose by 80 or keep fighting on. But to their credit, they fought on, but they have patches of games where they just get completely wiped, and they did that last week against Collingwood, halfway through the second, all the way through the third, and then again tonight, where it was last 5 or 6 minutes of the second, and the third quarter was just a write-off for them, and they just get. I think they kicked 7 or 8 in a row, Brisbane, during that period. So
7, yeah.
There's periods of games where they just get completely wiped off the map, and that's your game.
This is a team, by the way, Murph, that was second this time last year on the table. So since then they've gone 8 and 18, and out of those 8 wins they've had in that time, 3 of them are against West Coast. So it's not pretty reading.
Nah. And what was the other one, like against North? As well, or 2 against North as well,
a couple of times, and I think they
beat Richmond once, lost to Richmond, and they beat the Cats. Well, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I mean, the part that's really hard to work out is endeavour and effort versus talent and execution. It feels like the second one is their biggest issue at the moment, because they are exposing some young talent, but with that comes turnovers, which are proving so costly in the way they're trying to play.
Fundamentals, Clinchy, like their inability to hit a handball that someone's running past, they put it at their feet. It's like you are watching a bottom 4 team, in a redevelopment phase where you're
trying to find their way through.
And it's like, you can cop a few mistakes because you've
had a crack and you've shown effort. But
well, that too, but you've also told us, you've preached it. We're rebuilding, we're coming back to it, but this is a team that wanted to have aspirations of, we finished in a prelim only a couple of years ago, finals last year. And yet we're seeing this, and the execution, they kill themselves, essentially.
And the top end talent's not there. It's not as if they've gone to the draft and got all these high draft picks, and the one pick they did take really high, unfortunately, we haven't seen him all year. Interestingly, I mentioned Carlton were second this time last year. Essendon were fourth. They've won about the same amount of games since, but at least in the Bombers' case, they've had 12 debutants, 4 rising star noms. There's nothing to write home about there, but you can see that.
You can see the path they're taking and what they're doing.
Whereas, you also see their system, I think.
Yeah. Whereas this is a team that thought they were contending, and they're nowhere near that. Let's go into the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron's down there. The Lions by 57 points. Ben.
Certainly, Corb. They're about to huddle up. Kyle Lohman and Coach Chris Fagan coming in arm, Noah Ransworth hobbling in with the crutches and that moon boot on that Achilles injury. Here we go. This might be a football club and a team that is... it might be a little bit disrespectful to say neutral, but they are cruising at the moment. Obviously, the heartbreaking aspect of tonight is Noah Ransworth. I did note on the bench that nearly every player took time to get around him and give him a pat on the head or ask him what had happened. So, that's going to be likely a 12-month injury there if it is a full Achilles rupture. Zach Bailey is going to join us very, very shortly.
Yeah, we look forward to that.
Ask about those boots, I think.
We'll get you a fresh set, mate, I reckon.
Now, obviously, we've been focused a lot on the new contact on umpires, contact stoppages. Basically, the AFL said, look, we've had enough. Over the last 2 years, the fines aren't working. The incidents have skyrocketed. So as a result, if you get 4 sanctions across a 2-year period, you will be sent to the tribunal. You'll either be suspended or heavily fined at that point. So, and I don't think the AFL is actually wanting to suspend players. They're basically just wanting to curb player behaviour. But it's got us on the lookout, obviously, for players that are in the danger zone. So you look at Rao, Hewitt, McRae have all had 4. And then Dawson, Butters, Reid, Drew, Clark, Chera have all had 3. Now, there was an incident during the game where Adam Chera is at a stoppage, and this is basically what this will lead to, is now we'll examine all this footage and everything else whenever there's an incident with an umpire. And he's at the stoppage, and he's following Lachie Neale, and he tries to back his way out and basically backs into umpire Robert O'Gorman. So that's Robert O'Gorman's space to back out, and Adam Chera, from what you can see there on the replay lids, he's not looking.
Yeah, well, really, Lachie Neale's pushed him as well. So, what do you... Where do you go?
I don't think he's pushed him. That's generous to say he's pushed him.
Sounding like Peter O'Farrell, you're the defence lawyer for the Blues.
Well, I mean, so that's we're looking at the detail of things that don't mean a lot. I know we're trying to protect umpires, but I reckon there's 4 of them out there. They're in the worst space I've watched tonight. Like, I looked at the kick out, and there was 2 umpires within 40 metres of the ball in the corridor. Like, get out of the way. Get to the boundary.
This would be Chera's 4th sanction, which would, which, as we're told...
I can't believe they backdate it.
Would mean a little trip to the tribunal, but we'll watch this space as it unfolds. Lions by 37. Let's go celebrate with the winners. Ben Cameron.
I've got a member of the 2 First Names team down here, Zach Bailey. And what did you make of that performance?
It was a pretty good performance. We haven't really put together a 4-quarter performance this year, really. So I don't know what the score was in the end, but I think we won all the quarters. So it was a really good effort, and we're happy with it.
What were you thinking early on with the 3 behinds in the opening quarter?
It sort of set me up for the day, didn't it? I don't know what I ended on, but I missed a few. So I think these boots will be going in the bin after this interview.
I think Brett Delidio, who you were a fan of when you were young and still are today, as well as Mark Murphy, want to ask you a few questions.
Zachy Lids, mate, I want to talk to you about the comments probably from Lachie Neale, mate, and what he said earlier this week in terms of what he sees you becoming, mate. But just give us a bit of an insight off the back of your pre-season and what you dialed in on to give yourself the best chance to play your best footy.
For me, it was... the last couple of years haven't really been that consistent. I've sort of had good games here and there, and then they've followed by some big drop-offs. So for me, going into this year, that's what I really wanted to aim at doing. And Cam Bruce is looking at me right now. I spent a fair bit of time with him over the pre-season, obviously playing a different role in the wing. I found myself sort of caught in between a lot and not really near the ball. So I spent a fair bit of time with him and talking about positioning and where I can put myself to sort of get involved in the game a little bit more. And I sort of think that's helped me this year, and also then just came back fit and healthy and was able to attack the pre-season and set myself up for a decent year.
So you talk about playing a bit on the wing and half forward. Have you got aspirations to get yourself into the middle and mix it up in there, mate? Give yourself a chance to mix it up with, you talk about Dunkley and Berry and McCluggage and all those guys. It's hard to push a few of them out, but I think with your speed, mate, you'd have to be looking to get in there at some stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to play in there. There's a bit of a lineup at the moment, but I played all my juniors as a midfielder, and I feel like some of my assets would go pretty well in there. But we've also got some unbelievable mids that are performing really well at the moment, and they're getting the job done. So that's what I said. I did a bit of work on understanding the wing role, and that's sort of been my role for this year.
Zach Murphy. There's a pretty good opportunity, I reckon, if you want to play midfield, you can wear a navy blue and get a lot of time in there if you want to do that.
It wasn't even a question. More of a statement. That was Murph just jumping in there. I brought up a question during the game about kicking at speed, and I want to know, and I think you're one of the best exponents of it in the game, but is that something that you practice a hell of a lot of training, or is it just something that comes completely natural to you?
Yeah, I mean, I've sort of done it my whole year. That's sort of been my game. Coming through 18s, they called me the butcher because I was trying to run too quick and then try and kick the ball, and I'd send these tumble balls inside 50, so my forwards weren't too happy with it. But so it's sort of an area of my game that I've had to work on over the last couple of years, and all my coaches just told me to take a few steps just to steady myself before I actually kick it. Otherwise, they don't turn out too well.
Zach, it's Murph here. Just looking at the opposition tonight, what went? Did you notice anything from there, and did they go quiet, or was it more just your ability to link up through the corridors? Probably the second quarter, probably the back 5 or 6 minutes where you guys really got your ascendancy going, and then that third quarter just blew them out of the water.
Yeah, something that's been a little bit off this year is our pressure, not this year, maybe the last couple of weeks, is our pressure, and we got back to pressuring really well. It's a staple of our game, and for coming up against someone like Carlton who play fast and forward handball, it's if you do that well, you get looks back the other way. So I think we're able to ramp that up and as I said, score back the other way.
And there's a big couple of months coming up. I mean, you've got a pretty hard run home. Have you had a bit of a look towards the fixture and had a look and seeing what you need to try and implement prior to going into the finals this year?
Not really, to be honest. We're sort of just taking each week as it comes. At this point last year, we sort of went on a little bit of run, and it's sort of handy having that run going into finals. So we're looking to sort of do a pretty similar thing. It's such an important time of the year. So, we really want to lock in and play some good footy heading into finals if we make it there.
Zach Bailey's with you on ABC Sport. Zach, it's Matt Clinch. What do you feel like that next top gear is lacking at this stage? As you mentioned, you've got Western Bulldogs, Gold Coast, Collingwood to come. What do you feel like are the areas you can improve a little on?
As I said, our pressure game, when we're on in that area, we're a really good side, forcing turnovers, scoring back the other way, and just some of our goal kicking, I think, sometimes when we miss, like me today, we in the past we sort of let it get to us, and I think maybe just instead of, I think Huey made a good point last week of maybe celebrating points and just keeping the energy up, and that should help us.
And Noah Answorth, have you checked in with him?
Yeah, I have. I don't want to say anything just in case it's not, but I'm pretty sure he's done his Achilles, so that's that's not too great, but we'll wrap our arms around him and look after him.
How is he?
I spoke to him. I haven't really spoken to him too much. Obviously, I think he's a bit flat, but actually, I'm looking at him right now. I think he's a bit flat.
Yep. No, I can understand that. Just on Lachie Neale's comments last week. So obviously you played the best game of your career. It was one of the highest rated games we've seen all season. And he made some comments in the aftermath, basically saying, "Look, I think this guy can be a top 10 player in the competition if he sort of really applies himself." And he sort of mentioned with us pre-game that he'd had those similar conversations with you. Can you give us a little bit of an insight into how those chats go and what kind of things is he referring to?
I sort of spoke about it before. It's. I think I play to my strengths every now and then, but it's more the other side of the game. It's the understanding the roles, a lot of work around stoppages, and there's a lot more to the game than just going and hunting the footy. And Lachie's probably the best at it. He positions himself in such good spots to receive. It's smart running. It's not just running around chasing the footy. So there's a lot more to the game than, as I said, just hunting the ball. And that's sort of what we got to work on a lot over the pre-season.
You keep doing big things, Zach. Appreciate your time. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Zach Bailey in the victorious Brisbane Room, so a 37-point winner over Carlton, 15-13, 103. The Blues 9-12. 66. It was as many as 53 points at one stage in that final term. So Carlton kicking the last 3 goals to make it look a little better. Interestingly, if you look at Brisbane over the last 6 weeks, this is leading into tonight, their top 5 ranked players, Zach Bailey number 1, Cam Rayner number 2, Will Ashcroft number 3, Darcy Wilmot at 4, and Hugh McCluggage at 5.
They're in a good place, aren't they?
That is, like, there's no Neil Zorko. It's like that.
That's your age demographic that's pulling you along.
And it makes those guys who are around 30, it makes their job a lot easier.
So much easier.
You're seeing Zorko coming off a half-back flank and just doing as he pleases. And Lockie Neal's playing in amongst guys who are right in their prime, Dunkley right in their prime. But these young guys who are really lifting the ledger and making their job easier for these older guys to get the job done. But, geez, they bat deep. I mean, look at their midfielders, Neal, Ashcroft, Dunkley, Berry, and then you've got the likes of Bailey coming through there, Rayner. I reckon Fletcher could be a really good midfielder in time too, and these guys are on the periphery, so it just shows you how deep they do bat.
I want to get back to the Blues because I know you want to talk about them, Murph, but a couple on the SMS. Jim from the ACT, is Big O and Fort sustainable? Is it a ruck-off? Fort's forward craft has been on show. So we had Chris Fagan with us a couple of weeks ago, and basically he said, look, Oscar McInerney's had a lot of soreness. He hasn't been able to pull up and play consecutive weeks. Turned 31 today, Oscar, so happy birthday to him, but it's his first AFL game since round 9.
Yep.
And basically, Chris Fagan said to us, it's Oscar's got to win the job back. So at the moment, it's Darcy Fort's position, which who'd have thought after those scenes last September that Oscar McInerney would be the number 2 ruck at the club, and yet
they're into some rucks too. So I think they must have some serious concerns about where he sits with his injury. So everyone from a heartfelt point of view would love Oscar McInerney to have it and see him go deep into finals, maybe win a flag again. But it's like, well, the challenge is there. Come and play good footy.
So it's only two VFLs for Big O. So it feels like Chris Fagan's giving him a chance of, righto, let's see if you can play at the top level. We won't expose you at VFL level to see if you can prove you can get your body right and compete. But it looks like it's a bit of a wish at the moment.
There's only the third game they've played together this year. They are undefeated in all 3. But I think it's also Pitternet and DeConing are playing on the other team, it gives them an opportunity to play the 2 big guys. Pete from Ballarat, this might be controversial, but I reckon Brisbane are average. They've hardly been impressive in this win. Carlton are a rabble, but if they'd kicked 4 of those easy misses, the momentum would have changed, and this could be a completely different result. I think there's a few twists to come in this season, and one of them is Brisbane aren't in the top 4 from Pete in Ballarat.
Interesting take. You talk about Carlton's easy misses, but I think Brisbane had some easy misses too in there, Pete. So I take your point, but I think they've got some levers that they can pull that not a lot of other teams have got.
I'm the other way. If Brisbane and Collingwood played off in the grand final tomorrow, I'd be tipping Brisbane.
Really?
Okay. I feel like they...
Because of all their weapons or because of their structure?
I just think they got so many weapons. I mean, the obvious thing in Collingwood's favour is going to be it's at the MCG, but I'd look at their... They don't want for anything. It feels like they're just pacing themselves for an
I think they want a key forward. I think they've got Logan Morris. I'm not chips in on Eric Hipwood.
Yeah, I'm a bit with Pete. I feel like if they were to slip out a second spot on the ladder, that would be crazy. And they could slip to third if they, those 3 games we mentioned, the Bulldogs at the Gabba, Gold Coast, Collingwood, are 3 big tests.
Big 3 weeks. And then even after that, Sydney, who are a different Sydney team, Fremantle in Perth, and then Hawthorn at the Gabba to end. So there's no soft touches there on the run home.
No, there's not. But I look through their list and I think they have got a lot of talent in that list. And we forget what they did to Sydney last year in the grand final and absolutely wiped them off the park. So I think they came out today and they were professional enough to get the job done. They certainly took the foot off the throat at various points tonight.
So that's the thing that scares me. I feel like they're sort of almost playing within themselves a little bit. And the other thing is what they did on the last Saturday, September last year, is hard to kind of take out of your mind.
Yeah. The only other interesting point is we touched on Joe Danaher booted 58 goals last season, so they're relying on the weight of numbers. 12 individual goal kickers against Port Adelaide last week, 11 tonight. Are you going to be able to do that against the better sides in the top 8? I think will be interesting. Can you get the same return out of your midfielders, out of your half forwards that you're getting throughout the home and away season?
Why not?
Yeah, I think they've got contributors everywhere.
So do I, yeah.
I don't think there's a weak link out there.
Where have you got them?
I've got them they're second, so I've got them top 2, but I still like Collingwood because they just consistently just get the job done, but I'm similar to the same path as you. I would back them if they were to play tomorrow against Collingwood. I just think their midfield is that strong.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'd love to see it. Like, imagine if we end up there at the end of the end of the season. You got the last two premiers playing off almost in the ultimate rubber match.
Yeah.
if it is Collingwood and Brisbane when it's all said and done, and obviously there's a lot of water that's got to go under the Narrows Bridge before then. Rob in Greensboro off the SMS. Carlton needs to spend the next 6 months doing a lot of running, power work, and hours a day of ball skills. Disposal this year makes it look like they started kicking practice in late Feb. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Any last words on Brisbane before we move on?
No. No, but we're going to learn a lot about them in the next 6 weeks.
Yes.
But I think they'll win 4 out of the 6.
Don't be a defender slow with the ball with Cam Rayner in your vicinity.
At your own peril. He nearly ripped a
If
couple
that's a
of blokes in half.
barometer for Chris Fagan, he is tackling like his life depends on it.
Yeah.
I know Ben Cameron brought up before about the person in the front row taking notes on the tackling. I'd like to know if they were the actually broken tackles that she might be jotting down rather than anything.
So he actually does his own pressure rating, which comes from, as Ben Cameron suggested, Jess, who sits on the bench with Chris Fagan. So the reference is tackling pressure and tackles inside forward 50. Well, she actually has her own system as to broken tackles and all that sort of stuff, and apparently Fags makes reference to it every Monday in terms of whether they meet that criteria or not. So what it actually is would be fascinating to know as to how they decipher that.
37 points at full-time Brisbane over Carlton. And was as many as 53 points early in the final term. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio up in the box. What are you unsure about?
No, nothing.
And then Ben Cameron was hovering downstairs. I'm not sure if he's on the way back up or he's going to the Carlton rooms, but we'll bring you a little bit of Michael Voss when he speaks to the press shortly. All right, on the Carlton front. So they kicked the last 3 goals of the game, put a little bit of a better face on it.
Junk time, essentially.
They got a lot of questions ahead of them, don't they, as we head towards the off-season. One of the obvious ones has been, their list. And I heard Jordan Lewis a couple of weeks ago basically say, look, everyone except Jagger Smith's on the table.
Which is a ridiculous call.
Okay.
Really? Don't rate it?
How wide should it go? Like, who's...
You can't get rid of everyone, but...
Who's untouchable?
Patrick Cripps, for mine.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Curnow.
Yep.
Can I just say something on Paddy Cripps quickly? Your little mate, Dill Buckley, and my mate, he threw up Paddy Cripps to West Coast for the last little bit of his career, get him in the number 4 jumper over there, and that's what he thinks will be a good little, and get a couple of players back or something, or some draft capital.
Anyway, as I was saying,
not even going to acknowledge it.
Harley Reid would be the only way you'd contemplate that, wouldn't it?
Well,
and you wouldn't even.
Well, you'd want something else. If you're West Coast.
You throw just ridiculous hypotheticals. It's easy to say, if you go, swap Paddy Cripps for Harley Reid, well,
what about their forwards then? Okay, what about their key forwards? So Charlie Curnow, untouchable,
Curnow's
or
the
Mackay?
one that you said untouchable. So not a chance. You wouldn't entertain any offer for Charlie.
Well, it's like...
Of course, if someone gives a ridiculous...
A fair and reasonable one that for anyone, I wouldn't get rid of him, no.
Just on Charlie Curnow.
I mean, you try and find any, it's hard to find a player like Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, what about Harry?
I don't know. The one thing is, do the 2 key tools work? So that's what they've got to ask themselves. So... That's the question.
2. So it's usually 3 work, but you're going back to even 2 work. And Charlie's not a tall, but he plays tall-ish.
I would say he's a tall.
193. Anyway.
But they'll like from what we're seeing at the moment, you'd think that Tom DeConning's probably not going to be there as well. So
yep.
What pick do they get for him at the moment, Corbin?
So that's a great question. So they'll be banking on the fact that that'll be after their first round selection, as opposed to the end of first round. And given the money that it's going to trigger, it'll be end of their first round.
Yeah.
So the interesting element here is they don't have their first round pick as it stands at the moment. That belongs to Hawthorn. So basically, it'll be the Hawthorn pick that technically belongs to Carlton. Then their pick. So say, what are they off the bottom at the moment? 6 off the bottom, 4 off the bottom, 5 off the bottom. Say they've 6 off the bottom, it'll be pick 7 it'll come in at.
Yep.
And that'll be their only first round selection.
So whether or not you need to try and find a player to come in for that selection is probably the one thing that they should do.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've got Jagger Smith, who obviously missed the year this year. So he's your young... first round pick from last year.
Can't handle the pressure that's getting put on this kid.
No, but I'm just saying.
Savior.
So I'm not saying he is the savior.
I'm not saying you either, but the noise around this poor kid. It's like, God.
No, but I'm just saying you use that pick to go get a 24, 25-year-old from somewhere else.
Yeah.
You've already got a young player who was picked up last year in Jagger Smith, and Sam Walsh you get back next year, who's Nick Newman.
Yep.
Like, you don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They're hemorrhaging at the moment. There's a lot of holes out there on that
they need speed. I think they need speed.
So no doubt they need to go and get probably 2 players with speed and ball use, and you throw that on the outside of what they've currently got. So you have a Hewitt in there with a Cripps and a Walsh and a Smith and another running player they can try and get in from somewhere. That's what they're going to try and aim for.
So Walsh is the other name that's been thrown up. You wouldn't be moving him?
No.
Yep.
Just on Charlie Curnow, first time in 8 years, 4 consecutive matches where he hasn't scored a goal. How'd you see his game tonight?
I thought he was actually pretty good.
Yeah,
I thought his hands were good. I thought he was pretty good at ground level. He just didn't get a look in the forward 50. You know, like he.
What did he finish with? Was it 2 behinds or 1 behind? But I thought he looked sharp. Took some better grabs.
2
but
behinds.
I don't think their entry's set up anywhere for their players to kick goals. I think they've fallen into the Melbourne trap of let's just get it in there and don't give our forwards an actual chance. He's as good as most in terms of actually making something happen.
Yeah,
if the ball's in his general vicinity, but there's only so much one man can do.
So there's probably 3 things in it. So there's system, there's confidence, and then there's talent. So I think in all areas. They're lacking at the moment, so they're falling short in all 3 of them.
So system's not good enough, confidence is low, and the talent's not there.
And not enough talent.
Yeah, but you're paying your full forward to kick goals, and he's kicking points or not goals.
Yeah.
So what he's got 0-9 or whatever in the last 4 games. Curnow and where it sits at the moment, they got a whole lot of guys obviously that are unavailable to them as well. So you look at the guys in their best team that aren't playing. Newman, if we count Smith, you haven't even seen him yet,
no.
Yet we bring his name up every time. Harry Mackay, Adam Sard, Silvani, Walsh. So what's that? Half a dozen, 6.
Even those guys are out of contract at season's end. He's going to be curious. Like a Mitch McGovern. Do you persist with him? Do you decide, right, let's make the call now? Sam Doherty. Have we reached the end of the road?
He's played every game, hasn't he? So, I mean, he's got a fair case, but...
I think guys like McGovern and these guys and Williams is another one, they cop a lot of criticism because of the contracts they're on. If you get someone like Mitch McGovern on a team-friendly deal, he stays, doesn't he?
He's one of 7 players who has played every game so far this season, but what role are you using him in? Are you using him across half-back, or does his turnovers become dangerous? Can you play him as a forward?
There's a lot of questions, isn't there?
Yeah. Clearly he's not going to demand the same sort of money he's on right now, so he'll be taking a haircut. But you can't delist the whole team. There's got
to be a few running around.
Especially not it's not a strong draft, so it's not one where you want to be cleaning out and starting again.
I'd be keeping him on a team-friendly deal. Brisbane by 37 points, 15-13, 103, Carlton 9-12, 66. Ben Cameron is downstairs. I think he may have skipped across. You got us, Ben?
I certainly do, Corbin. I'm in the Carlton rooms at the moment. I must admit, they're not the lowest I've seen the Carlton rooms this year. It's almost as if they know they've, the bottom's fallen right out of their season. So there's a little bit of chitter-chatter, a lot of the players catching up with family and friends. Just recapping some of the things from down on the boundary tonight. So... Andrew Heffernan, the umpire, that's Andrew Heffernan. Heffernan, I'll get that right, third time down there. I couldn't
go again, mate.
I couldn't read my own writing. It's a little bit smudged on my book. So Heffernan down there, cluttered into by Lockie Cowan in the first quarter. There was a little bit of a hand issue for Mark Pittonet throughout the night as well. Did get some attention to that. Some strapping on it. Had finger surgery last year, so I do wonder whether that is related. Just out of the Brisbane rooms as well, Noah Ransworth with that Achilles injury. That's the big blow of the night. There was another instance of umpire contact, which was Will Ashcroft, who had his foot planted. The umpire backing out sort of tripped over his foot. So I don't think either of the players involved, Cowan or Ashcroft, will have an issue with that, particularly the Cowan one, given that's more the general play occurrence of the umpire contact, whereas the Ashcroft one is the one where they've brought in the rule. They don't want players charging into the back of umpires around contests. So that'll be a watch. And then Fantasia with that hamstring injury in the third quarter. So I imagine that will be a garden variety hamstring. And Chera, who was down in the rooms, we got no official mail as to what that was, but did get some treatment on a left hamstring later in the game on the bench, and he had a left hamstring injury earlier on in the year. So I'll just keep my eye on that and try and get further clarification from the Blues.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate all that. So a wrap there from the Carlton rooms and a few of the incidents of the night. The other one was Adam Chera, which we spoke about a short time ago. The vision emerging, as they like to say, in the media game from his incident where he was playing on Lachie Neale, started to back his way away and ran into the space in which the umpire was exiting the stoppage. And they collided, and that's particularly noteworthy given the fact Adam Chera has had 3 fines previously. So this would be the 4th. And if that's the case, that would mean a trip to the tribunal to try and argue his case, either a heavier fine as a result or even possibly a suspension.
What are they getting fined now for umpire contact?
It depends on the various level of offences, but I think it goes up as much as $6,500, something like that.
Yeah, 10,000 with an early plea.
Yeah, which gets you down to, 6.5 or 6.7 or something?
For one?
No, I think that's a third offence.
Accumulative?
Yeah. Third offence. Yeah.
Can I ask a really obvious question? Carlton's foot skills, how do you try and improve that in the off-season? Only the Eagles are the worst kick efficiency by foot.
Less running, more kicking, I suppose.
Well, you try and mix in both of it, but then I think it comes back to
when you get
setting up a system and drills where it becomes automatic. You look at Brisbane when they win the ball back in certain areas, they look straight to where they want to go, and if someone's there, they hit it. If they don't, they look for the next one. Whereas I think sometimes Carlton seem to just not look for the shortest route home sometimes and look back and wide, and then they lose their opportunity to go hard forward and catch teams on the counter attack.
We're about to pick up a little bit of Michael Voss at his press conference. Brisbane winners here by 37 points. 15-13, 103 over Carlton, 9-12-66. Final crowd, by the way, was posted at 32,898, so it is still there. Lowest attendance for a home game this season for the Blues, and it felt like that was a little generous, particularly late in the piece. I'm not sure there was quite 30,000 here at the finish. Lions by 37 points. The major injury coming out of it was Noah Answorth, who unfortunately appears to have torn his Achilles in the second term. Charlie Curnow was goalless again. Orancio Fantasia did his hamstring. The Blues have now lost 4 on the bounce. Well, the Brisbane Lions are on a 3-game winning sequence to kick off round 18. Of course, a huge weekend of footy. We're out of our top 9 teams. 8 of them are involved in action against one another. So we've got 4 bumper matchups. We'll tell you more about that coming up next. But an opportunity for us to duck downstairs and pick up the Michael Voss press conference. Here he is.
Michael, does it feel a bit like Groundhog Day for the 4th straight week you're out of the game at 3/4 time?
No, this one felt a bit different. Opposition was electric. I think we can acknowledge that. So they were obviously got a few weapons that they can fire, and there was an intent to start the game well. For in the main we did. In the first half, really it was errors and efficiency that cost us. We talk about effort indicators because that seems to be the topic that's come up. You sort of plus 30 in contested possessions, but a little bit down on our pressure indicator, which is what we'd like, and probably largely due to the fact we couldn't take their marks off them. So their control of the ball and being able to get the ball from end to end made that really tough for us to be able to build that number. And when you give an opposition like that much time with the ball and that much territory, normally the inevitable happens. So we held for a while, but obviously their scoring power was a little bit too much for us.
When you speak about contest and effort continually, how disappointing is it to see the ball and how much they can punish you on turnover when that's continually in your hands and you keep going back to them?
Yeah, the efficiency. I mean, part of what we want to really value in the game is about how we defend better and more consistently. But we also can't ignore that the efficiency of going forward and how we connect our plays and complete our plays doesn't play a factor in that. So, we finish our goals, the ones that, are more than gettable. Maybe that momentum just shifts a little bit. But every time we sort of felt like in the first half that there was maybe a window or a little opportunity where we could sort of peg back the scoreboard, it was sort of taken off us through either, as I said, an error, which was proving very hard to defend, or it was an efficiency piece where we couldn't complete our play. So that was the story of the game in the first half. The second half was, basically the game being in transition and us not being good enough for the ball, and we certainly couldn't get it back quick enough.
You mentioned defending. I mean, the instant in the second quarter when you had 5 guys in the goal square, Will Ashcroft kicked from 50 out, barely goes over the goal line, no one's there to touch us. Those sort of things frustrate you?
Yeah, the errors. Yeah. And, some positioning at stoppage, and, we let a player out when we shouldn't. And they're the little parts, like we spend a lot of time, and we've got a great shift early in this year around how we want to play further up the ground, but that's sort of hasn't been the case for the last 3 or 4 weeks. So no questioning around, what we're trying to do around the ball, how we want to outnumber it, post stoppage. So no issue with that. But the reality is that we're a three-phase game, and you can be good in one, but you need to be good in more.
I guess it's obviously a fairly big loss again with fourth in probably 4 weeks. Has much changed from your personal perspective in terms of how you're feeling with pressure in terms of your position in the club and that sort of thing?
No, the pressure is only comes from my own expectations about how we want to play. So, being dialed in on what that looks like for our players. So that's the only pressure that I feel. The eyes are well and truly in. We've got a job to do. So for that next 6-7 weeks, that's what we're determined to do. We've got to impact in a few more phases of the game, and we've got to value defence a little bit more than what we have. So hopefully we've corrected one part, and that we can hold that together, and then we can sort of build on to the next part. I'd like it to all come together at once, but the reality is tonight it didn't. And I reckon it's against a pretty good opposition. They're on every line. They're very strong, and clearly we know what they are as threats forward of the ball. They've got a few that can hit the scoreboard, and we weren't able to manage all of them. Are you confident you'll be able to see that plan through to round one next year and beyond? Oh, that's such a hypothetical in the future. So what we tend to do right now, because I've answered a lot of those questions in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I think we just stick to the game and what the game's given us, and what the opposition gave us. In the last couple of weeks, we've been challenged in a big way. So we've got to get a really clear sight on what we've got to value next. And so for us, that's eyes in, get it done. Look at what our gaps are, and let's get on with improving it.
For a player like Tom De Koning that you're trying to convince to remain at your footy club, how disappointing is it to hear the Bronx cheers from the fans in that second half?
Firstly, I was not aware of that. But what I'd say is that Tom's a very important person to us. Very important person to us. And, he's grown at this football club. We'd love to see out his career here. And we're really hoping that that's the case. He's not in at the moment, he's a little bit challenged at the moment. But, he's a very important person to us. And we hope that he has a really long-term future here.
When you say challenge, is he playing sore at the moment?
No, he's fine. All the players out there, when you walk over the line, they're fine. So I wouldn't read anything into that outside of that. He's fine. He's ready to go. He's got a role to play, and we're just trying to get the most out of him.
You're now playing Mark a lot in the ruck and Tom up forward. It's sort of like considering how good Tom was in the ruck in the first half of the year. It's almost it seems like public it's a resignation that you made. Have you resigned to losing Tom at the end of the year?
No, it's pretty black and white for us. I think you're reading well and truly too much into it. So I don't tend to play in that sort of area. We need a role filled forward of the ball at the moment. We're challenged with some tools right now. And Pito's in great form, so he deserves to be in the team. So we need some, tall timber forward of the ball that can draw the footy. As you've seen tonight, that if you don't, you can get intercept against, and that's where teams can launch their attacks from. So there's clearly an area we need to be able to get better at there, but there's a need to have Tom there at the moment.
A pragmatic Michael Voss downstairs in his press conference, which is going on at the moment. Brisbane by 37 points, 15-13, 103, Carlton 9-12, 66.
Can I just pick up on one little point there? They said we've got some challenges forward of the footy. Well, they had the leading goal kicker in the VFL playing in their in their VFL side, who won their last best and fairest, and they didn't want to pick him in the mid-season.
Liam McMahon?
Yeah.
He went in the very last pick of the draft.
To Essendon.
Yeah.
And they challenged it forward of the footy. Interesting. Yeah. That's okay.
What did you hear there, Murph?
Do you manage him, do you?
The company does.
What did you hear there, though?
Oh, I think that it's not resigning yourself to where they're at, but they understand that Brisbane and where they're at, and Carlton have got a lot of work to do. And you talked about the 3 phases of the game, and they're not getting all 3 right. That's easy to see. So, unfortunately, they just don't quite have the cattle out there at the moment to really compete with the best sides in the comp.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Brisbane by 37 points, 15-13 over Carlton, 9-12.
Yes.
Have you got those, Lids?
I do. I gave 1 to Jared Berry. I thought he was fantastic tonight. Out there on the wing, took a number of marks. He had the 23 touches. 2, I've given to Lachie Neale. Although I like a score involvement player, I thought he set up a lot with his clearance work, his contested touches, 6 inside 50s, 8 tackles as well. And without doubt, the 3 votes go to number 5, Josh Dunkley.
The inaugural David Walls medalist, as well as the Robert Walls medalist as the premier player on the ground. So, well done to Josh Dunkley, and he also gets the top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So 3 for Dunkley, 2 for Neale, 1 for Berry. The votes tonight in front of 32,898. Brisbane by 37 points. Now the rest of the weekend, of course, tomorrow night, Suns in action up against the Pies, the biggest ever game in Gold Coast history. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yep.
Other than their first one.
What a night it's going to be. Can't wait for that. Of course, all the coverage from 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You can find it through ABC Sport. And then the super-duper Saturday that is to come. So it starts, obviously, here at Docklands. Western Bulldogs up against Adelaide. What are we in for there? High scoring?
Adelaide will get the job done.
Oh, Murph on the Crows. Lids?
Dags for me.
Dags for you. All right, then we're into the twilight. GWS up against Geelong. You've picked the Cats.
I like the Cats.
Giants won the last 3 between the 2 teams.
Giants get it done again.
The first meeting, though, in Sydney between the sides in almost 5 years. And then, of course, Saturday night, the big one over in Perth. They're all big games this weekend, but finals, prelude and everything else, Fremantle and Hawthorn out west. You're on the Hawks.
I'm on the Hawks.
Yeah, me too, I think. Not convinced, but I think.
Great weekend of footy. Can't wait for it. Lids, I'll see you for the podcast tomorrow morning.
You certainly will.
ABC AFL Daily, you can find it there. Clinchy, good calling over the weekend.
Thank you.
Good luck with the Borough, Murph.
Thank you.
Thanks to Lee for all his work as our audio tech throughout the night. Ben Cameron, of course, downstairs. The cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. We are into round 18. The first game is in the books. The Brisbane Lions keep on winning. Carlton, unfortunately, keep on losing. Brisbane by 37. Good night.
You're listening to